Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Pansy Parkinson secretly loved Harry since year 1, and betrayed Voldemort to save him? Harry x Pansy. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Girl Who Watched Harry. The Hogwarts Express cut through the Scottish countryside like a scarlet serpent, its steam trailing across a sky the color of bruised plums. Inside one of the compartments near the rear of the train, 11-year-old Pansy Parkinson sat with her back pressed against the window, watching the rain streak diagonally across the glass. Her mother had told her that first impressions were everything in the wizarding world, that a Parkinson's reputation preceded them like a herald's trumpet, and that she was to conduct herself with the appropriate dignity of someone who could trace their lineage back to the purest bloodlines in Britain. Pansy had nodded dutifully at the time, her small hands folded in her lap while her mother adjusted the silver serpent clasp of her traveling cloak. But now, watching the dreary landscape blur past, she felt something that resembled nervousness, though she would never have admitted it to anyone, least of all herself. The compartment door slid open with a sharp rattle, and Draco Malfoy stepped inside as though he owned the train, the carriage, and everyone in it. His blonde hair was swept back with an excessive amount of gel, and his pointed chin lifted at a haughty angle that Pansy already recognized from countless pure-blood gatherings. Behind him trailed two hulking boys who looked as though they had been bred specifically to serve as shadows, their expressions vacant and their shoulders broad enough to fill the narrow corridor. "Parkinson," Draco said, his gray eyes sweeping over the compartment with obvious dissatisfaction. "You're sitting alone." "Not anymore," Pansy replied, allowing a smirk to curve her thin lips. "Though I'm not sure I want my first impression of Hogwarts to be your company." Draco's face flushed briefly, but his composure was well practiced. He had, after all, been raised by Lucius Malfoy, a man who could turn political humiliations into social triumphs with the flick of his cane. Bold words for someone whose father is still trying to earn back the Ministry's favor after that little scandal with the Goblin treaties. Pansy's smirk vanished. The Parkinson family's business dealings with Gringotts had been complicated in recent years, and her father had spent considerable gold ensuring that the details remained complicated rather than criminal. She had been told to avoid this subject entirely. "Apologies," Pansy said, her voice dangerously sweet. "I had forgotten that we were exchanging family secrets. Shall I bring up your father's collection of dark artifacts that the Ministry hasn't officially catalogued, or would that be too soon?" The two boys behind Draco, Crabbe and Goyle, she recalled from her mother's briefing on important pure-blood families, shifted uncomfortably. Draco's lips thinned to a tight line, and for a moment Pansy thought he might actually hit her. Instead, he laughed, a brittle sound that did not reach his eyes. "We're going to be in the same house, you know," he said, settling onto the seat across from her with the easy arrogance of someone who had never been denied anything in his life. "Slytherin. You're a Parkinson, I'm a Malfoy. It would be a shame if we started our first year as enemies." Pansy considered this. Her mother's voice echoed in her head, "Never make unnecessary enemies, especially not of the Malfoys. Their influence extends where our families has waned, "Of course we're not enemies," she said, though the words tasted like ash. "I simply wanted to remind you that I am not one of your father's house elves, to be dismissed and summoned at your whim." Draco's smile became more genuine. "I would never dream of it, Pansy. We're to be friends, I think. The best of friends, considering our family's shared interests." The train lurched around a curve, and Pansy watched as Draco's eyes slid past her, dismissing her as quickly as he had acknowledged her value. She followed his gaze to the compartment door, where a slight figure was passing by in the corridor, a boy with unruly dark hair, round glasses perched on a thin face, and a scar that stood out against his forehead like a lightning bolt in a clear sky. So that's him, Pansy thought. The famous Harry Potter. She had heard the stories, of course. Everyone had heard the stories. The boy who lived. The child who had somehow survived the killing curse and destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in a century. In her family's social circles, there was considerable debate about whether Potter was genuinely powerful or simply the beneficiary of some freakish magical accident that had not yet been properly understood. Some whispered that he might be a dark wizard in the making, marked by Voldemort's magic for some terrible purpose. Others maintained that his entire story was exaggerated, a myth perpetuated by grieving fools who needed to believe that evil could be defeated by a baby. Pansy had not formed an opinion yet. She was 11 years old, and she had learned that opinions were dangerous things to hold in her world. Potter, Draco breathed, leaning forward with sudden intensity. I've been looking for him. Father said I should introduce myself, make sure he understands the proper alignment of things. Pansy felt a flicker of curiosity despite herself. What do you mean? Draco's grin was predatory. Not everyone in the wizarding world worships at the feet of the famous boy who lived. Some of us remember what his kind represents: blood traitors, half-bloods, the erosion of everything proper and pure. Father thinks it would be useful if Potter understood that from the beginning. His kind. Pansy looked through the window of the compartment door at the retreating figure of Harry Potter. He was shorter than she had expected, smaller somehow, despite the legend that surrounded him. His clothes were wrong, too, ill-fitting and ordinary, the kind of muggle clothing that pure-blood children were taught to recognize and mock. His shoes were scuffed, and his glasses were held together with what appeared to be transparent tape. No one had told her that the boy who lived looked so neglected. Go on then, she said, forcing indifference into her voice. If you're so eager to make an impression. Draco rose, straightening his robes with the practiced elegance of his father. Coming. Pansy hesitated. Some instinct she could not name made her want to observe this interaction, to see how the famous Harry Potter responded to his first real test of character. She rose, smoothing down her own robes, and followed Draco into the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering behind them like protective trolls. The compartment where Harry Potter sat was near the end of the carriage, and Pansy noted with faint surprise that he was not alone. A red-haired boy whose freckled face and hand-me-down robes screamed Weasley was seated across from him, and next to Potter sat a girl with bushy brown hair and the kind of posture that suggested she had been told to sit up straight more times than she could count. The girl was wearing the face of someone who had just received a terrible shock, and her eyes were glistening with tears. Could have died, she was saying as the group of Slytherins approached. Fighting a mountain troll. That's insane. Excuse me, Draco interrupted, his voice dripping with false courtesy. Are you Harry Potter? I'm Draco Malfoy. The red-haired boy's expression soured immediately. Pansy watched as the Weasley's freckled face twisted into a mask of disgust, and she felt a small pang of satisfaction. The Weasleys were blood traitors. Of the worst sort, and their family's poverty was the subject of much amusement at the Parkinson dinner table. Ah, the boy said, I see you've already met my family. The finest in the wizarding world, if you ask me. Draco's smile was like a blade. Weasley, right? Yes, I've heard of you. Red hair, freckles, more children than you can afford. Tell me, how many hand-me-downs have you had to wear? Pansy watched the Weasley boy's ears turn crimson, and she felt a small twinge of something. Not quite sympathy. That would be beneath her. But there was something uncomfortable about the way Draco was smiling, as though he was savoring every moment of the boy's humiliation. Harry Potter, meanwhile, had not spoken. He was looking at Draco with an expression that Pansy could not quite decipher, wariness, perhaps, mixed with the kind of watchfulness that suggested he had already learned not to trust any stranger who approached him with a smile. His scar was visible beneath the fringe of his dark hair, and Pansy found herself staring at it despite her best intentions. He's just a boy, she thought. He looks like any other ordinary boy. But she knew he wasn't ordinary. The entire wizarding world knew he wasn't ordinary, even if they could not agree on exactly what he was. I think I can tell who the wrong sort is for myself, thanks, Harry said finally, and there was a quiet dignity in his voice that made Pansy's breath catch slightly. Draco's expression flickered with anger, quickly suppressed. "I'd be careful, Potter. You've got a reputation to maintain, but my family's influence reaches further than you might think." "Is that a threat?" The question came from the bushy-haired girl, whose eyes had gone from tearful to sharp in an instant. She was glaring at Draco with the intensity of a small, fierce animal cornered by a predator. "Because if you're threatening Harry Potter in front of witnesses." "Don't be ridiculous," Draco scoffed. "I'm merely offering some friendly advice. But if you're going to be this hostile, I suppose we'll take our leave." He turned with theatrical grace and swept back down the corridor, Crabbe and Goyle following like obedient hounds. Pansy remained where she was for a moment longer, and she saw Harry Potter's gaze shift from Draco's retreating back to her face. Their eyes met. For a moment that felt much longer than it could possibly have been, Pansy was frozen in place. Harry Potter was looking at her with the same wary curiosity he had shown Draco, but there was something else in his expression too, something that looked almost like exhaustion, as though he was already tired of being looked at, talked about, judged. "He doesn't know what to make of me," Pansy thought. "He's trying to decide if I'm like the others." And she was like the others, wasn't she? She was a Parkinson. She was about to be sorted into Slytherin, just like every other member of her family for generations. She had been raised to believe in blood purity, in the importance of preserving their magical heritage, in the necessity of keeping their society strong against the influence of Muggleborns and those who would dilute their power. But looking into Harry Potter's eyes, those vibrant green eyes, the same color as the killing curse that had failed to end his life, Pansy felt something shift inside her. Something that she did not have a name for yet. She looked away first, her cheeks flushing with heat she could not explain. She hurried after Draco, her shoes clicking against the worn floor of the train corridor, and she told herself that she had simply been curious. That her interest in the boy who lived was nothing more than the natural fascination anyone would feel when meeting a legend. She told herself a lot of things in the years that followed. The journey to Hogwarts seemed to take forever. Pansy spent most of it sitting in the same compartment as Draco, listening to him pontificate about which professors would be the most important to cultivate as allies and which students would be useful to recruit into their social circle. She nodded in the appropriate places and made the appropriate comments, but her mind kept drifting back to the brief moment in the corridor when Harry Potter had looked at her. "He probably doesn't even remember me," she thought. "I was just one of the Slytherin standing behind Draco like a shadow." But she remembered him. She remembered the way his glasses had been patched with tape, the way his clothes had been too large for his frame, the way his scar had seemed almost to pulse with a life of its own. She remembered the quiet dignity in his voice when he had told Draco that he could tell who the wrong sort was for himself. "He's brave," she realized. Asterisk, he's not just famous. He's genuinely brave, asterisk. The thought was unsettling, for reasons she could not fully articulate. When the boats finally began their crossing of the dark lake toward the castle, Pansy sat in the back of her vessel, huddled beneath her traveling cloak against the cold wind. The castle of Hogwarts rose before them like something from an old legend, towers and battlements lit by thousands of floating candles, windows glowing warm and golden against the night sky. It was beautiful, she could admit that much. More beautiful than any of the photographs her parents had shown her. But even as she admired the castle's grandeur, she found herself scanning the other boats for a familiar head of messy dark hair. She spotted him near the front of the flotilla, sitting with the Weasley boy and the bushy-haired girl. He was looking at the castle too, but there was no wonder in his expression, only a kind of careful hope, as though he had been disappointed so many times that he had forgotten how to trust in good things. Pansy felt something twist in her chest. It was an unfamiliar sensation, and she did not like it. The sorting ceremony was interminable. Pansy sat at the Slytherin table with her hands clasped tightly in her lap, watching as student after student approached the ancient stool and the battered sorting hat. She had been told by her mother exactly how the hat would work. It would examine her mind, her heritage, her deepest desires, and it would place her exactly where she belonged. Slytherin, she told herself firmly. Asterisk I'm a Slytherin. It's what I've always been, what I was born to be, asterisk. But when the hat finally descended over her eyes and its voice whispered in her ear, it did not immediately announce its decision. The hat murmured. Interesting. Very interesting. A Parkinson, indeed, and with such ambition, such cunning. You would do well in Slytherin, of course. But there's something else here, something I don't often see in a Parkinson. A capacity for growth. For change. Pansy's heart seized. Put me in Slytherin, she hissed. That's where I belong. The hat chuckled softly. Ah, but do you know that, child? Or have you simply been told it so many times that you believe it? There's a courage in you, I think. Not the Gryffindor kind, not foolish bravery. Something quieter. The courage to choose your own path, even when the path terrifies you. I'm not frightened of anything, Pansy said, though her voice was shaking. The hat laughed again, a warm, knowing sound. You are frightened of yourself, I think. Frightened of what you might become if you stopped following the path your family has laid out for you. But that's a fear for another day, perhaps. For now, Slytherin. The table on Pansy's left erupted in applause, and she forced herself to smile as she walked toward her new housemates. Draco was beaming at her, raising his goblet in a silent toast, and she raised hers in return. But even as she smiled and nodded and made the appropriate social noises, her eyes were drawn to the other end of the great hall, where the Gryffindors were welcoming their own new members. She watched Harry Potter approach the stool with the same wariness he had shown on the train. She watched the hat fall over his eyes, and for a long moment, the hall was silent. Then the hat screamed, "Gryffindor," and the table on the far side of the hall exploded with cheers. Pansy felt something strange, a flutter, like the wings of a trapped bird beating against her ribs. She told herself it was disappointment that the boy who lived had not been sorted into Slytherin, that the most famous wizard of their age had chosen to align himself with the blood traders and the half-bloods. She told herself that Potter's choice was a rejection of everything she believed in, that it made him an enemy. But in the deepest part of her heart, the part she did not show to anyone, she felt a small, shameful relief. He's not a Slytherin, she thought. Asterisk he's not going to be forced to be one of us. He's going to be something different, asterisk. She told herself that this was a good thing. That it meant she could hate him without complication, that she could mock him and belittle him and treat him as the enemy he was clearly destined to be. But as the feast began and the plates filled with an abundance she had never seen outside her family's formal dinners, Pansy found herself watching the Gryffindor table more than was strictly necessary. She watched Harry laugh at something the Weasley boy said. She watched him shyly accept a plate of food from the bushy-haired girl. She watched the way his scar seemed less prominent when he was smiling, as though the dark magic that had marked him was momentarily banished by joy. He's just a boy, she reminded herself again. Asterisk just a boy with a famous scar. There's nothing special about him, asterisk. But she knew it was a lie. There was something special about Harry Potter, something beyond the legend and the stories. There was something in his eyes that made her want to know more, to understand what it was like to be the center of so much attention and yet look so desperately alone. She tore her gaze away. And focused on her plate. She would not look at him again. She would be a proper Slytherin, a proper Parkinson, a proper witch who knew where her loyalties belonged. She would not think about Harry Potter again. This resolution lasted approximately 3 weeks. The first weeks of term were an exercise in careful navigation. Pansy quickly discovered that Slytherin was not a house of easy friendships, it was a den of political maneuvering, of alliances made and broken, of favors given and debts collected. Draco was her most valuable ally, but also her most demanding one. He expected her to agree with him, to support him, to laugh at his japes and look down on his enemies. And his enemies, it soon became clear, included Harry Potter. You should have seen him, Draco crowed one evening in the common room, his cheeks flushed with triumph. Flying like that, you'd think he'd been born on a broom. But you can't be good at everything, can you? Not when you're raised by muggles who probably thought flying was impossible. Pansy nodded along with the others, but something about Draco's needling bothered her. It wasn't that she disapproved of mocking Harry Potter. He was, after all, a Gryffindor, the enemy house, the place where all the blood traders and muggle lovers went. It was that Draco's obsession with Potter seemed to go beyond simple rivalry. There was a desperation in it, an urgency that spoke of deeper insecurity. Draco's jealous, Pansy realized. He wanted to be the famous one. The powerful one. And he can't stand that Harry Potter gets all the attention without even trying. It was a petty observation, and Pansy had the decency to feel slightly ashamed of it. But it also made her feel something else, a strange, protective impulse that she could not explain. She was sitting in the common room a few nights later, pretending to read a book on advanced potion theory while the others chatted, when she overheard a group of older Slytherins discussing something. That made her blood run cold. "The Potter boy's been wandering the corridors at night," one of them said. "Filch nearly caught him last week." "Too bad he didn't," another replied. "Would have been some excellent entertainment." "Still might be. I heard there's a third-floor corridor that's been forbidden this year. Something about a trap that's been set for anyone who tries to get through. Wouldn't it be interesting if someone happened to mention to Potter that there's something valuable up there?" The laughter that followed was cruel, and Pansy felt her stomach clench with sudden anxiety. She knew what they were doing, setting a trap, the same way her family's enemies had been trapped in the past. Luring someone into danger through their own curiosity, their own courage, their own fatal flaw. And that someone was Harry Potter. She told herself that it didn't matter. That if Potter was foolish enough to wander into a forbidden corridor, he deserved whatever happened to him. That Gryffindors were all reckless and stupid, and that this was simply natural consequences at work. But when she went to bed that night, she could not sleep. She lay in her four-poster bed, staring up at the green canopy, and she replayed the conversation over and over in her mind. They're going to hurt him, she thought. They're going to lure him somewhere dangerous, and he's going to walk right into it because he doesn't know any better. The thought made her feel nauseous. It was stupid to care about what happened to Harry Potter. It was irrational and dangerous and completely against everything her family had taught her. But as she lay in the darkness, listening to the gentle lapping of the lake against the dungeon walls, she could not shake the image of his face, that wary, exhausted expression she had glimpsed on the train. The way he had looked at her as though he was trying to decide whether she would hurt him or not. He was used to being hurt, she realized. Used to being disappointed. Betrayed, let down. And the thought of him being hurt again, especially by Slytherins who were supposed to be better than such crude tricks, filled her with a hot, fierce anger she had never felt before. I won't let them, she thought. I won't let them do this to him. It was a frightening thought. A thought that could get her ostracized, punished, cast out from everything she had ever known. If anyone found out that she was protecting the boy who lived, that she was actively working against her own house, her life would be over. But as she finally drifted off to sleep, she knew that she had already made her decision. The opportunity came 3 days later. Pansy had been watching the common room for an excuse to slip away unnoticed. It was late evening, and most of the Slytherins were either in their dorms or clustered around the fire, discussing Quidditch prospects and which first years were worth cultivating as allies. Draco was in the middle of the group, holding court with the casual arrogance that had already made him one of the most important figures in the house. Pansy knew that she was taking an enormous risk. If anyone saw her leave, if anyone wondered where she was going and followed her, the consequences would be catastrophic. But she could not shake the image of Harry Potter wandering into a trap, and the thought of his face in that moment, confused, betrayed, perhaps frightened, made her stomach churn. She slipped out of the common room as quietly as she could, her heart hammering against her ribs. The corridors of the dungeon were dark and cold, lit only by the occasional torch that guttered in the damp air. She had never been this far from the Slytherin common room alone before, and the unfamiliar surroundings made her feel vulnerable. I'm insane, she thought. I'm completely, utterly insane. But she kept walking. The Gryffindor common room was on the other side of the castle, and Pansy did not know the exact route. She had to rely on the map she had discreetly studied in the library, memorizing the twists and turns of Hogwarts' impossible corridors. She moved quickly, keeping to the shadows, ducking into alcoves whenever she heard footsteps. She was on the third floor, not far from the forbidden corridor that the older Slytherins had been discussing, when she heard voices. She pressed herself against the wall, her heart pounding, and peered around the corner. It was Harry Potter. He was standing with the Weasley boy and the bushy-haired girl in front of a locked door, and they were clearly trying to figure out how to get past it. Oh no, Pansy thought. Asterisk, they're going to go in. They're going to walk right into the trap, asterisk. She had to do something. She had to warn them, somehow, without revealing that she was there. If they saw her, they would know that a Slytherin had been spying on them, and they would never trust her warning. But they were about to open that door, and once they did, it would be too late. Pansy did the only thing she could think of. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, a family heirloom, enchanted to make a sharp noise when thrown. She hurled it down the corridor, away from where the Gryffindors were standing. The sound echoed through the stone hallway, and the 3 Gryffindors froze. What was that? The Weasley boy whispered. I don't know, Harry said, his voice tense. But we shouldn't be here. If someone catches us. We can't just leave, the girl said. I want to know what's behind that door. It might be important. It might also be dangerous, Harry said. Let's go back. We can always try again later. There was a brief argument, quickly silenced by the sound of distant footsteps. The 3 Gryffindors turned and fled, disappearing around a corner just as a torch came bobbing down the corridor toward Pansy's position. She pressed herself flat against the wall and held her breath. The torchbearer was Filch, the caretaker, and he was muttering under his breath about sneaky little brats and detention for a month. He passed within inches of where Pansy was hiding, but his attention was fixed on the door that the Gryffindors had been trying to open. Pansy waited until he had disappeared around the other corner, and then she let out a long, shaky breath. She had done it. She had warned them away. They would not be hurt tonight. But as she made her way back to the Slytherin common room, her heart still racing, she knew that this was only the beginning. The weeks that followed were strange. Pansy found herself paying more attention to Harry Potter than she ever had before, watching him in classes, observing him in the Great Hall, noting the way he interacted with his friends and his teachers. She told herself that she was simply keeping tabs on the enemy, that understanding Potter's weaknesses was a strategic necessity. But she knew it was a lie. She watched him in potions class, sitting next to the Weasley boy and trying desperately to keep up with Snape's rapid-fire questions. She saw the way his scar pulsed faintly whenever he was stressed, the way he would rub his forehead as though trying to banish a headache. She noticed the way his eyes lit up when he spoke about Quidditch, the way he laughed at Ron's jokes, the way he patiently helped Hermione with the more practical aspects of wizardry. He was kind, she realized. Genuinely, deeply kind, in a way that surprised her. Kind to the people who were his friends, kind to the people who were struggling, kind even to people who had been cruel to him. How does he do it, she wondered. How does he stay kind when everyone has been so terrible to him? She did not have an answer. But the more she watched, the more she wanted to understand. It was in the middle of October that she found herself in a position to help him again. She was sitting in the library, ostensibly studying for an upcoming Transfiguration exam, when she heard a commotion near the restricted section. She looked up to see Harry and Ron struggling with a heavy book that appeared to be trying to bite them. Put it back. Hermione hissed. You're going to get us in trouble. We need to know about Flammel, Harry said, and his voice was frustrated, desperate. If we don't figure out what's on the 3rd floor. Pansy's blood went cold. They were still investigating the forbidden corridor. They were still trying to get past the trap that the Slytherins had set. She closed her book and made her way toward the restricted section, her heart beating fast. She had no plan, no idea what she was going to say or do. But she knew that she could not let them walk into danger without at least trying to stop them. "Potter," she said, her voice deliberately cold. "Interested in the restricted section? I didn't realize Gryffindors could read." Harry turned, and his expression was wary, the same wary look he had given her on the train. "Parkinson. What do you want?" "Nothing," she said, shrugging with exaggerated carelessness. "Just making an observation. But if I were you, I would stay away from the 3rd floor. And from the restricted section. Some of the books in there aren't exactly safe." "We'll take our chances," Harry said, but there was something in his voice, a flicker of confusion, as though he was trying to understand why a Slytherin was giving him advice. Pansy felt a sudden, desperate urge to tell him the truth. To tell him that she had been watching him, that she was worried about him, that she did not want him to get hurt. But the words would not come. They were trapped in her throat, frozen by years of training and fear and the knowledge of what would happen if anyone found out. "Suit yourself," she said, turning away. "But don't say I didn't warn you." She walked away before he could respond, her hands shaking slightly. She had done what she could. Now it was up to him to decide whether to listen. The rest of the year passed in a blur of classes and social events and careful political maneuvering. Pansy continued to watch Harry Potter from a distance, continued to warn him when she could, continued to feel that strange, inexplicable pull towards someone who should have been her enemy. She never told anyone. Not Draco, who would have been furious and betrayed. Not her parents, who would have disowned her. Not even herself, not really. But she knew. Deep down, in the part of her heart that she had never shown to anyone, she knew that her feelings for Harry Potter were not just curiosity or strategic interest. They were something else entirely, something that terrified her with its intensity. "I can't love him," she told herself. He's a Gryffindor, a half-blood, the enemy of everything my family stands for. I can't love him, But the thought would not go away. It followed her through the corridors of Hogwarts, whispered to her in the quiet moments before sleep, haunted her dreams with the image of his face and the longing in his eyes. She was 11 years old, and she was already in love with the most famous wizard in the world. She knew it was hopeless. She knew that he would never look at her the way she looked at him, that he would never see anything but a Slytherin, an enemy, a Parkinson who had been raised to despise everything he represented. But she could not stop watching him. She could not stop hoping that someday, somehow, he would see her as she truly was. And so she waited. She watched. She protected him from the shadows, always careful to conceal her identity, always ready to pretend that she was just another Slytherin who mocked him and belittled him and treated him as an enemy. In the silence of her own heart, she made a vow, no matter what happened, no matter how impossible it seemed, she would never let him be destroyed by the forces that were arrayed against him. Even if it meant betraying everything she had ever known. Even if it meant destroying her own future. Even if it meant she would never be able to tell him the truth. The train ride home at the end of the year was melancholy. Pansy sat in a compartment with Draco and his usual cronies, but she barely listened to their chatter about the upcoming summer and the Quidditch World Cup and the latest political machinations in the Ministry. Her mind was on Harry Potter. She had heard about his final confrontation with Quirrell, about the way he had faced a dark wizard and survived once again. She had heard about the Philosopher's Stone and the role he had played in protecting it. She had heard about the way he had nearly died, again, and the way he had somehow, miraculously, come back from the brink. He's going to be famous forever, she thought. He's going to be a legend, and I'm going to be nothing but a footnote in his story. A Slytherin who mocked him, who pretended to hate him, who never had the courage to tell him the truth, The thought made her feel hollow. She stared out the window at the passing countryside, watching the green hills blur into a smear of color. Somewhere on this train, Harry Potter was sitting with his friends, celebrating his victory and looking forward to a summer of freedom and happiness. And she would never see him again. Not for months. Not until September, when the new school year began. I'll miss him, she realized. I'll actually miss him. It was a ridiculous thought. She barely knew him. She had spoken to him only a handful of times, and each time had been filled with hostility and suspicion. But somehow, impossibly, he had become a part of her life. A constant presence in her thoughts, a source of inspiration and longing and hope. She leaned her forehead against the cool glass of the window and closed her eyes. Next year, she promised herself. Next year, I'll find a way to tell him. I'll find a way to make him understand, But even as she made the promise, she knew it was a lie. Next year would be the same as this year. And the year after that, and the year after that. She would keep watching him from the shadows. She would keep protecting him from a distance. She would keep pretending to be something she was not, all the while knowing that the truth would destroy everything she had ever known. And Harry Potter would never know that the girl who mocked him was the same girl who would have given everything, her family, her future, her very soul, to save him. Pansy Parkinson opened her eyes and looked out at the passing landscape. The first year of her life at Hogwarts was over. And already, she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 2, A Secret Behind the Slytherin Smile. The summer of 1992 was the longest of Pansy Parkinson's life. She spent it at Parkinson Manor, a sprawling estate in the north of England that had been in her family for 7 generations. The manor was old, older than most people realized, with stones that had been laid before the statute of secrecy and corridors that twisted in ways that defied conventional architecture. Pansy had grown up in these halls, had learned to navigate their hidden passages and secret rooms before she could walk, but this summer they felt different. They felt like a cage. Her mother, Camilla Parkinson, was a woman of sharp angles and sharper words. She had the kind of beauty that came from centuries of careful breeding, high cheekbones, porcelain skin, hair the color of burnished gold that she wore in an elaborate coiffure even at breakfast. She moved through the manor like a queen inspecting her domain, her robes whispering against the stone floors, her eyes missing nothing. "Pansy, sit up straight," she said for the 3rd time that morning. "You're slouching like a common muggle." Pansy straightened in her chair, her spine aching from the effort of maintaining the posture her mother demanded. They were in the morning room, a small parlor that faced east and caught the early sun. Camilla was reading the Daily Prophet. Her lips pursed in disapproval at whatever scandal was currently occupying the front page. "Father's not coming to breakfast?" Pansy asked, though she already knew the answer. "Your father is occupied with business matters," Camilla said, not looking up from the paper. "Important matters, Pansy. Matters that require his full attention." "He's hiding in his study again," Pansy thought. "He's been hiding there since I came home." Her father, Marcellus Parkinson, had always been a distant figure, a man who preferred the company of his books and his business correspondence to that of his family. But this summer he seemed more absent than ever, vanishing into his study at all hours of the day and emerging only for meals, during which he barely spoke. Pansy knew why. She had seen the letters that arrived by owl at all hours, sealed with the dark wax of families who were rumored to support the Dark Lord's return. She had heard the whispers that passed between her parents when they thought she was asleep. The Parkinson family was positioning itself, preparing for a future that might be very different from the present. And that future, Pansy knew, did not include any sympathy for Harry Potter. "Mother," she said carefully, "I heard something interesting before term ended." "About the Potter boy?" Camilla's eyes flicked up from the newspaper. For a moment, something sharp and assessing passed through them, the look of a woman who had survived decades of political intrigue by never showing her true feelings. "What about him?" "He was involved in some kind of incident at the end of the year. Something to do with a dark wizard trying to steal something from the school." We heard about that, Camilla said, her voice carefully neutral. The Malfoys have been very forthcoming with their information. Young Draco wrote to his father, who wrote to your father, who, well, the details have been shared. Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. What details? Camilla folded the newspaper and set it aside. She fixed Pansy with a look that made her feel like a specimen under glass. The Dark Lord's spirit was involved. That's what they're saying, at least. He possessed one of the professors, tried to steal a magical object that would have restored his power. And the Potter boy stopped him. Harry Potter stopped him, Pansy said, and she could not keep the note of wonder from her voice. He's only 11. How did he? That's what I'd like to know, Camilla interrupted, her voice suddenly sharp. How does an 11-year-old boy defeat the most powerful dark wizard in a century? How does he survive the killing curse as a baby, and then again as a child? What is it about this boy that makes him so resilient? Pansy opened her mouth to answer, but she had no words. She had been wondering the same thing all summer. The Malfoys have some theories, Camilla continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper. They think the Potter boy might be the Dark Lord's equal in some way. A counterpart, a balance. Something that the Dark Lord didn't anticipate when he marked him as a child. Marked him? The scar, Camilla said impatiently. The lightning bolt. It's not just a scar, Pansy. It's a mark of the Dark Lord's magic, left on the boy when the curse rebounded. Some say it's a connection, a link between them. Some say it means the Potter boy is destined to face the Dark Lord again. Pansy felt her stomach twist. Destined? Nothing is destined, Camilla said, and there was a hard edge to her voice. We make our own choices, our own fortunes. The Parkinson family has survived for centuries because we know how to choose the winning side. And right now, the winning side is becoming increasingly clear. She stood, smoothing down her robes, and walked to the window. Outside, the gardens of Parkinson Manor stretched in formal patterns of boxwood and roses, designed to impress visitors with their order and symmetry. Camilla stood silhouetted against the light, her figure elegant and unyielding. I'm telling you this because you need to understand, she said, not turning around. The world is changing, Pansy. The old certainties are crumbling. Your father and I have spent a great deal of time and resources ensuring that our family is in the best possible position for what's coming. But we can't do it alone. We need your cooperation. My cooperation? Camilla turned, and her expression was frightening in its intensity. You're a Slytherin. You're surrounded by the children of the most important families in the wizarding world. You have access to information, to connections, to opportunities that your father and I could only dream of. We need you to use that access. To build alliances. To make sure that when the time comes, the Parkinson family is on the right side. Pansy's heart was pounding. Mother, I'm only 12. What could I possibly? The Malfoy boy, Camilla said, cutting her off. Draco. His family is very important, very powerful. And his father has made it clear that he believes the Dark Lord's return is imminent. If the Malfoys are backing the right side, then we need to be close to them. Close enough to share their victories. You want me to be friends with Draco, Pansy said slowly. I already am friends with Draco. I want you to be more than friends, Camilla said, and her voice was suddenly soft, almost gentle. I want you to be valuable to him. Indispensable. I want you to be the person he trusts, the person he confides in. And I want you to tell me everything he tells you. Pansy stared at her mother, and for the first time in her life, she felt something that might have been hatred. Not for her family, she could never hate them, not really, but for the world they lived in. The world that demanded she spy on her friends, betray her loyalties, sacrifice her own heart for the sake of their political ambitions. They're asking me to be a weapon, she thought. Asterisk a tool. Something. They can use to advance their own position, asterisk. Of course, mother, she said, and her voice was steady, the voice of a proper Parkinson witch. I'll do whatever the family needs. Camilla smiled, the first genuine smile Pansy had seen from her all summer. I knew you would understand. You're a good girl, Pansy. A credit to our family. She swept out of the room, leaving Pansy alone with the morning light and the cold, certain knowledge that she had just been enrolled in a war she had not asked to join. The summer dragged on in a haze of social obligations and political maneuvering. Pansy attended garden parties and afternoon teas, enduring the company of pure-blood children she had known since infancy while their parents discussed the latest developments in the wizarding world. She smiled at the right moments, laughed at the right jokes, said all the right things to establish her family's position without appearing too eager. But all the while, she was thinking about Harry Potter. She had bought a subscription to the Daily Prophet with her own money, hiding it from her parents by having it delivered to the village post office instead of the manor. Every morning, she would slip away from the house and walk the mile to the village, picking up the newspaper and scanning it for any mention of the boy who lived. There was very little. Harry Potter, it seemed, had returned to the Muggle world at the end of the school year, and his whereabouts were unknown. The Prophet occasionally ran articles about his mysterious disappearance or his reclusive lifestyle, but they were filled with speculation rather than fact. He's with his Muggle family, Pansy thought. Asterisk the ones who raised him. The ones who apparently treated him so badly that he didn't know magic existed until he was 11, asterisk. She had heard the rumors, of course, the whispers that Harry Potter had been raised by cruel Muggles who had starved him and beaten him and made him sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. She had dismissed them at first, assuming they were the usual exaggerations that accompanied any famous figure's childhood. But the more she thought about it, the more she remembered the way his clothes had been too large on the train, the way his glasses had been patched with tape, the wary look in his eyes that suggested he was used to being hurt. He really was neglected, she realized. He really did grow up in a home where no one loved him. The thought made her want to cry. She was 12 years old, and she had fallen in love with a boy she barely knew, a boy who had been marked by the darkest magic in the world, a boy who would probably never know she existed. And now she was being asked to spy on his enemies, to feed information to a family that would one day try to destroy him. It was all too much. Too complicated, too impossible, too cruel. But she had no choice. She was a Parkinson, and Parkinsons did what they had to do to survive. September arrived at last, and Pansy boarded the Hogwarts Express with a carefully constructed mask of enthusiasm. She had spent the last week of summer preparing for the new term, acquiring the necessary supplies, updating her robes, reviewing the material she would need for the upcoming year. She had also, secretly, purchased a small enchanted mirror that would allow her to send anonymous messages to anyone she chose, as long as she knew their name. She was planning to use it to warn Harry Potter if she learned of any threats against him. It was a risky strategy, and she had not fully worked out all the details, but it was the best she could do. The train ride was different this year. Pansy was no longer a nervous first year trying to navigate the treacherous waters of pure-blood society. She was a second year now, experienced and confident, with established connections and a clear understanding of how things worked. She sat with Draco and his cronies, discussing the upcoming Quidditch season and the various scandals that had erupted over the summer. But she was also watching. Always watching. She saw Harry Potter board the train with the Weasley boy and the bushy-haired girl. She saw them find a compartment near the middle of the carriage, settling in for the journey with the easy familiarity of close friends. She saw Harry laugh at something Ron said, saw Hermione roll her eyes at some joke, saw the way the three of them seemed completely at ease in each other's company. They have each other, Pansy thought. Asterisk they have real friends, people who actually care about them. I have Draco, and Draco doesn't care about anyone but himself, asterisk. It was a bitter realization, but it was also strangely freeing. If she was going to protect Harry Potter, she was going to have to do it alone. She could not rely on anyone else, could not trust anyone else with the secret of her feelings. And that was fine. She was a Parkinson. She was used to being alone. The first few weeks of term were relatively quiet. Pansy settled into her classes, renewed her rivalry with the Gryffindors, and continued her careful surveillance of Harry Potter's activities. She noticed that he was investigating something new, the heir of Slytherin, according to the whispers that circulated through the castle. A monster that was apparently haunting the corridors, petrifying students and leaving messages in blood. She also noticed that Harry himself was being blamed for the attacks. The whispers were everywhere: Potter's the heir of Slytherin, Potter's the one letting the monster loose, Potter's a Parselmouth, Potter's a dark wizard in the making. Pansy knew it was nonsense. She had watched Harry Potter for over a year now, and she had never seen him do anything that suggested he was capable of such cruelty. But she also knew that rumors were powerful things, and that once they took hold, they were nearly impossible to dislodge. She had to do something. She had to help him. The opportunity came during a potions class in mid-October. Professor Snape had assigned them a particularly difficult draft, the draft of living death, and the class was struggling with the complex brewing instructions. Pansy was working at her cauldron, carefully stirring her potion in a figure-8 pattern, when she heard a commotion from the Gryffindor side of the room. Potter. Weasley. Snape's voice was like a whip crack. What do you think you're doing? Pansy looked up, trying to appear casual. Harry and Ron were standing over a cauldron that was billowing green smoke, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Hermione Granger was next to them, looking as though she was trying very hard not to say anything. "It's not our fault, Professor," Ron said. "The instructions were unclear." Unclear? Snape's lip curled. "Perhaps you should have paid more attention to the demonstration. 20 points from Gryffindor. And you will both stay after class to clean up this mess." "But Professor," Harry started. 20 points more, Potter, if you don't stop arguing." Pansy watched Harry's face flush with anger, watched him clench his fists at his sides. She could see how badly he wanted to argue, to defend himself, to protest the injustice of the punishment. But he held back, swallowing his pride in a way that she knew cost him dearly. He's used to being punished for things he didn't do, she thought. Used to being blamed, accused, treated unfairly. And he just takes it. He doesn't fight back, The thought made her heart ache. She went back to her potion, stirring mechanically, her mind working furiously. She needed to help him, but she couldn't do it openly. She couldn't risk anyone seeing her defend Harry Potter, couldn't risk the rumors that would surely follow. But there was another way. A way that would keep her identity secret while still helping him. The next day, Pansy put her plan into action. She had stolen a piece of parchment from the library, old and yellowed, impossible to trace, and she had written a message in her neatest handwriting, using a spell that would make the letter anonymous. "Harry Potter," the message read. "I know you're being blamed for the attacks. I know you didn't do it. Be careful. There are people in the castle who want to see you fail. Don't trust anyone who seems too eager to help you, **. She signed the letter with a simple initial, **P**, and then she folded it carefully, sealed it with a spell that would prevent it from being opened by anyone except its intended recipient, and sent it to Harry via the enchanted mirror she had hidden in her dormitory. She did not expect a response. She did not want a response. She just wanted Harry to know that someone believed in him, that someone thought he was innocent, that someone was watching out for him. The next day, she saw Harry in the Great Hall, and she saw him pull the letter from his pocket and read it again. His expression was confused, wary, but there was something else there too, something that looked almost like hope. He doesn't know who sent it, Pansy thought. He doesn't know it was me. And he never will, It was for the best. The longer she kept her secret, the safer she was. And the safer she was, the more she could help him. But keeping her secret was harder than she had expected. As the weeks passed, Pansy found herself growing more and more attached to Harry Potter. She could not stop thinking about him, could not stop watching him, could not stop wanting to protect him. Every time she saw him in the corridors, every time she heard his voice in the great hall, every time she caught a glimpse of his messy hair and his round glasses, her heart would skip a beat. And every time she saw someone mock him, or accuse him, or treat him like a monster, she felt a hot, fierce anger that threatened to consume her. She was in the Slytherin common room one evening when Draco made a particularly cruel comment about Harry's Parseltongue abilities. "The Potter boy's a freak," Draco said, lounging in his favorite armchair. "Speaking to snakes, of all things. My father says it's a sure sign of dark magic. Says it's only a matter of time before the boy shows his true colors." Pansy felt her jaw clench. "You don't know that," she said, before she could stop herself. Draco's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Pansy said carefully, forcing herself to sound calm, "that Parseltongue isn't necessarily dark magic. It's just, unusual. And unusual isn't the same as evil." There was a moment of shocked silence. Then Draco laughed, a harsh, brittle sound that made the other Slytherins in the room shift uncomfortably. "Listen to you," he said, shaking his head. "Defending the boy who lived. My father was right about you Parkinsons, always hedging your bets, never committing to anything." Pansy felt her face flush with embarrassment and anger. "I'm not defending anyone," she said. "I'm just saying that we should wait for more information before we jump to conclusions." "Conclusion's pretty clear to me," Draco said. "Potter's a dark wizard, and eventually he's going to show it. The only question is whether we'll be clever enough to be on the right side when he does." The conversation moved on, but Pansy could feel Draco's eyes on her for the rest of the evening. She had said too much, revealed too much. She would have to be more careful in the future. But even as she resolved to guard her tongue, she knew that her feelings for Harry Potter were only growing stronger. The more she watched him, the more she saw the kindness and courage that lay beneath his quiet exterior. And the more she saw that, the more she wanted to protect him. "I'm going to ruin everything," she thought. "I'm going to lose my family, my friends, my entire future, all because of a boy who doesn't even know I exist." But she could not stop. She was past the point of stopping. The attack on Hermione Granger was devastating. Pansy heard the news as it spread through the castle. A monster had petrified Harry Potter's best friend, the brilliant Muggle-born girl who had always been a thorn in the Slytherin side. She felt a cold chill run down her spine as the details emerged. Hermione had been found near the library, a mirror clutched in her hand, her body frozen and rigid as stone. She knew what that mirror meant. Hermione had figured it out. She had discovered the secret of the Chamber of Secrets, of the basilisk, of the monster that was attacking the students. And she had paid the price for her knowledge. Pansy was supposed to be relieved. Hermione Granger was a Muggle-born, an enemy of everything the Parkinson family stood for. Her petrification was a victory for the pure-blood cause, a sign that the heir of Slytherin was doing what they were supposed to do. But Pansy didn't feel relieved. She felt angry, scared, heartbroken. Hermione was Harry's friend, one of the few people who had ever shown him kindness. And now she was lying in the hospital wing, frozen and helpless, the victim of a monster that Harry was being blamed for releasing. She had to help him. She had to do something. That night, she wrote another anonymous letter. "Harry," she wrote. I know you're worried about Hermione. I know you're trying to figure out who the heir of Slytherin is. Be careful. The monster is real, and it's more dangerous than you think. But don't give up. Hermione wouldn't want you to give up. And neither would I, *. She sealed the letter and sent it through the enchanted mirror, her heart pounding with fear and hope. She didn't expect a response. She never expected a response. But this time, she got one. The message came through the mirror the next morning, appearing in the reflection while Pansy was brushing her hair. "Who are you?" the message read. "Why are you helping me?" Pansy stared at the words, her heart racing. Harry had responded. He was asking questions, trying to figure out who was sending the letters. And she had to decide what to say. She thought about it for a long moment. She could tell him the truth, could reveal her identity and everything she felt. But that was too dangerous, too risky. If anyone found out that Pansy Parkinson was secretly helping Harry Potter, she would be ruined. Her family would disown her, her friends would abandon her, and she would lose everything she had ever known. But she couldn't lie to him either. She couldn't pretend to be someone she wasn't, couldn't hide behind a mask of anonymity forever. Finally, she wrote a reply. "Someone who believes in you," she wrote. Someone who knows that you're not the monster people think you are. Someone who wants to see you succeed, She paused, her quill hovering over the parchment. Then she added one more line. Someone who is watching over you. Always, She sent the message and waited, her heart pounding. Would he respond? Would he press for more information? Would he try to figure out who she was? But the mirror remained silent. Harry had not responded, and Pansy didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. It didn't matter. She had said what she needed to say. And now she would have to live with the consequences. The rest of the year was a blur of tension and fear. Pansy continued to watch Harry from a distance, continued to send him anonymous warnings, continued to feel her love for him grow stronger with each passing day. She watched him confront the basilisk, watched him rescue Ginny Weasley, watched him defeat the heir of Slytherin and prove once again that he was not the dark wizard everyone had accused him of being. She was proud of him. So proud that it hurt. At the end of year feast, Pansy sat at the Slytherin table, watching Harry receive his award for special services to the school. She saw the way his friends congratulated him, the way the Gryffindors cheered for him, the way the rest of the school looked at him with something that might have been respect. And she felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. He's not mine, she thought. He's never been mine, and he never will be. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that he's alive, that he's happy, that he's safe, She had done what she could. She had helped him, protected him, loved him from the shadows. And now the year was over, and she would have to go home to her family, go back to pretending to be the proper Parkinson which they expected her to be. But something had changed inside her. Something fundamental and permanent. The secret she had been hiding, the love she had been denying, was no longer a secret to herself. She was in love with Harry Potter. And she would do whatever it took to protect him. Even if it meant destroying everything she had ever known. Even if it meant betraying her family, her friends, her entire world. Even if it meant losing everything she had ever loved. She was ready. The train ride home was quieter than the year before. Pansy sat alone in her compartment, watching the countryside blur past, her mind full of thoughts of Harry Potter. She had spent the entire year watching him, protecting him, loving him from a distance. And now she was going home to a family that would never understand. I'll have to be more careful next year, she thought. I'll have to be smarter, more strategic. I can't let anyone suspect what I'm doing, But even as she planned her strategies, she knew that the game was becoming more dangerous. Voldemort was returning, she could feel it in the air, in the whispers of the adults, in the fear that seemed to be spreading through the wizarding world. And when he returned, everything would change. She would have to choose. Her family or Harry. Her future or her heart. The side of light or the side of darkness. And she already knew what her choice would be. The summer of 1993 was even worse than the one before. Pansy spent it at Parkinson Manor, listening to her parents discuss the political situation. With increasing alarm. The Dark Lord's followers were growing bolder, more organized, more aggressive. There were rumors of attacks on Muggleborns, of disappearances in the wizarding world, of a shadow war being fought beneath the surface of everyday life. And her parents were right in the middle of it. Lucius Malfoy has been in contact with some very important people, her father said one evening at dinner. He's been working to secure the minister's cooperation. Making sure that when the time comes, the ministry will be ready to support the right side. Pansy nodded, forcing herself to appear interested. But inside, she was screaming. They're planning to help Voldemort, she thought. Asterisk, my parents are planning to help Voldemort. And they want me to help them, asterisk. She had to get out. She had to escape the manor, escape her family's influence, escape the trap that was closing around her. But she had nowhere to go. She was only 12 years old, a child with no resources and no allies. She was trapped in the middle of a war she had not asked to join, and she had no idea how to escape. All she could do was survive. Watch, and wait, and prepare for the day when she would be forced to make a choice. And when that day came, she would be ready. September arrived at last, and Pansy boarded the Hogwarts Express with a mixture of relief and dread. She was going back to school, back to the only place that had ever felt like home. But she was also going back to a world that was becoming increasingly dangerous, increasingly divided, increasingly violent. She found a compartment and settled in, her trunk stored above her head, her wand clutched in her hand. She was alone for the first time since leaving the manor, and the solitude was a relief. She could finally think without the constant pressure of her parents' expectations. What am I going to do, she thought. How am I going to protect Harry this year? She didn't have an answer. But as the train pulled out of King's Cross and began its journey north, she made a silent vow. Whatever happened this year, she would do whatever it took to keep Harry Potter safe. Even if it meant betraying her family. Even if it meant sacrificing her own life. She was a Parkinson, and Parkinsons did what they had to do to survive. But this time, survival meant something different. This time, survival meant choosing love over duty, heart over hate, hope over despair. And Pansy Parkinson was ready to make that choice. The new term began with rumors of escape and danger. Pansy heard whispers about Sirius Black, the notorious dark wizard who had betrayed Harry's parents and was now on the loose, hunting for the boy who lived. She heard Harry's name spoken in hushed tones, heard people wonder whether he would survive the year. She knew the truth, of course. She had read the articles, studied the reports, pieced together the story from the fragments of information that came her way. Sirius Black was not hunting Harry, he was trying to protect him. But the ministry had convinced everyone otherwise, had turned the public against Harry, had left him isolated and afraid. I have to help him, Pansy thought. I have to find a way to let him know that someone believes in him. She wrote another anonymous letter, her third since the start of the year. Harry, she wrote. Asterisk, I know what they're saying about Sirius Black. I know you're scared. But don't give up. Don't let them win. You are stronger than you know, braver than you believe. And you are not alone, asterisk. She sealed the letter and sent it through the mirror, her heart pounding with fear and hope. She didn't know if he would respond. She didn't know if he would even read it. But she had to try. She had to keep trying, keep believing, keep hoping. Because that was all she had left. Chapter 3, the first time she helps him. The winter of 1993 descended upon Hogwarts like a shroud. The castle, normally a place of warmth and magic, felt cold. And foreboding, as though the very stones were bracing for something terrible. Pansy felt it in her bones, that creeping sense of dread that had been building since the start of term. Something was coming. Something dark. She found herself watching Harry Potter more intently than ever. He seemed thinner than usual, more drawn, his green eyes shadowed with exhaustion and worry. The rumors about Sirius Black had taken their toll on him, and Pansy could see the fear lurking behind his carefully maintained composure. He was afraid, and he was trying not to show it. He's afraid of losing the people he loves, she thought. Asterisk of being abandoned again. Of being alone, asterisk. She understood that fear better than she wanted to admit. It was a Thursday evening in late November when everything changed. Pansy was in the Slytherin common room, pretending to read a book on advanced defensive magic while Draco held court nearby. He was recounting some story about his father's latest political triumph, his voice carrying the same smug self-satisfaction it always did when he was talking about Lucius Malfoy. And father said the minister was practically begging for his advice. Begging, can you imagine? The Minister of Magic, coming to a Malfoy for guidance. Draco laughed, and the sound was brittle and sharp. Of course, father was only too happy to oblige. He's always been a generous man, willing to share his wisdom with those who need it. Pansy nodded along, her face carefully neutral. Inside, she was seething. She had heard the rumors about what Lucius Malfoy was really doing, not sharing wisdom, but building alliances. Securing favors. Positioning himself for the coming war. And Draco was too blinded by his family's wealth and influence to see what was really happening. She was about to excuse herself when she heard something that made her blood run cold. And the Potter boy will get what's coming to him, mark my words, Draco was saying, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. My father says Sirius Black is only the beginning. There are others, old allies of the Dark Lord, who are watching. Waiting. And when the time is right, they'll strike. Pansy's heart seized. What do you mean? She asked, trying to keep her voice casual. What others? Draco looked at her, and for a moment, something flickered in his eyes, suspicion, perhaps, or curiosity. Why do you care, Parkinson? I don't, she said quickly. I'm just curious. You make it sound like there's some kind of grand plan. I'd like to know if I should be worried about my own safety. Draco's expression softened slightly. He was always more willing to share information when he thought it made him look important. There's no need to worry about your safety, he said. You're a pure blood, a Parkinson. The Dark Lord's followers know how to distinguish between their enemies and their allies. The Potter boy, on the other hand. He smiled, a cruel curve of his lips. Let's just say there are those who would be very pleased to see him eliminated. Pansy felt sick. Eliminated? Don't be naive, Pansy. You know how the world works. The Potter boy is a symbol, a rallying point for everyone who opposes the old ways. As long as he's alive, he represents hope for the blood traders and the Muggle lovers. But if he were to die? Draco shrugged. Well, there are plenty of people who would celebrate his demise. Pansy opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. She was too horrified, too angry, too afraid. Draco was talking about murder, about the assassination of a 14-year-old boy, as casually as he might discuss the weather. And he expected her to agree with him, to celebrate the death of the person she loved most in the world. I have to warn him, she thought. I have to find a way to tell him that there's a plot against his life. But how? She couldn't reveal herself, couldn't risk the consequences of exposure. But she also couldn't stand by and let Harry Potter be murdered without doing everything in her power to stop it. She made her excuses a few minutes later, claiming a headache, and retreated to her dormitory. She lay on her bed, staring up at the green canopy, her mind racing. There's a plan to kill him, she thought. Asterisk a real plan, with real people behind it. And I don't know who they are, or when they'll strike, or how to stop them, asterisk. She had never felt so helpless. The next morning, Pansy began her investigation. She started by watching Draco more closely, noting every conversation he had, every letter he received, every person he met with in secret. She followed him through the corridors when she could, listened to his conversations when he didn't know she was there. She became a shadow, invisible and silent, always watching, always listening. It was exhausting work, and it made her feel unclean. She was spying on her own friends, betraying the trust of the people who had accepted her into their circle. But she couldn't stop. She had to protect Harry, no matter what it cost. After 2 weeks of surveillance, she finally got a lead. It was late in the evening, and Pansy had been pretending to study in the common room while Draco talked with some of the older Slytherins. Their voices were low, but she could just make out the words. "The Shrieking Shack," one of the older boys was saying. "He's going to be there on the next full moon. There's no way he'll survive the night. And who's going to make sure he gets there?" Draco asked, and his voice was eager, hungry. "We've got someone inside the Gryffindor common room. A contact. They're going to plant a message, make it seem like the Potter boy is needed there. He's too noble not to go, too heroic to ignore a cry for help. And when he walks into the shack." The older boy laughed, a sound that made Pansy's skin crawl. "Let's just say the werewolf will take care of the rest." Werewolf, Pansy thought, and her blood turned to ice. Asterisk, they're going to lure Harry into a trap with a werewolf, asterisk. She knew exactly where the Shrieking Shack was. Everyone knew the stories about the most haunted building in Hogsmeade, the place where something terrible lurked in the shadows. And now she understood, it wasn't haunted. It was a prison, a cage for a monster. And someone was planning to unleash that monster on Harry Potter. She had to stop them. She had to warn Harry before it was too late. But she couldn't do it openly. She couldn't walk up to him in the Great Hall and tell him that there was a plot to feed him to a werewolf. He would never believe her, not coming from a Slytherin. He would think it was some kind of trick. She had to find another way. The full moon was 3 nights away. Pansy had 3 nights to figure out how to save Harry Potter's life. She spent the first night in a state of frantic planning. She went over every possible option, every potential strategy, trying to find a way to warn Harry without revealing her identity. But every approach had its risks, its potential for disaster. She could send another anonymous letter, but the timing was uncertain. Would the letter reach Harry in time? Would he even believe it? He had been receiving anonymous warnings all year, and while he seemed to appreciate them, he had never acted on them in any concrete way. She could go to a teacher, but which one? Dumbledore would probably believe her, but she couldn't risk the headmaster's attention. She was a Parkinson, the daughter of a family with dark leanings. If Dumbledore started investigating her, she would be exposed. She could confront the Slytherins directly, but that would be suicide. They would turn on her in an instant, would destroy her reputation and probably her life. She couldn't risk that, not when Harry still needed her. She was pacing the floor of her dormitory, her mind racing, when a sudden thought struck her. Asterisk, the full moon is in 3 nights. The Shrieking Shack is guarded by the Whomping Willow. And the only way to get past the willow is to press the knot on the trunk, asterisk. She knew about the willow's secret because she had overheard the Marauders talking about it during their time at Hogwarts. The story had become something of a legend among Slytherins, how 4 Gryffindor boys had discovered the secret of the Whomping Willow and used it to sneak into Hogsmeade. The knot on the trunk was the key, the way to freeze the tree's movements and slip past its branches. If she could get to Harry before the full moon, she could show him the knot, tell him how to freeze the willow, and warn him not to enter the shack no matter what. But there was still the problem of how to communicate with him. She couldn't just walk up to him and start giving him advice. He would never trust her. Unless. She thought about it for a long moment, turning the idea over in her mind. It was risky, incredibly risky. But it was also the only option she had. On the night before the full moon, Pansy wrote a note that would change everything. The note was simple, almost cryptic. Asterisk, the Whomping Willow guards the entrance to the Shrieking Shack. Press the knot on the trunk to freeze the branches. There's something in the shack that wants to hurt you. Don't go there on the full moon. Trust this message, asterisk. She sent it through the enchanted mirror, as she had sent all her previous messages, and she waited. An hour passed. 2 hours. She was beginning to think Harry wouldn't respond when the mirror flickered and his words appeared. Asterisk, who are you? How do you know about the willow? Asterisk. Pansy's heart raced. She had to be careful. She had to give him just enough information to trust her, but not enough to reveal her identity. I'm someone who's been watching over you for a long time, she wrote. Asterisk, I know things about Hogwarts that most students don't. And I know that someone is planning to hurt you on the night of the full moon. Please, Harry. Don't go to the Shrieking Shack. Don't trust anyone. Who tells you to go there? Asterisk. There was a long pause. Pansy could imagine Harry reading the message, his brow furrowed in confusion. She could imagine him wondering who she was, why she was helping him, what she wanted in return. Why should I trust you? He wrote finally. How do I know this isn't a trap? Pansy felt a pang of anguish. Of course he would think it was a trap. He had been betrayed so many times, by so many people, that trust had become almost impossible for him. How could she make him believe that she was telling the truth, that she only wanted to help him? She thought about it for a long moment. Then she wrote. Asterisk, because I've been protecting you since your first year. I warned you about the third-floor corridor when the older Slytherins were planning to lure you there. I sent you messages when people were spreading lies about you. I've been watching over you, Harry, from the very beginning. And I've never wanted anything from you except for you to survive, asterisk. She sent the message and held her breath. The mirror flickered, and Harry's words appeared. Asterisk, the third-floor corridor. That was you, asterisk. Yes, Pansy wrote. Asterisk, it was me. I threw a stone to distract you and your friends. I've been helping you ever since, asterisk. The pause was longer this time. Pansy could almost hear Harry thinking, could almost see him trying to process what she was telling him. He had been receiving anonymous help for years, and now he finally knew who was behind it. Who are you? He wrote again. Asterisk, please. I need to know, asterisk. Pansy hesitated. If she told him the truth, everything would change. He would know that a Slytherin had been helping him, had been protecting him all this time. And he would probably never trust her again. But if she didn't tell him, he might not believe her warning. He might walk into the trap and be killed. I'm someone who cares about you, she wrote, her heart pounding. Asterisk, I'm someone who's been watching you for years. I'm someone who would do anything to keep you safe. But I can't tell you who I am. Not yet. If anyone knew, I'd be in terrible danger. And then I wouldn't be able to help you anymore, asterisk. She paused, then added. Asterisk, please, Harry. I know you don't have any reason to trust me. But I'm begging you. Don't go to the Shrieking Shack on the full moon. Promise me, asterisk. The minutes stretched on, agonizingly slow. Pansy stared at the mirror, her hands shaking, her heart racing. Had she said too much? Had she revealed too much? Would Harry trust her, or would he dismiss her warning as the trick of an enemy? Finally, the mirror flickered again. I promise, Harry wrote. Asterisk, I won't go to the Shrieking Shack. But I need to know who you are. Someday. When it's safe, asterisk. Pansy felt a sob of relief escape her throat. He believed her. He actually believed her. Someday, she wrote back. Asterisk, I promise. When it's safe, I'll tell you everything. But for now, just trust me. And stay alive, asterisk. She closed the mirror and collapsed onto her bed, her body shaking with the force of her emotions. She had done it. She had warned him, and he had listened. He was going to be safe. But even as the relief washed over her, she knew that this was only the beginning. There would be more threats, more dangers, more plots against Harry's life. And she would be there to stop them, every time. Because she loved him. She loved him more than she had ever loved anyone or anything in her life. And she would do whatever it took to keep him safe. Even if it meant sacrificing everything she had ever known. Even if it meant destroying herself. The full moon passed without incident. Harry didn't go to the Shrieking Shack. The trap was never sprung, and the people who had planned it were left confused and frustrated. Pansy heard Draco complaining about it in the common room, heard the bitterness in his voice when he muttered about Potter's luck and interference. She smiled to herself and said nothing. But she knew that she couldn't stop watching. She couldn't stop protecting. The war was coming, and Harry Potter was at the center of it. She had to be ready. The spring term brought new dangers. The whispers about Sirius Black grew louder, more urgent. There were rumors that the escaped convict had been spotted near Hogwarts, that he was planning something terrible. Pansy watched Harry's face grow more and more strained, saw the shadows under his eyes deepen as the stress took its toll on him. She wanted to help him. She wanted to find a way to let him know that Sirius Black wasn't his enemy, that the truth was something far more complicated. But she couldn't risk revealing herself, not when the situation was so dangerous. Instead, she did what she always did, she watched. She waited. And she was ready when the moment came. It was the night of the final Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the match that would decide the championship. Pansy sat in the stands, wrapped in her Slytherin scarf, watching Harry circle the pitch on his firebolt. He was magnificent in the air, all grace and power, his green eyes blazing with determination. She wanted him to win. She wanted him to be happy, to have something good in his life, to know what it felt like to succeed. But she also knew that the Slytherin team had been making plans, that they were determined to win at any cost. She didn't know the details of their plan. She only knew that something bad was going to happen, that Draco and the other Slytherins had been whispering together for weeks, that they were confident they would triumph no matter what. She was on the edge of her seat, watching the match unfold, when it happened. A swarm of Dementors descended on the pitch, their ragged cloaks streaming behind them, their cold fingers reaching toward Harry. Pansy watched in horror as he fell from his broom, plummeting toward the ground, his body limp and unconscious. She screamed. She couldn't help it. The sound tore from her throat, raw and primal. A cry of pure terror. She had never been so afraid in her life. But even as the Dementors closed in on Harry, even as the crowd screamed and chaos erupted around her, Pansy was already moving. She was running down the stairs, pushing through the crowds, desperate to reach him. He can't die, she thought. Asterisk, he can't die. I won't let him die, asterisk. She reached the pitch just as Dumbledore was casting a Patronus, a silvery light that drove the Dementors back. Harry was lying on the ground, his face pale, his eyes closed. He was still alive, she could see his chest rising and falling, but he wasn't moving. Pansy pushed through the crowd, desperate to reach him, but someone grabbed her arm and held her back. What do you think you're doing? A voice hissed in her ear. It was Draco, his face twisted with anger. Don't you dare go near him, Parkinson. Don't you dare. Pansy struggled against his grip. Let me go. I have to. You have to what? Help him. Draco's laugh was bitter and cruel. Why would you want to help him? He's the enemy, Pansy. Our enemy. Or have you forgotten that? Pansy stopped struggling. She looked at Draco, and for the first time, she saw him for what he really was. A bully. A coward. A child who had been taught to hate and never taught to love. I haven't forgotten anything, she said quietly. I know exactly who he is. And that's why I have to help him. She pulled her arm free and walked away, leaving Draco standing in the middle of the crowd, his mouth open in shock. By the time Pansy reached Harry, he was already being carried off the pitch by his friends. She followed at a distance, watching as they took him to the hospital wing, watching as Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, watching as he slowly regained consciousness. She stayed in the shadows, hidden, unseen. She couldn't reveal herself, couldn't let anyone know that she was there. But she had to see him with her own eyes, had to know that he was safe. He's alive, she thought. He's alive, and he's going to be okay. That's all that matters, But even as the relief washed over her, she knew that something had changed. She had helped him openly, in front of witnesses. She had revealed herself to Draco, had shown him that she cared about Harry Potter more than she cared about Slytherin loyalty. The secret was no longer safe. And that meant that everything was going to change. The next day, Pansy faced the consequences of her actions. Draco confronted her in the common room, his face a mask of cold fury. You helped him, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. You helped the Potter boy. After everything I've done for you, after everything my family has done for yours, you betrayed us. Pansy met his gaze without flinching. I didn't betray anyone. I couldn't let him die. Not like that. Why not? Draco's voice was shaking with anger. Why do you care what happens to him? He's a half-blood, a Gryffindor, the enemy of everything we believe in. Why would you risk everything for someone like him? Pansy opened her mouth to respond, but no words came. How could she explain the inexplicable? How could she tell Draco that she loved Harry Potter, that she had loved him for years, that she would rather die than let him be hurt? She couldn't. She couldn't explain, and even if she could, Draco would never understand. Because I have to, she said finally. I can't tell you why, Draco. I can only tell you that I had no choice. And if I had to do it again, I would. Draco stared at her for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, and Pansy knew that she had just lost her oldest friend. It hurt more than she had expected it to. But even as the pain washed over her, she knew that she had made the right choice. She had saved Harry's life. She had protected the person she loved most in the world. And that was worth everything. The rest of the year was a blur of tension and fear. Pansy kept her distance from Draco, avoiding him whenever possible. The other Slytherins seemed to sense that something had changed between them, and they treated her with a wariness she hadn't experienced before. She was alone now. Truly alone. But she didn't mind. She had never really belonged to Slytherin anyway, had never really been one of them. She had been pretending for so long that she had almost forgotten who she really was. The end-of-year feast came, and Pansy watched Harry receive his Quidditch trophy, watched him smile and wave at his friends. She felt a warmth in her chest, a swelling of pride that he was alive and happy and safe. She didn't know what the next year would bring. She didn't know if she would be able to keep protecting him, keep watching over him from the shadows. But she knew one thing for certain, she would never stop loving him. She would never stop fighting for him. She would never stop being the girl who watched Harry Potter from the darkness, always ready to save him when he needed it most. The train ride home was lonely. Pansy sat alone in her compartment, watching the countryside blur past, her mind full of thoughts of Harry. She had done what she could. She had saved him, protected him, loved him from the shadows. And now she was going home to a family that would never understand. I'll have to be more careful next year, she thought. I'll have to be smarter, more strategic. I can't let anyone suspect what I'm doing, But even as she planned her strategies, she knew that the game was becoming more dangerous. Voldemort was returning, she could feel it in the air, in the whispers of the adults, in the fear that seemed to be spreading through the wizarding world. And when he returned, everything would change. She would have to choose. Her family or Harry. Her future or her heart. The side of light or the side of darkness. And she already knew what her choice would be. The summer of 1994 was the worst yet. Pansy spent it at Parkinson Manor, listening to her parents discuss the preparations for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. The tournament was being held in Britain, and there was a lot of political maneuvering behind the scenes. The ministry wanted to use the event to show that the wizarding world was united and strong, but the whispers of dark activity were growing louder every day. She heard her father mention the Triwizard Tournament, heard him talk about how important it was for Hogwarts to win, how the Parkinson family's reputation depended on it. She heard him talk about Harry Potter, about how dangerous the boy was, how he represented everything that was wrong with the wizarding world. And she felt the familiar ache in her chest, the love that she could never show, the feelings that would destroy her if she ever revealed them. She was 14 years old, and she had been in love with Harry Potter for 3 years. 3 years of watching, waiting, protecting. 3 years of secrets and lies and hidden feelings. 3 years of fighting for someone who didn't even know she existed. And she would do it all over again. She would do it 100 times, 1,000 times, if it meant keeping him safe. Because that's what love was. Not the romantic love she had read about in books, not the passionate love her parents had never shown each other. It was something deeper, something stronger, something that could survive any obstacle. It was the love of a girl who had nothing, who was nothing, who would give everything to save the boy she adored. And it was enough. It had to be enough. Chapter 4, Years of Hidden Feelings. The Quidditch World Cup was everything Pansy had expected and nothing she had wanted. She sat in the top box with her parents, wearing robes of emerald silk that matched the Parkinson family crest embroidered on her chest. Around her, the elite of the wizarding world mingled and preened, their voices a constant buzz of political gossip and social maneuvering. The Minister of Magic was there, shaking hands and kissing cheeks, his smile as fixed and false as a painted mask. Lucius Malfoy was there too, his silver-tipped cane tapping against the wooden floor, his cold grey eyes sweeping over the crowd with the contempt of a man who believed himself superior to everyone he saw. And Harry Potter was there. Pansy had spotted him the moment he arrived, her eyes drawn to him as though by an invisible thread. He was with the Weasleys, looking uncomfortable in his muggle clothes, his dark hair messier than ever. He was laughing at something Ron said, and the sound of it made Pansy's heart ache with a familiar, bittersweet longing. He's so beautiful, she thought. So alive. So full of light, She forced herself to look away, to focus on the conversation her parents were having with the Malfoys. But her eyes kept drifting back to Harry, watching him move through the crowd, watching him interact with his friends. She saw him talk to Hermione Granger, saw the easy affection between them, and felt a pang of jealousy so sharp it nearly took her breath away. He loves her, she thought. He doesn't know it yet, but he loves her. And she loves him. They're going to be together, and I'm never going to have a chance, The thought was like a knife in her chest, but she forced herself to push it aside. She couldn't afford to be jealous, couldn't afford to let her feelings cloud her judgment. Harry Potter was in danger, and she had to protect him. That was all that mattered. The World Cup itself was a blur of noise and color. Pansy watched the Irish and Bulgarian teams battle it out in the sky, their brooms streaking across the night like shooting stars. She cheered when Crumb caught the snitch, even though Bulgaria lost, because everyone else was cheering too. She smiled and laughed and played the part of the proper pure-blood witch, all while her heart was screaming with the agony of unrequited love. After the match, there was chaos. Death Eaters attacked the campsite, their masked faces appearing in the darkness like specters from a nightmare. Pansy watched in horror as they tortured a Muggle family, their cruel laughter echoing through the night. She saw Harry running toward the chaos, his wand raised, his face set with determination. No, she thought. No, no, no. Don't go there. You'll be killed, She tried to move toward him, to warn him, but her mother grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Stay here, Camilla hissed. It's not safe. We're leaving. But I have to. You have to do nothing except what you're told. Come. Pansy watched helplessly as Harry disappeared into the darkness, her heart pounding with fear. She couldn't follow him. She couldn't help him. She was trapped, held captive by her family's expectations, forced to watch the boy she loved walk into danger without being able to do anything about it. The journey back to Parkinson Manor was a blur of silence and terror. Pansy sat in the carriage, staring out the window at the passing darkness, and she made a vow. I will never be helpless again, she thought. I will never let anyone stop me from protecting him. Not my parents, not the Malfoys, not anyone. I will find a way to be strong enough to save him, no matter what it costs. The vow burned in her heart like a flame, and she held on to it with everything she had. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the start of term feast, and Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. She knew what this meant: danger, excitement, and the very real possibility that Harry Potter would be in the middle of it all. He's going to be chosen, she thought. I don't know how or why, but he's going to be chosen. And then he's going to have to face 3 impossible tasks, and I won't be able to protect him. The thought made her feel sick. She watched Harry throughout the feast, saw the way he flinched when the champions' names were announced, saw the relief on his face when he realized he had been overlooked. She knew it wouldn't last. She knew that somehow, some way, Harry Potter would end up in the tournament, and then everything would change. She was right. The next day, the Great Hall erupted in chaos when Harry's name emerged from the Goblet of Fire. Pansy heard the accusations, the anger, the disbelief. She saw the way Harry paled, the way he shook his head, the way he looked around the room as if searching for someone to believe him. I believe you, she thought. I believe you, Harry. You didn't put your name in that goblet. Someone is trying to hurt you, and I'm going to find out who. But even as the determination filled her, she knew that she was facing something bigger than anything she had ever encountered. The Triwizard Tournament was a death sentence, and someone had deliberately entered Harry's name to make sure he didn't survive it. She had to find out who. And she had to stop them. The weeks that followed were a nightmare. Pansy watched Harry struggle with the first task, her heart in her throat as he faced the Hungarian Horntail. She saw him fly through the air on his firebolt, dodging flames and claws, and she wanted to scream with terror and pride. He was magnificent, brave, everything she had ever known he could be. And then the second task came, and Pansy realized with horror that something was terribly wrong. She was sitting in the stands, watching the Black Lake churn and swirl, when she saw the champions emerge from the depths. Cedric Diggory had Cho Chang. Fleur Delacour had her little sister. Victor Crumb had Hermione Granger. But Harry had no one. He surfaced alone, gasping for breath, his face pale with exhaustion. He had been the last to emerge, the only one who hadn't managed to rescue anyone. And Pansy knew, with a sickening certainty, that something had gone wrong. He was supposed to rescue someone, she thought. The task required him to rescue someone. But he came back alone. That means someone was supposed to be there, and they weren't. She thought about the accusations against Harry, the people who believed he had cheated to enter the tournament. She thought about the Slytherins who had been whispering about him, who had been plotting against him since the moment his name had emerged from the goblet. And she realized, with a chill that went straight to her bones, that someone had deliberately sabotaged Harry's task. Someone had made sure that he would fail. She had to find out who. And she had to stop them. The investigation took weeks. Pansy watched everyone, studied everyone, listened to every conversation she could. She followed the Slytherins, the Durmstrang students, the Beauxbatons delegates. She watched the professors, the ministry officials, the visiting dignitaries. And finally, she found a lead. It was a conversation she overheard in the library, late one night. 2 older Slytherins were whispering in the restricted section, their voices low and conspiratorial. The Dark Lord wants the Potter boy eliminated, one of them said. It's a priority. He's become too much of a symbol, too much of a threat. And the tournament is the perfect opportunity. How do we make sure it happens? The other asked. The third task. The maze. We've got people inside the ministry, people who can make sure the obstacles are adjusted. And we've got someone on the inside, someone who can make sure Potter doesn't make it out alive. Pansy's blood ran cold. She knew who they were talking about. She had heard the whispers about the defense against the dark arts professor, the one who seemed to hate Harry with a passion that went beyond professional rivalry. Barty Crouch Jr., she thought. Moody. It's him. He's the one who put Harry's name in the goblet. He's the one who's been sabotaging him all year, She had to warn Harry. She had to tell him that the professor was a Death Eater, that the maze was a trap, that he was walking into certain death. But how? How could she reveal the truth? Without revealing herself? The night before the third task, Pansy made her decision. She wrote a letter, the longest she had ever written, pouring out everything she knew. She told Harry about the Death Eaters, about the plot against him, about the professor who was really a servant of Voldemort. She told him to be careful, to trust no one, to fight with everything he had. And then, at the end, she wrote something that she had never written before. I know you don't know who I am. I know you don't trust me. But I'm begging you, Harry. Please. Survive. I couldn't bear it if you died. I couldn't bear to lose you, not when you mean everything to me, She signed it with a trembling hand, and then she sent it through the enchanted mirror. She waited for a response, her heart pounding. She didn't know if he would believe her. She didn't know if he would even read the letter. But she had to try. She had to do everything she could to save him. The mirror flickered, and Harry's words appeared. Who are you? Why do you care so much about me, Pansy hesitated. She wanted to tell him the truth. She wanted to say, I'm Pansy Parkinson, and I've loved you since I was 11 years old. I've watched you from the shadows, protected you when I could, and loved you with all my heart, but she couldn't. She couldn't reveal herself, not when the danger was so great. I care because you're worth caring about, she wrote. You're brave and kind and good, and the world would be a darker place without you. Please, Harry. Trust me. And stay alive, The mirror flickered one last time, and Harry's words appeared. I'll try. I promise. And when this is all over, I'll find you. I'll figure out who you are, and I'll thank you properly, Pansy closed the mirror, tears streaming down her face. I love you, Harry Potter, she thought. I love you more than I've ever loved anything in my life. And I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe, The third task was the longest night of Pansy's life. She stood in the stands, watching the maze rise from the ground, its walls towering and impenetrable. She watched the champions enter, one by one, their faces set with determination. She watched Harry walk into the darkness, and she prayed. Please, God. Please, Merlin. Please, anyone who's listening. Let him survive. Let him come back to me, The minutes stretched into hours. Pansy watched the maze, her heart pounding, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She heard the screams, the explosions, the sound of magic being used in ways that made her blood run cold. And then, finally, she saw him. Harry emerged from the maze, covered in blood and dirt, his face pale and exhausted. He was holding something, a trophy, the Triwizard Cup, and he was gasping for breath. But he was alive. He was alive. Pansy let out a sob of relief and collapsed against the railing, her legs unable to support her weight. He made it, she thought. He survived. He's alive, But even as the relief washed over her, she knew that something had changed. The tournament was over, but the war was just beginning. Voldemort had returned, she had seen it in the sky, in the dark mark that had appeared above the maze. And Harry Potter was at the center of it all. She had to be ready. She had to be strong. She had to protect him, no matter what it cost. The summer of 1995 was the worst yet. Pansy spent it at Parkinson Manor, listening to her parents plan for the coming war. The ministry was in denial, but the Death Eaters were growing bolder. Her father had taken to wearing a dark mark on his arm, hidden beneath his robes, and her mother talked openly about the new order that was coming. And Harry Potter was being vilified. The Daily Prophet had turned against him, calling him a liar and a madman. The ministry had launched a campaign to discredit him, to make the wizarding world believe that Voldemort had not returned. And Harry was alone, isolated, fighting a battle that no one else seemed willing to fight. I have to help him, Pansy thought. I have to find a way to reach him, to let him know that someone believes him. But she couldn't. She was trapped in Parkinson Manor, surrounded by her parents' allies, watched by the people who would destroy her if they knew the truth. She couldn't send messages, couldn't write letters, couldn't do anything that might reveal her identity. All she could do was wait. And hope. And pray that Harry Potter would survive the coming storm. The start of the new term was a nightmare. Pansy arrived at Hogwarts to find the castle transformed. The ministry had appointed a new defense against the dark arts professor, a woman named Dolores Umbridge, who seemed determined to turn the school into a prison. Educational decrees were posted on every wall, restricting the students' freedom and limiting their education. And Harry Potter was at the center of it all. Pansy watched Harry struggle against Umbridge's tyranny. She saw him form Dumbledore's army, saw him teach his fellow students the spells they would need to survive. She saw him fight, and she felt a fierce pride in his courage. He's not giving up, she thought. He's not backing down. He's fighting for what's right, even when everyone is against him. She wanted to join him. She wanted to stand beside him and fight. But she couldn't. She was a Parkinson, a Slytherin, the enemy. If she revealed herself, she would only make things worse. So she did what she always did, she watched from the shadows, and she waited for the moment when she could help. The moment came in February. Pansy was in the library, studying for her OWLS, when she heard a commotion from the corridor outside. She looked up to see Harry and a group of Gryffindors being led away by Umbridge's inquisitorial squad. Their faces were pale, their expressions defiant, and Pansy knew immediately what was happening. They've been caught, she thought. They're going to be punished. Maybe expelled. Maybe worse, She had to do something. She had to find a way to help them. She followed the group at a distance, keeping to the shadows. They were being taken to Umbridge's office, the place where the professor did her most terrible work. Pansy had heard the rumors about what happened in that office, the blood quills, the cruel punishments, the slow erosion of the student's will. She couldn't let Harry be subjected to that. She couldn't let him be hurt. She thought quickly, frantically, trying to come up with a plan. She could alert Dumbledore, but the headmaster was away from the castle. She could try to free them herself, but she was just one person, and the inquisitorial squad had numbers on their side. And then she had an idea. She slipped into a nearby classroom and pulled out her enchanted mirror. She wrote a quick message to Harry, the most urgent message she had ever sent. They're going to interrogate you in Umbridge's office. Don't tell them anything. Stall. Keep them talking. I'll find a way to help you, but I need time. She sent the message and waited, her heart pounding. She didn't know if Harry would see it. She didn't know if he would trust it. But she had to try. The minutes stretched on, agonizingly slow. Pansy paced the classroom, her mind racing. She had to do something, had to find a way to stop Umbridge from hurting Harry. And then she heard it, a commotion from the direction of Umbridge's office. Raised voices, the sound of spells being cast, and then the unmistakable noise of centaurs stampeding through the castle. The centaurs, Pansy thought, and she felt a surge of hope. Asterisk the Forbidden Forest. They're going to attack Umbridge, asterisk. She didn't know how Harry had done it. She didn't know how he had managed to summon the centaurs to the castle. But she knew that he was going to be okay. He was going to escape. And then, in the chaos, she saw something that made her blood run cold. Umbridge was fleeing the castle, her face twisted with terror. But she wasn't alone. She was dragging someone with her, someone small and slight, with dark hair and a familiar lightning bolt scar. Harry, Pansy thought. She's taken Harry. She followed them into the Forbidden Forest, her heart pounding. The centaurs were everywhere, their hooves thundering against the ground, their voices raised in angry shouts. Pansy ducked behind trees, staying out of sight, keeping her eyes fixed on Harry and Umbridge. She saw the centaurs confront Umbridge. She saw Harry slip away from her grasp, fleeing into the darkness of the forest. And she saw Umbridge being carried off by the centaurs, her screams fading into the distance. But Harry was gone. He had disappeared into the forest, alone and afraid. Pansy searched for him, her heart racing. She called his name in her mind, hoping he would hear her, hoping he would know that someone was looking for him. And then she found him. He was lying on the ground, unconscious, his face pale and still. The centaurs had apparently left him behind, believing him to be dead or dying. But Pansy knew better. She knew that he was alive, that he was fighting, that he would survive. She knelt beside him, her hands trembling. She wanted to touch him, to hold him, to tell him that everything was going to be okay. But she couldn't. She had to stay hidden, stay unknown, stay the secret guardian who protected him from the shadows. "I'm here," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I'm here, Harry. And I'm not going to leave you." She stayed with him until dawn, watching over him, keeping him safe. And when the centaurs finally returned to take him back to the castle, she slipped away into the shadows, unseen and unknown. She had saved him again. And that was all that mattered. The end of the year brought the final battle at the Department of Mysteries. Pansy heard about it from her parents, who were furious that Harry Potter had escaped the Death Eaters. Clutches once again. She heard about Sirius Black's death, and she felt a pang of grief for Harry, who had lost the last family member he had. He's alone now, she thought. Asterisk truly alone. No parents, no godfather, no one to protect him. He's going to need me more than ever, asterisk. She made a vow that night, a vow that she would never break. She would protect Harry Potter for the rest of her life. She would do whatever it took to keep him safe, even if it meant sacrificing everything she had ever known. Because she loved him. She loved him more than she had ever loved anything in her life. And love was stronger than fear, stronger than hate, stronger than anything the Dark Lord could throw at her. The war was coming. And Pansy Parkinson was ready to fight. The summer of 1996 was a time of preparation. Pansy spent it at Parkinson Manor, training in secret, honing her magical skills. She studied defensive spells, offensive spells, spells that could protect her from the darkest magic. She read every book she could find on the dark arts, learning how to defend against them, how to counteract them, how to survive them. And she watched Harry Potter from a distance, waiting for the moment when she would be needed. She saw him at the end of the summer, at the funeral of Albus Dumbledore. He looked older, sadder, more burdened than she had ever seen him. The weight of the world was on his shoulders, and he was bearing it alone. "I wish I could help you," she thought. Asterisk I wish I could take some of that weight off your shoulders. But I can't. Not yet. Not until the time is right, asterisk. The time was coming, though. She could feel it in the air, in the whispers of the Death Eaters, in the growing darkness that was spreading through the wizarding world. The final battle was approaching, and Harry Potter would be at the center of it. And when that moment came, Pansy would be there. She would stand beside him, fight beside him, die beside him if necessary. Because that was what love meant. That was what it meant to be the girl who watched Harry Potter, the girl who had loved him in secret for 6 long years. The war was coming. And Pansy Parkinson was ready to fight. Chapter 5, The Slytherin Civil War. The summer of 1996 was unlike any Pansy had ever known. The darkness that had been creeping through the wizarding world for years had finally burst into full bloom. Voldemort was no longer a whispered rumor or a denied threat, he was a reality, a terror that stalked the streets and haunted the dreams of every witch and wizard in Britain. The Daily Prophet had finally stopped pretending, its headlines screaming of attacks, disappearances, and the growing power of the Dark Lord's forces. And Pansy's family was right in the middle of it. Parkinson Manor had become a hub of Death Eater activity. Her father, Marcellus, had thrown himself into the cause with a fervor that bordered on fanatical. He hosted meetings in the drawing room, their walls enchanted against eavesdroppers, their floors warded against unwanted intruders. Pansy would lie awake at night, listening to the murmur of voices from below, catching fragments of conversation that made her blood run cold. The ministry is collapsing. Fudge has no idea what he's doing, and Scrimgeour is just as useless. The Potter boy is the key. The Dark Lord wants him alive, at least until we discover the secret of his power. The Order of the Phoenix is still active. We need to find their headquarters, eliminate them before they can organize. Pansy would press her pillow over her head, trying to block out the words. But they always found their way in, seeping through the cracks in her defenses like poison. She was 14 years old, and she was living in the heart of enemy territory. The first sign that something had shifted among the Slytherins at Hogwarts came during the start of term feast. Pansy sat at the Slytherin table, her eyes scanning the crowd for familiar faces. The house had always been a place of political maneuvering, but this year there was a new edge to the tension. The older students were more aggressive, more openly contemptuous of the other houses. There were whispers of dark marks, of family alliances, of loyalty to a cause that was no longer a secret. And Draco Malfoy was at the center of it all. Pansy watched him across the table, noticing the changes that had taken place over the summer. He was thinner, paler, more agitated. His eyes darted around the room with a nervous energy that hadn't been there before. He was constantly checking his left forearm, as though something was itching beneath the skin. He's been marked, Pansy thought, and the realization made her stomach turn. He's taken the dark mark. He's one of them now, Draco caught her looking, and for a moment, something flickered in his eyes, a mixture of defiance and shame that she had never seen before. Then he looked away, his jaw clenched, his expression hardening into the mask of arrogance he had worn since childhood. Pansy felt a pang of something that might have been pity. Draco had been her friend once, her closest ally in the treacherous world of Slytherin politics. He had been cruel and selfish, but he had also been loyal to those he considered his own. Now he was trapped in a web he couldn't escape, forced to serve a master who would destroy him without hesitation if he ever failed. We're all trapped, she thought. All of us. Trapped by our families, our names, our blood. The only difference is that some of us are fighting to break free, She looked across the great hall to the Gryffindor table, where Harry Potter was sitting with his friends. He looked tired, haunted, as though the weight of the world was crushing him. But he was still fighting, still refusing to give up, still standing against the darkness that threatened to consume everything. He's the only one who's free, Pansy thought. The only one who's chosen his own path, despite everything. And I'm going to help him, no matter what it costs, The feast continued around her, the noise and laughter of the students a stark contrast to the cold certainty in her heart. The war had begun. And there was no going back. The first months of term were a study in survival. Pansy navigated the treacherous waters of Slytherin politics with the skill of someone who had been doing it her entire life. She smiled at the right moments, laughed at the right jokes, said all the right things to maintain her position in the house hierarchy. But she was also watching, always watching, gathering information that might one day be useful. She watched Draco's descent into darkness with a growing sense of horror. He was obsessed with something, consumed by a mission that was slowly destroying him. He spent hours in the room of requirement, emerging pale and exhausted, his robes smelling of dark magic. He was clearly planning something that involved Harry Potter and the safety of Hogwarts. He's going to try to kill Dumbledore, Pansy realized one night, and the thought made her feel physically ill. Voldemort has ordered him to kill Dumbledore, and he's going to do it. He's going to try, and he's going to fail, and then he's going to be destroyed. She had to do something. She had to stop him, or at least warn someone who could stop him. But who could she tell? Dumbledore was the obvious choice, but she couldn't walk up to the headmaster and tell him that a Slytherin student was planning his murder. He would never believe her, not without proof. She could tell Harry. She could send him an anonymous warning, the same way she had been doing for years. But what would she say? Your enemy is planning to kill Dumbledore, and I'm pretty sure it's a suicide mission that will get everyone killed, including you. She needed more information. She needed to know exactly what Draco was planning, and how Harry fit into the equation. And so she did what she had done for years. She watched, and she waited, and she prepared for the moment when she would be needed. The Christmas holidays brought the first real test of Pansy's loyalty. She was at Parkinson Manor for the break, surrounded by Death Eaters and their families. Her parents had arranged a series of social events, designed to strengthen their alliances and demonstrate their commitment to the cause. Pansy attended them all, her face fixed in a smile that never reached her eyes. It was at one of these events that she saw something that made her blood run cold. She was standing in the corner of the ballroom, pretending to nurse a glass of punch, when she overheard a conversation between her father and a man she didn't recognize. The man was tall and thin, with a gaunt face and eyes that seemed to glow with a feverish intensity. He was wearing the dark robes of a Death Eater, and the dark mark on his arm was clearly visible. "The Dark Lord is pleased with your progress," the man said, his voice low and urgent. "The Parkinson family has been most helpful in securing the ministry's cooperation. But there is one thing that still concerns him." "And what is that?" Marcellus asked, his voice carefully neutral. "The Potter boy," the man said, and Pansy felt her heart stop. "The Dark Lord wants to know why your daughter seems so interested in his activities." "There have been reports, Marcellus. Whispers. People have noticed that Pansy spends an unusual amount of time watching the Potter boy. That she seems to defend him when others speak ill of him. That she has been seen in places where he is, following him like a shadow." Marcellus's face went pale. "That's absurd. My daughter is loyal to the cause. She has been raised to understand the importance of blood purity and the necessity of the Dark Lord's victory. And yet," the man said, his voice like a knife, "the reports persist. The Dark Lord wants to know if your daughter can be trusted. He wants assurance that she is not compromised." Marcellus was silent for a long moment. Then he said, his voice cold, "I will speak to her. I will ensure that she understands the consequences of any disloyalty. And I will provide the Dark Lord with whatever proof he requires." The man nodded, satisfied. "Good. The Dark Lord will be pleased. But remember, Marcellus, if your daughter proves to be a liability, the consequences will fall on you as well. The Parkinson family has much to lose, and the Dark Lord has little patience for those who cannot control their own households." They moved away, their conversation finished, and Pansy was left standing in the corner, her heart pounding so loudly she could barely hear her own thoughts. "They know," she realized. They know I've been watching Harry. They know I've been protecting him. And they're going to make an example of me if I don't stop. She had to be more careful. She had to find a way to protect Harry without revealing herself. But how? How could she keep him safe when the entire Death Eater network was watching her? She spent the rest of the holidays in a state of barely controlled panic. She attended the social events, smiled at the right moments, said all the right things. But inside, she was screaming. She was trapped, caught between her family's expectations and her own heart. And she knew, with a cold certainty, that she was going to have to make a choice. The choice came sooner than she expected. It was a cold February night, and Pansy was in the Slytherin common room, pretending to study for her OWLS. Draco was across the room, huddled with a group of older students, their voices low and urgent. Pansy couldn't hear what they were saying, but she could see the tension in their bodies, the urgency in their gestures. She knew something was about to happen. Something big. Something dangerous. She tried to get closer, to overhear the conversation, but Draco caught her eye and gave her a warning look. She backed off, pretending to be absorbed in her book, but her heart was racing. What are they planning, she thought. What are they going to do? She found out the next day. The news spread through the castle like wildfire. An attempt had been made on Dumbledore's life. Someone had tried to murder the headmaster, and Harry Potter had been involved. The details were sketchy, but the rumors were everywhere. Pansy listened to the whispers, her blood running cold. She heard about the poisoned mead, the cursed necklace, the plan that had gone wrong. She heard about Draco's involvement, about how he had been forced to attempt murder by Voldemort himself. And she heard about Harry, about how he had saved the headmaster's life. He's in danger, she thought. He's always in danger. But this time, it's different. This time, the Death Eaters are inside the castle. This time, they're not just plotting from the shadows. She had to do something. She had to find a way to protect Harry from the threat that was closing in on him. But how? How could she protect him when she didn't even know who the enemy was? The answer came in March, during a particularly tense meeting of the Slytherin hierarchy. Pansy was in the common room, trying to stay out of the way, when Draco called her over. His face was pale, his hands trembling, and his eyes were wild with something that looked like desperation. "I need you to help me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can't do this alone. I can't." Pansy stared at him, her heart pounding. "Help you with what?" "With the mission. The Dark Lord's mission. I have to." He stopped, his voice breaking. "I have to kill Dumbledore. He said he would kill my family if I failed. He said he would make sure everyone I loved died. I have no choice. I have to do it." Pansy felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Draco, you can't. You're just a boy. You can't kill the headmaster of Hogwarts." "I have no choice," Draco repeated, and his voice was hollow, empty. "I have no choice, Pansy. I'm going to die either way. But at least if I succeed, my family will be safe." Pansy looked at her friend, and for the first time, she saw him for what he really was, a terrified child, forced into an impossible situation by forces beyond his control. He was trying to be brave, trying to do what he thought was right. But he was also wrong. Horribly, catastrophically wrong. "Listen to me," she said, her voice urgent. "You don't have to do this. You can run. You can hide. You can go to the Order of the Phoenix and ask for protection. They would help you, Draco. They would understand." Draco laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "The Order of the Phoenix? They're the enemy, Pansy. They're the ones who are trying to stop the Dark Lord. They would never help me." "They would," Pansy said, and she knew she was telling the truth. "They would help anyone who wanted to turn against Voldemort. Even you." Draco stared at her, and for a moment, something flickered in his eyes, something that looked almost like hope. Then it disappeared, replaced by the familiar mask of arrogance. "I can't," he said. "I can't betray my family. I can't betray the Dark Lord. I'm a Malfoy. I have to do what's expected of me." He turned and walked away, leaving Pansy standing alone in the common room, her heart heavy with grief. He's going to die, she thought. He's going to try to kill Dumbledore, and he's going to fail, and he's going to die. And there's nothing I can do to stop him, But even as the despair washed over her, she knew that she had to try. She had to do everything in her power to save Draco, to save Harry, to save everyone who was being destroyed by this war. And the first step was to find a way to stop the assassination attempt. Pansy spent the next weeks in a state of frantic preparation. She watched Draco more closely than ever, following him through the castle, noting every meeting, every conversation, every suspicious activity. She discovered the room of requirement, the vanishing cabinet, the plan that was slowly taking shape. And she realized, with a chill of horror, that Draco was not working alone. There were others, Death Eaters inside the castle, disguised as students and professors. They were working together, planning the assassination, coordinating their efforts. And Harry Potter was going to be caught in the middle of it all. She had to warn him. She had to find a way to let him know what was coming. But the time for anonymous letters was over. The danger was too great, the threat too immediate. If she didn't act now, Harry would die. She made her decision on the night of the Quidditch match. The castle was empty, the students and staff gathered on the pitch to watch the final game of the season. Pansy knew that Draco had been planning something for this night, had been preparing for a moment when Dumbledore would be alone and vulnerable. She slipped away from the Slytherin stands, her heart pounding. She ran through the empty corridors, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She had to find Harry. She had to warn him. She found him in the entrance hall, just as Draco was descending from the tower. Pansy saw the hatred in Draco's eyes, saw the wand in his hand, saw the spells that were being cast, and she knew that she was too late. The battle had already begun. The fight was brutal, chaotic, terrifying. Pansy watched as Harry and Draco dueled, their spells flashing through the air. She saw Dumbledore arrive, saw him disarm Draco, saw him offer mercy to the boy who had tried to kill him. And then the Death Eaters arrived. Pansy threw herself into the shadows, her wand raised, ready to defend herself. She saw the masked figures descending on the tower, their spells flying in every direction. She saw Dumbledore fall, his body crumpling to the ground. And she saw Snape. "Severus," Dumbledore said, and his voice was calm, almost peaceful. "Please." Snape raised his wand, his face impassive. And then he cast the spell, the killing curse, and Pansy watched as the greatest wizard of her time fell to the ground, dead. She screamed. She couldn't help it. The sound tore from her throat, raw and primal. She had just watched a murder, the murder of the man who had been the symbol of everything good and right in the wizarding world. And she hadn't been able to stop it. She fled the tower, her mind reeling. She ran through the corridors, her heart pounding, her thoughts in chaos. She didn't know where she was going, didn't know what she was doing. All she knew was that everything had changed, that the world had just become a darker and more dangerous place. And Harry Potter was alone again. The aftermath was a blur of fear and grief. Pansy spent the next days in a state of shock, going through the motions of her daily life while her mind was elsewhere. She attended classes, ate meals, spoke to her housemates. But she was not really there. She was reliving the moment of Dumbledore's death, the flash of green light, the sound of the body hitting the ground. She was also thinking about Harry. She had seen him in the days after the attack, had seen the grief etched into his face like a permanent scar. He had lost his mentor, his protector, the only adult who had ever truly believed in him. And now he was alone, facing the coming war without the support he needed. I have to help him, she thought. I have to find a way to let him know that he's not alone. But she didn't know how. The castle was in chaos, the students terrified and uncertain. The Death Eaters were everywhere, and the ministry was in denial. There was no safe way to send a message, no way to reach Harry without exposing herself. All she could do was wait. And hope. And pray that he would survive. The end of the year came, and Pansy watched Harry leave Hogwarts with a heavy heart. She didn't know where he was going, didn't know what he was planning. But she knew that he was going to fight, going to do everything in his power to stop the darkness that was consuming the wizarding world. And she knew that she was going to join him. She spent the summer at Parkinson Manor, pretending to be the loyal daughter her parents expected. She attended the Death Eater meetings, smiled at the right moments, said all the right things. But all the while, she was planning. She had made a decision. The time for hiding was over. The time for watching from the shadows was done. She was going to find Harry Potter. She was going to tell him the truth about who she was and what she felt. And she was going to fight beside him, no matter what it cost. The war was coming. And Pansy Parkinson was ready to fight. But first, she had to survive the summer. Chapter 6, The Night Everything Changed. The summer of 1997 was a crucible. Pansy spent it at Parkinson Manor, surrounded by Death Eaters and their families, playing the role of the perfect pure-blood daughter while her heart screamed with the need to escape. Her parents had grown increasingly suspicious of her, watching her every move, questioning her every word. She could feel their eyes on her at all times, assessing, judging, waiting for her to make a mistake. She didn't make a mistake. She was too careful for that, too skilled at the art of deception. She smiled at the right moments, laughed at the right jokes, expressed the appropriate disdain for muggleborns and blood traders. She attended the meetings, nodded at the plans, and stored every piece of information she gathered in the secret vault of her mind. But the strain was beginning to show. She had lost weight, her cheekbones sharp and angular beneath her pale skin. Dark circles ringed her eyes, a testament to the sleepless nights she spent lying in her bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering if she would survive the war. I can't keep doing this, she thought. I can't keep pretending. I'm going to break. The breaking point came in mid-July. It was a warm evening, the air thick with the scent of roses from the manor's gardens. Pansy was in her room, trying to read a book on defensive magic, when her mother appeared in the doorway. Camilla Parkinson's face was a mask of cold fury, her eyes glittering with barely suppressed rage. Your father and I need to speak with you, she said, her voice clipped and hard. In the study. Now. Pansy's heart seized with fear. She had been expecting this moment, dreading it, preparing for it. But now that it was here, she felt completely unprepared. She followed her mother down the corridor to the study, her legs trembling beneath her. Her father was waiting inside, standing by the fireplace, his face pale and set. He was holding a piece of parchment, and Pansy recognized it immediately. My letters, she thought. My anonymous letters to Harry. They found them. How long? Marcellus Parkinson's voice was cold, flat, devoid of emotion. How long have you been betraying this family? Pansy opened her mouth to deny it, to lie, to do anything to save herself. But the words wouldn't come. She was tired, so tired, and the weight of her secrets was crushing her. Since my first year, she said, and her voice was steady, even though she was terrified. I've been watching over Harry Potter since the day I saw him on the train. Marcellus's face went white with rage. You've been protecting the Potter boy? The Dark Lord's greatest enemy? Our enemy? Yes, Pansy said, and she felt a strange sense of calm descend over her. I have. And I would do it again. I would do it 1,000 times. Her father crossed the room in 3 swift strides and struck her across the face. The blow sent her staggering backward, her cheek stinging with pain. She tasted blood in her mouth, felt her lips split open. You ungrateful, treacherous little witch, her father hissed. After everything we've done for you. After everything we've sacrificed. You throw it all away for the sake of a half-blood? A Gryffindor? The enemy of everything we believe in? "I love him," Pansy said, and the words came out in a whisper, raw and vulnerable. "I've loved him since I was 11 years old. I don't expect you to understand. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I won't pretend anymore. I won't lie about who I am." Her mother stepped forward, her face twisted with contempt. "You're a disgrace to this family. A stain on the Parkinson name. If the Dark Lord finds out about this, he'll destroy us all. Do you understand that? He'll kill us. He'll kill everyone we love. And it will be your fault." Pansy looked at her mother, and for the first time, she saw the woman for what she really was, a coward, a bully, someone who had sacrificed her own morals and her own children for the sake of power. "I understand," Pansy said quietly. "And I don't care." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Pansy watched her parents' faces shift from anger to shock to something that looked almost like despair. They had lost control of her, and they knew it. "You will leave this house tonight," Marcellus said finally, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "You are no longer a Parkinson. You are no longer my daughter. If I ever see you again, I will kill you myself." Pansy nodded, her heart heavy with grief. She had known this was coming, had prepared for it. But the reality of it was still devastating. She was losing everything, her family, her home, her entire identity. But she was also gaining something. Something precious, something worth fighting for. She walked out of the study, her head held high, and went to her room to pack. She had very little to take with her, a few changes of clothes, her wand, the enchanted mirror she had used to communicate with Harry. She paused at the door, looking back at the room where she had grown up, where she had spent countless hours dreaming of a different life. "I'm never coming back," she thought. "This part of my life is over." She walked out of Parkinson Manor and into the darkness, her heart heavy but her spirit unbroken. The weeks that followed were the hardest of Pansy's life. She had no money, no connections, no place to go. She spent her first few nights sleeping in the woods, huddled beneath her traveling cloak, trying to stay warm. She survived on berries and wild herbs, her stomach constantly gnawing with hunger. But she didn't give up. She couldn't give up. Harry needed her, and she was going to find him, no matter what it cost. She made her way toward London, moving through the shadows, avoiding the Death Eater patrols that were everywhere. She heard the news, the terrible news, about the fall of the Ministry, about the Muggle-born registration, about the reign of terror that was spreading across the wizarding world. And she heard about Harry. The whispers said he was on the run, hiding somewhere, fighting the Dark Lord in secret. No one knew where he was, but everyone knew he was still alive. "He's still fighting," Pansy thought, and the knowledge gave her strength. "He hasn't given up, and neither will I." She found her way to the Leaky Cauldron, hoping to find information about Harry's whereabouts. The pub was a shadow of its former self, the regulars huddled in corners, their faces haunted and fearful. The Death Eaters were everywhere, their presence a constant threat. Pansy kept her head down, her hood pulled low over her face. She ordered a glass of water and sat in the corner, listening to the whispers around her. "Heard the Potter boy is hiding somewhere in the north. No one knows exactly where. The Order is still active. They're trying to fight back, but they don't have enough people. It's only a matter of time before the Dark Lord finds him. He's too powerful to be stopped." Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. The Death Eaters were closing in on Harry, and he didn't even know it. She had to find him. She had to warn him. But how? She didn't know where he was hiding, and she didn't have any way to contact him. Her enchanted mirror was useless without Harry's location, and the Order's secret communications were impossible to intercept. She was about to give up hope when she saw something that made her heart leap. The Weasley twins were in the pub. They were disguised, their hair changed and their faces altered, but Pansy recognized them immediately. They were Order members, she knew, and they would have information about Harry. She approached them cautiously, her heart pounding. They looked up as she approached, their hands going to their wands. "Who are you?" one of them said, his voice sharp with suspicion. Pansy pulled down her hood, revealing her face. "My name is Pansy Parkinson," she said. "And I need to find Harry Potter." The twins stared at her, their expressions shifting from suspicion to shock. "Parkinson," the other twin said. "The Slytherin? Why would you want to find Harry?" "Because I've been protecting him for 6 years," Pansy said, and her voice was desperate, urgent. "Because I love him. Because I would rather die than let Voldemort kill him." The twins exchanged a glance, and something passed between them. Then the first twin, Fred, she thought, nodded slowly. "We can take you to him," he said. "But if this is a trap, you'll be dead before you can blink." Pansy nodded, her heart pounding with hope. "It's not a trap. I promise. I just want to help him." The twins led her out of the pub and into the night, and Pansy followed, her heart singing with joy. She was going to see Harry. She was going to finally tell him the truth. Everything was going to change. The journey to the Order's safe house was long and dangerous. Pansy traveled with the twins through the darkness, avoiding Death Eater patrols and ministry officials. They slept in caves and abandoned buildings, surviving on whatever food they could scavenge. But Pansy didn't complain. She was too focused on her goal. Too determined to reach Harry. Finally, after a week of travel, they arrived. The safe house was a small cottage hidden in the Scottish Highlands, surrounded by powerful enchantments. Pansy stood at the gate, her heart racing, as the twins led her inside. The cottage was warm and bright, filled with the sound of voices. Pansy recognized some of them: Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, others she had seen at Hogwarts. And then she saw him. Harry. He was sitting by the fire, his face tired and haunted, his green eyes filled with a sadness that made Pansy's heart ache. He looked up as she entered, and his expression shifted from confusion to recognition to something that looked almost like shock. "Pansy Parkinson," he said, his voice disbelieving. "What are you doing here?" Pansy stepped forward, her heart pounding. She had imagined this moment so many times, had rehearsed what she would say. But now that it was here, she couldn't find the words. "I've been protecting you," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "Since our first year. I've been sending you anonymous messages, warning you about traps, watching over you from the shadows. I've loved you, Harry. I've loved you since the day I saw you on the train." Harry stared at her, his expression frozen. The room was silent, everyone watching the exchange with bated breath. "I don't understand," Harry said finally. "You're a Slytherin. A Parkinson. Your family." "My family disowned me," Pansy interrupted, her voice cracking. "They found out I was helping you, and they threw me out. I have nothing left, Harry. No family, no home, no future. The only thing I have is my love for you. And I will do anything to keep you safe." Harry's face went pale. He stared at her for a long moment, his eyes searching her face for any sign of deception. Then, slowly, he stood up and walked toward her. "You've been protecting me all this time?" he asked, his voice quiet. "All those messages, all those warnings, they were from you?" Pansy nodded, tears streaming down her face. "Every single one. I couldn't tell you who I was. I was afraid. Afraid you wouldn't trust me, afraid you would reject me. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't let you die." Harry reached out and took her hand, his fingers warm against her cold skin. "Thank you," he said, and his voice was filled with emotion. "Thank you for everything." Pansy collapsed into his arms, sobbing with relief. He held her, his arms wrapped around her, and for the first time in years, she felt safe. "I've finally found him," she thought. I've finally told him the truth. And he doesn't hate me. He doesn't reject me. He accepts me, asterisk. Everything was going to be okay. She didn't know how, or when, or what the future would bring. But she knew that she was no longer alone. She had Harry. And that was enough. The days that followed were a blur of planning and preparation. Harry and his friends were working on a mission, something important, something that would help them defeat Voldemort. Pansy wanted to help, wanted to do whatever she could to support them. But first, she had to prove herself. She knew the others didn't trust her. They saw her as a Slytherin, a Parkinson, the daughter of Death Eaters. They didn't know her, didn't understand her. They only saw her past, not her present. She would have to earn their trust. And she was ready to do whatever it took. The opportunity came a few days later. Harry and his friends were discussing a plan to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, to steal a locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. It was a dangerous mission, nearly impossible, but they were determined to succeed. Pansy listened to the plan, her mind racing. She knew the Ministry better than they did, knew the secret passages and hidden rooms that even the Death Eaters didn't know about. She could help them. She could make the mission easier. "Let me come with you," she said, her voice quiet but determined. "I know the Ministry. I can help you get in and out without being detected." Harry looked at her, his expression conflicted. "It's too dangerous. You could be killed." "I don't care," Pansy said. "I've been in danger my entire life. I'm not afraid. And I want to help. I want to prove that I'm on your side." Harry stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "All right," he said. "You can come." Pansy felt a surge of joy. She was going to help him. She was going to fight beside him. She was finally going to be part of something important. The mission was a success. Pansy's knowledge of the Ministry proved invaluable, and they were able to retrieve the locket without being detected. Harry looked at her with new respect, and she felt a warmth in her heart that she had never felt before. "I belong here," she thought. I belong with them. This is where I was always meant to be, But the war was far from over. The weeks that followed were filled with danger and fear. Harry and his friends continued their mission, hunting for Horcruxes, fighting Death Eaters, trying to stay alive. Pansy was with them every step of the way, fighting beside them, proving her loyalty again and again. She nearly died a dozen times. She was injured, exhausted, terrified. But she never gave up. She couldn't give up. Harry needed her, and she would never abandon him. The darkest moment came in the fall. The group had been separated, scattered across the countryside by a Death Eater attack. Pansy found herself alone, wounded and weak, with no way to contact the others. She stumbled through the woods, her vision blurry, her body screaming with pain. "I'm going to die," she thought. "I'm going to die alone, out here, and no one will ever know what happened to me." She was about to give up when she heard a voice. It was Harry, calling her name, his voice frantic with fear. She followed the sound, stumbling through the darkness, and finally, she saw him. He was running toward her, his face pale and terrified. He gathered her in his arms, holding her tight, and Pansy felt the last of her strength drain away. "Don't you dare die," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "Don't you dare leave me. I can't do this without you. I can't." Pansy smiled weakly. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "I promised you. Remember? I'm going to stay with you until the end." Harry held her close, and for the first time in his life, Pansy felt like she truly belonged. She had been watching Harry Potter for 6 years, protecting him from the shadows, loving him in secret. And now, finally, she was standing beside him, fighting beside him, sharing his burdens and his fears. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter. She was his partner. His ally. His friend. And she would do whatever it took to keep him alive. The war was far from over. The hardest battles were still to come. But Pansy was ready. She had found her purpose, her place in the world. And she would fight until her last breath to protect the boy she loved. She looked up at the stars, at the darkness that surrounded them, and she made a vow. I will not let him die, she thought. I will not let the darkness win. I will fight for him, for us, for everything we believe in. And I will never, ever give up, The night had changed everything. But Pansy Parkinson was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 7, A Message in the Shadows. The autumn of 1997 was a season of shadows and whispers. Pansy had been with Harry and his friends for nearly 2 months now, and the initial wariness had slowly given way to something resembling acceptance. She still caught Hermione watching her with guarded eyes, still felt Ron's suspicion whenever she offered an opinion, but there were moments, small, precious moments, when she felt like she might actually belong. They were staying in a safe house in the countryside, a crumbling manor that had belonged to some distant relative of the Weasleys. It was cold and drafty. The windows rattling in their frames, but it was safe. The enchantments were strong, the wards impenetrable, and for now, that was enough. Pansy spent most of her days in the library, reading through the ancient texts that lined the shelves. She was looking for something, anything that might help them in their hunt for the Horcruxes. Harry and his friends had been searching for months, but they had only found a few of the dark objects, and time was running out. She was in the middle of a particularly dense tome on ancient magical artifacts when she heard footsteps behind her. She looked up to see Harry standing in the doorway, his face tired and drawn. Still reading? He asked, and there was a hint of a smile on his lips. Always reading, Pansy replied, closing the book. There's so much we don't know. So much we need to learn. Harry walked over and sat down across from her. He looked at her for a long moment, his green eyes searching her face. I wanted to thank you, he said finally. For everything. For coming with us, for helping us, for being here. Pansy felt a warmth spread through her chest. You don't have to thank me. I want to be here. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Harry nodded, and for a moment, they sat in comfortable silence. Then his expression shifted, became more serious. There's something I need to tell you, he said. Something I've been thinking about for a while. Pansy's heart began to race. What is it? I've been having these visions, Harry said, his voice low. Snapshots of what Voldemort is doing, what he's planning. I can see through his eyes sometimes, hear his thoughts. It's like we're connected, somehow. Like the scar has created a link between us. Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. That's dangerous, Harry. If he can see through your eyes too, if he can read your thoughts. He can't, Harry said quickly. I've tested it. He can't see what I'm seeing, not unless I let him. But I can see his. And sometimes, I see things that are useful. Pansy leaned forward, her interest piqued. Like what? Harry hesitated, as though weighing his words carefully. I saw something last night. A meeting. Death Eaters, gathered somewhere in the north. They were talking about a plan, something big. Something that's going to happen in a few weeks. What kind of plan? I don't know all the details, Harry admitted. But I heard them mention a name. Your name, Pansy. They were talking about you. Pansy felt the blood drain from her face. They were talking about me. Your family, mostly. Your father. He was angry. He said you had betrayed them, that you had brought shame to the Parkinson name. He said the Dark Lord wanted you dead. Pansy's hands began to shake. She had known this was coming, had been expecting it for months. But hearing the words spoken aloud, hearing the confirmation that her own father wanted her dead, was still devastating. I knew this would happen, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I knew they wouldn't let me go. They'll hunt me down, Harry. They'll never stop. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. His fingers were warm, steady, grounding. I won't let them hurt you, he said. I promise. I'll protect you, no matter what. Pansy looked into his eyes, and for a moment, she believed him. He was so strong, so determined, so full of a courage that she had admired from afar for years. But she also knew that he couldn't protect her from everything. The Death Eaters were everywhere, and they were determined to destroy anyone who stood against them. I'm not afraid of dying, she said quietly. I've made my peace with that. But I am afraid of failing you. Of letting you down when you need me most. Harry squeezed her hand. You could never let me down, Pansy. You've already done more for me than anyone else ever has. You've sacrificed everything for me. Your family, your home, your future. I will never forget that. Pansy felt tears pricking at her eyes. She blinked them back, not wanting to cry in front of him. But the emotion was too strong, too overwhelming. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for believing in me. Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile that made her heart ache. I always will, he said. I promise. The next few days were filled with tension and preparation. Harry had shared the information from his vision with the others, and they were all on high alert. The Death Eaters were planning something, and they needed to be ready. Pansy threw herself into the preparations, working alongside Hermione to strengthen the wards around the safe house. She spent hours practicing defensive spells, honing her skills, making sure she was ready for whatever was coming. But despite all her preparations, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. There was a darkness in the air, a sense of impending doom that hung over them like a shroud. She couldn't explain it, couldn't put it into words, but she knew that something terrible was about to happen. The attack came on a Thursday night. Pansy was in her room, trying to sleep, when she heard the sound of breaking glass. She was on her feet in an instant, her wand in her hand, her heart pounding with fear. She ran to the window and saw them, Death Eaters, a dozen of them, their masked faces illuminated by the light of the fires they had set. They found us, she screamed, running out of her room. They're here. The safe house erupted into chaos. Spells flew in every direction, the sound of explosions and screams filling the air. Pansy fought alongside Harry and the others, her wand blazing with light, her heart pounding with fear and adrenaline. She saw Harry take down 3 Death Eaters in quick succession, his movements fluid and powerful. She saw Hermione create a shield around Ron, protecting him from a killing curse. She saw Fred and George fighting back to back, their faces set with determination. And then she saw her father. He was standing in the doorway, his face twisted with rage, his wand raised. His eyes found hers across the chaos, and she saw the hatred burning in them. You, he snarled, his voice carrying over the noise. You treacherous little bitch. You've ruined everything. Everything I've worked for. Everything our family has built. Pansy raised her wand, her hand shaking. I'm not going to fight you, father. Please. Just let us go. We don't have to do this. You think I care about what you want? Marcellus laughed, a harsh, cruel sound. You're dead to me. You're nothing. And tonight, you're going to die like the traitor you are. He raised his wand, and Pansy knew that he was about to cast the killing curse. She braced herself, ready to fight back, ready to die if that was what it took. And then Harry was there. He stepped between Pansy and her father, his wand raised, his face set with determination. You're not going to hurt her, he said, his voice cold and hard. Not while I'm here. Marcellus stared at Harry, his expression shifting from rage to shock. Potter, he spat. The boy who lived. You're the reason she betrayed us. You're the reason she destroyed our family. Your family was already destroyed, Harry said. You just didn't want to see it. You chose hate over love, power over family. And now you're paying the price. Marcellus raised his wand, his face twisting with fury. I'll kill you both, he snarled. I'll kill you both and I'll dance on your graves. But before he could cast the spell, there was a blinding flash of light, and Marcellus was thrown backward, slamming into the wall behind him. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious, his wand clattering across the floor. Pansy stared at the spot where her father had been standing, her heart pounding. She had just watched her father be defeated, watched the man who had raised her be brought down by the boy she loved. And she felt nothing. No sadness, no regret, no grief. Only relief. Are you okay? Harry asked, turning to her. His face was flushed with exertion, but his eyes were warm, concerned. Pansy nodded, tears streaming down her face. I'm okay, she said. I'm okay. And for the first time in her life, she truly believed it. The aftermath of the attack was chaotic. The Death Eaters had fled, leaving their unconscious comrades behind. The safe house was destroyed, the roof collapsed, the walls blackened with soot. They had lost everything, their supplies, their shelter, their safe haven. But they were alive. All of them. That was what mattered. Pansy sat on the ground, her back against a tree, watching the flames consume what was left of the safe house. Harry was beside her, his shoulder pressed against hers, his presence a steady comfort. I'm sorry, she said, her voice quiet. This is all my fault. If I hadn't come with you, if I hadn't. Stop, Harry interrupted, his voice firm. This isn't your fault. None of it is. Those Death Eaters would have found us eventually. It was only a matter of time. Pansy shook her head. But your safe house. Your supplies. Everything we had. We can replace everything, Harry said. But we can't replace you. I can't replace you. Pansy looked at him, her heart aching with love. Why do you care so much about me, Harry? I'm just a Slytherin. The daughter of Death Eaters. I don't deserve your kindness. Harry turned to her, his green eyes burning with intensity. You deserve everything, Pansy. You're the bravest person I know. You gave up everything for me. Your family, your home, your entire life. You risked everything to help me, and you never asked for anything in return. That's not the act of someone who doesn't deserve kindness. That's the act of someone who deserves everything. Pansy felt tears streaming down her face. She had never heard anyone speak about her like that, never been told that she mattered, that she was worthy of love. It was overwhelming, almost too much to bear. I love you, she said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. I've loved you for years, Harry. Since the day I saw you on the train. I know it's selfish, I know you don't feel the same way, but I couldn't keep it inside any longer. I had to tell you. Harry stared at her, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, he didn't speak, and Pansy's heart sank with despair. I know, he said finally, his voice soft. I've known for a while. The way you look at me, the way you talk to me. I could see it in your eyes. Pansy's heart stopped. You knew. Harry nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. I didn't want to say anything, not until I was sure. But I've seen the way you watch me, the way you always seem to know when I'm in trouble. And I've felt the same way, Pansy. I've felt it for a while now. Pansy stared at him, her mind reeling. You feel the same way? Harry reached out and took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. I didn't think it was possible, he said. I didn't think I could ever feel this way again. But you're different, Pansy. You're not like anyone else I've ever met. You're brave and loyal and kind, and I can't imagine going through this without you. Pansy felt tears streaming down her face, tears of joy and relief and overwhelming love. She had waited so long for this moment, had dreamed about it so many times, and now it was finally happening. "I love you," she said again, and this time, the words felt different. They felt like a promise, a vow, a commitment to a future that was finally within reach. "I love you too," Harry said, and he leaned in and kissed her. The kiss was soft, gentle, tentative. It was a beginning, a promise of something more. And as Pansy melted into Harry's arms, she knew that everything was going to be okay. They had survived the attack. They had survived the darkness. And now, together, they would survive whatever came next. The next few days were a blur of movement and planning. The group had relocated to a new safe house, a small cottage in the Welsh countryside that was even more remote than the last one. The wards were strong, the enchantments powerful, and for now, they were safe. Pansy spent most of her time with Harry, working alongside him, planning their next move. They were closer than ever, their relationship deepening with each passing day. She had never been happier, never felt more alive, never been more certain that she was exactly where she was meant to be. But the darkness was still out there. Voldemort was still hunting them, the Death Eaters were still searching for them, and time was running out. One evening, Harry came to her with a troubled expression on his face. "I had another vision," he said, his voice low. "The Death Eaters are planning something big. Something that could change everything." Pansy's heart seized with fear. "What kind of something?" "I don't know all the details," Harry admitted. "But I heard them mention a plan. An attack on Hogwarts. They're going to try to take the castle, to use it as a base of operations." Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. Hogwarts was her home, the only real home she had ever known. The thought of it being invaded by Death Eaters, turned into a stronghold of darkness, was horrifying. "We have to stop them," she said. "We have to warn the others, get them ready." Harry nodded. "I know. But it's going to be dangerous, Pansy. The most dangerous thing we've ever done. If we go back to Hogwarts, if we try to fight them there, we might not make it out alive." Pansy looked at him, her eyes burning with determination. "I don't care," she said. "I'd rather die fighting than live in a world where Voldemort wins. And I'd rather die beside you than live without you." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile that made her heart ache. "I feel the same way," he said. "Together, then. Whatever happens, we face it together." Pansy nodded, and she knew that she had made the right choice. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his ally, his friend. And she would fight beside him until the very end. The message in the shadows had been delivered. The warning had been given. And now, it was time to prepare for the final battle. The war was coming to Hogwarts. And Pansy Parkinson was ready to fight. Chapter 8, Harry discovers the truth. The Welsh cottage was small and cramped, its walls thick with ancient magic and its windows sealed against the outside world. Pansy had been living there for 3 weeks now, sharing the space with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix. It was a strange existence, intimate and claustrophobic, filled with whispered conversations and hushed fears. But it was also the happiest Pansy had ever been. She and Harry had grown closer in those weeks, their relationship deepening in ways she had never imagined possible. They spent their evenings together, huddled by the fire, talking about everything and nothing. He told her about his childhood, about the Dursleys and the cupboard under the stairs. She told him about her own upbringing, about the cold formality of Parkinson Manor and the weight of her family's expectations. They were both orphans in their own way, both survivors of childhoods that had been stolen from them. And in each other, they had found something they had never expected, understanding. "I used to dream about my parents," Harry said one night, staring into the flames. "About what it would have been like if they had lived. I imagined them coming to Hogwarts for parent-teacher conferences, cheering for me at Quidditch matches, hugging me when I came home for the holidays. Pansy reached out and took his hand. I used to dream about escaping, she said. About running away from the manor and never looking back. I imagined myself in a small cottage somewhere, with a garden and a cat and no one telling me what to do. Harry turned to look at her, a small smile on his face. That sounds nice. A cottage with a garden. Maybe someday, Pansy said, and the words felt like a promise. When all of this is over. Harry squeezed her hand. When all of this is over, he repeated. We'll find that cottage. We'll plant that garden. And we'll never have to run again. Pansy leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. She could hear his heartbeat, steady and strong, and she let herself believe that the future they were imagining was possible. But the war was still raging outside, and the future was far from certain. The message came in the middle of the night. Pansy was asleep, dreaming of gardens and cottages and a life that seemed impossibly distant, when she was jolted awake by the sound of an owl tapping at the window. She sat up, her heart pounding, and saw a familiar gray owl perched on the sill. It's from the order, she thought, and her blood ran cold. She crossed the room and opened the window, letting the owl in. It dropped a letter onto the floor and flew away, disappearing into the darkness. Pansy picked up the letter, her hands trembling, and read the words scrawled across the parchment. Asterisk: the Death Eaters are planning an attack on Hogwarts. They have infiltrated the castle through secret passages. The battle will begin at dawn. You must come immediately. Minerva McGonagall asterisk. Pansy's heart seized with terror. She ran to Harry's room, bursting through the door without knocking. He was already awake, sitting on the edge of his bed, his face pale. You got the message too? He asked. Pansy nodded, holding up the letter. We have to go. Now. Hogwarts is going to be attacked. Harry stood, his expression hardening with determination. Wake the others. We leave in 10 minutes. The journey to Hogwarts was a blur of fear and desperation. They apparat to Hogsmeade, then made their way through the tunnels that led to the castle. The darkness was absolute, the silence oppressive, and every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. Pansy stayed close to Harry, her wand raised, her senses on high alert. She could feel the magic of the castle pulsing around her, ancient and powerful, but there was something else too, a darkness that had taken root in the walls, a malevolence that seemed to seep from the very stones. The castle knows, she whispered. It knows what's coming. Harry nodded, his jaw clenched. We're going to stop them, Pansy. Whatever it takes. They emerged from the tunnel into a corridor on the 7th floor. The castle was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of the night absent. No creaking floorboards, no whispering portraits, no footsteps in the distance. It was as though the castle itself was holding its breath. And then they heard the screams. Pansy's heart lurched. The screams were coming from the great hall, the sound of terror and chaos carried on the cold night air. She broke into a run, Harry and the others close behind her, and they burst through the doors of the great hall to find a scene of utter devastation. The hall was filled with students and teachers, their faces pale with fear. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky of churning clouds, lightning flashing in the distance. And at the center of it all stood Voldemort, his pale face twisted into a sneer, his wand raised. Harry Potter, he hissed, his voice carrying across the hall. I knew you would come. Harry stepped forward, his wand raised, his face set with determination. This ends here, Voldemort. Tonight. Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. You think you can defeat me, boy? You think you have the power to stop me? I have something you don't have, Harry said. Something you'll never understand. And what is that? Love, Harry said simply. The one thing you've never been able to comprehend. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. You foolish boy. Love is a weakness. A vulnerability. And I am going to exploit it to destroy you. The battle erupted in a flash of green light. Harry and Voldemort were locked in combat, their spells clashing in the air. Pansy watched in horror as the Death Eaters swarmed the hall, attacking students and teachers with ruthless efficiency. She raised her wand and joined the fight, her spells flying in every direction. She was no longer just watching from the shadows, she was in the thick of it, fighting alongside Harry, protecting him as best she could. But there were too many of them. The Death Eaters were everywhere, their numbers seemingly endless. Pansy saw Ron fall, saw Hermione rush to his side. She saw Neville Longbottom standing his ground against a group of Death Eaters, his face set with determination. She saw the teachers fighting with everything they had. And then she saw Harry fall. He was on the ground, his wand out of reach, a Death Eater standing over him with a wand pointed at his chest. Pansy screamed, a sound of pure terror, and ran toward him. "Get away from him," she shouted, casting a spell that sent the Death Eater flying backward. She knelt beside Harry, her hands shaking. "Harry! Harry, are you okay?" He coughed, his eyes fluttering open. "I'm fine," he said, his voice weak. "I'm fine. Just, winded." Pansy helped him to his feet, her heart pounding with relief. "We have to get you out of here. It's too dangerous." "No," Harry said, his voice firm. "I have to finish this. I have to face him. Harry. Pansy, please." He looked at her, his green eyes burning with intensity. "I have to do this. I have to end it. For good." Pansy stared at him, her heart aching. She wanted to argue, wanted to drag him out of the hall and keep him safe. But she knew that she couldn't. This was his destiny, his battle. And she had to let him fight it. "Promise me you'll come back," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Promise me you'll survive." Harry reached out and touched her face, his fingers warm against her cheek. "I promise," he said. "I'll come back to you. I'll always come back to you." He turned and walked toward Voldemort, his wand raised, his face set with determination. Pansy watched him go, her heart in her throat, and she prayed. Please, God. Please, Merlin. Please, anyone who's listening. Let him survive. Let him come back to me, The battle seemed to last for an eternity. Pansy fought alongside the others, her spells blazing through the air, her body aching with exhaustion. She saw Harry confront Voldemort, saw their spells clash in a brilliant explosion of light. She saw the Dark Lord fall, his body crumpling to the ground, his reign of terror finally over. And then there was silence. The great hall was still, the echoes of the battle fading into nothing. Pansy stood in the middle of the chaos, her wand still raised, her body trembling with exhaustion. She looked around at the fallen, at the wounded, at the survivors. And she saw Harry. He was standing at the center of the hall, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock. Voldemort lay at his feet, motionless, his body already beginning to fade. Harry had won. He had done it. He had defeated the Dark Lord. Pansy ran to him, throwing her arms around him. She was crying, sobbing with relief and joy. "You did it," she said. "You did it, Harry. He's gone. It's over." Harry held her tight, his arms wrapped around her. "We did it," he said. "All of us. I couldn't have done it without you." Pansy pulled back, looking into his eyes. "I love you," she said. "I love you so much." Harry smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "I love you too, Pansy. I love you too." They stood in the middle of the great hall, surrounded by the chaos of the aftermath, and they held each other. For the first time in years, the darkness had been defeated. For the first time in years, there was hope. Pansy looked up at the enchanted ceiling, where the stars were beginning to break through the clouds. The battle was over. The war was won. And she was finally free. The weeks that followed were a blur of recovery and rebuilding. Pansy threw herself into the work, helping to tend the wounded, to repair the damage, to mourn the fallen. She worked alongside Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the others, and for the first time, she felt like she truly belonged. The wizarding world was in chaos, but there was a sense of hope that had been absent for years. People were starting to rebuild, to look toward the future. And Pansy was determined to be part of that future. But even as she worked, there was something that was bothering her. Something that she couldn't quite shake. Harry had been distant lately. He was always busy, always working, always talking to someone. But when they were alone, there was a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. He seemed to be avoiding her, avoiding the conversations that they used to have. Pansy tried to ignore it at first, telling herself that he was just exhausted, that the weight of the war was still pressing down on him. But the feeling of unease grew, and she couldn't shake it. Finally, one evening, she cornered him in the room of requirement. "Harry, we need to talk," she said, her voice firm. "You've been avoiding me. I need to know why." Harry looked at her, his expression guarded. "I haven't been avoiding you," he said. "I've just been busy." "Don't lie to me," Pansy said, and there was a sharp edge to her voice. "I've known you for 7 years, Harry. I know when something's wrong. And something's been wrong for weeks." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. "There's something I need to tell you," he said. "Something I should have told you a long time ago." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" "I know who you are," Harry said. "I know you're the one who's been sending me those messages all these years. I know you're the one who's been protecting me." Pansy felt the blood drain from her face. How did you find out?" "Kingsley told me," Harry said. "After the battle. He said that the Order had been investigating the anonymous messages, that they had traced them back to the Parkinson family. They knew it was you, Pansy. They've known for a while." Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. "I didn't tell you because I was afraid," she said. "I was afraid you would hate me, afraid you would reject me. I was afraid that if you knew the truth, everything would change." Harry stepped forward, his face softening. "Pansy, I could never hate you. You've done more for me than anyone else in the world. You risked everything to protect me, even when I didn't know who you were." "But I lied to you," Pansy said, her voice cracking. "I hid who I was. I pretended to be someone else." "You were protecting yourself," Harry said. "You were protecting me. There's nothing to forgive." Pansy looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "I love you," she said. "I've loved you since the day I saw you on the train. I was just a little girl, and I didn't know what love was, but I knew that I wanted to protect you. I knew that I would do anything to keep you safe." Harry reached out and took her hands. "I know," he said. "And I love you too. I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone. But I need to know something." Pansy's heart stopped. "What? Do you love me for who I am?" Harry asked, "or do you love me for who you think I am? Because I need to know, Pansy. I need to know that this is real." Pansy looked into his eyes, and she saw the vulnerability there, the fear that she would reject him now that he knew the truth. "I love you for who you are," she said. "I love your courage and your kindness and your stubborn refusal to give up. I love the way you laugh and the way you fight and the way you always try to do the right thing. I love you, Harry. All of you." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile that made her heart sing. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm not going to let you go. Not now. Not ever." He leaned in and kissed her, and Pansy melted into his arms. The truth was out. The secret was finally revealed. And Harry had accepted her, just as she had hoped he would. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his ally, his love. And together, they would build a future that was worth fighting for. The days that followed were the happiest of Pansy's life. She and Harry were inseparable, their relationship deepening with each passing day. They talked for hours, sharing their fears and their hopes and their dreams. They walked through the grounds of Hogwarts, hand in hand, watching the sun set over the lake. And for the first time, Pansy allowed herself to believe that the future was possible. She thought about the cottage, the garden, the life they had dreamed of. She thought about a world without war, without fear, without the darkness that had consumed her childhood. And she knew that she would do whatever it took to make that future a reality. Because she loved Harry Potter. And she would never, ever let him go. Chapter 9, An Unlikely Alliance. The morning light crept through the stained glass windows of the great hall, casting fragmented rainbows across the stone floor. Pansy stood at the edge of the room, watching the chaos of reconstruction with a sense of detachment that had become her shield. The battle had been won, but the war had left scars that would take years to heal, if they ever did. She had been avoiding Harry for 3 days. It wasn't intentional, not really. She told herself she was giving him space, allowing him to process everything that had happened. But the truth was far simpler and far more terrifying. She didn't know how to be around him now that he knew everything. The secret that had defined her life for 7 years was out. Harry knew who she was, knew about the messages, knew about the years of watching and protecting. He had accepted her, had told her he loved her, had kissed her with a passion that made her heart sing. But something had shifted between them, something she couldn't quite name. He looks at me differently now, she thought. Like he's trying to reconcile the girl he thought I was with the girl I actually am. It was exhausting, being seen. She had spent so long hiding that she had forgotten how to be visible. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't hear the footsteps approaching until a hand touched her shoulder. She spun around, her wand half raised, and found herself staring into Harry's green eyes. "Pansy," he said, and there was a gentleness in his voice that made her heart ache. "I've been looking for you." "I'm here," she said, lowering her wand. "I've been helping with the repairs." "I know." Harry's eyes searched her face. "You've been helping a lot. Too much, maybe. You haven't slept in days." Pansy opened her mouth to deny it, but the words wouldn't come. He was right. She had been working herself to exhaustion, trying to stay busy, trying to avoid the conversations she knew they needed to have. "I'm fine," she said finally. "I'm just tired." Harry reached out and took her hand. "Come with me," he said. "I need to show you something." He led her through the corridors of the castle, past the damaged portraits and the cracked suits of armor. The castle was still healing, its wounds slowly closing, but there was a sense of peace that had been absent for years. The darkness had been vanquished, and the light was slowly returning. They emerged onto the grounds, the cool autumn air washing over them. The sun was rising over the lake, painting the water in shades of gold and rose. Pansy had seen this view 100 times, but it had never looked so beautiful. "It's peaceful," she said softly. "I'd almost forgotten what peace felt like." Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "I wanted to talk to you," he said. "About what happened? About what we said to each other." Pansy's heart began to race. "Harry. Let me finish," he said, turning to look at her. "I meant everything I said, Pansy. Every word. I love you. I've never been more sure of anything in my life." Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. "Then why have you been avoiding me?" Harry's face softened. "I wasn't avoiding you. I was trying to give you space. I know this is hard for you, all of this. The secrets, the revelations, the changes. I didn't want to push you." "You weren't pushing me," Pansy said, her voice cracking. I I don't know how to be around you now that you know everything. I spent so long hiding who I was that I don't know how to be myself. Harry stepped closer, his hand reaching up to cup her cheek. Then let me help you, he said. Let me get to know the real you, Pansy. Not the Slytherin, not the Parkinson, not the girl who watched me from the shadows. Just you. Pansy looked into his eyes, and she saw the sincerity there, the depth of his feelings. He wasn't trying to trap her or change her. He was trying to understand her. I don't know if I can do that, she said honestly. I've been pretending for so long that I'm not sure I remember who I am. Then we'll figure it out together, Harry said. We'll take it slowly. One day at a time. And I'll be there with you every step of the way. Pansy felt a sob escape her throat. She had been so afraid, so terrified of losing him, that she had almost pushed him away. But he was still here, still reaching for her, still loving her. I love you, she said, and the words felt like a prayer. I love you so much it scares me. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I love you too, Pansy. And I'm not going anywhere. They stood there, wrapped in each other, watching the sun rise over the lake. And for the first time in years, Pansy felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. The days that followed were a journey of discovery. Harry was true to his word. He didn't push her or pressure her. He simply was there. He was there for the small moments, the quiet moments, the moments that mattered. He was there when she woke up from nightmares, his arms wrapped around her. He was there when she struggled to express her feelings, his patience unwavering. He was there when she laughed, when she cried, when she didn't know what she needed. And slowly, tentatively, Pansy began to trust. She told him about her childhood, about the cold formality of Parkinson Manor and the weight of her parents' expectations. She told him about her mother's ambition and her father's cruelty, about the loneliness that had defined her early years. She told him about the first time she saw him on the train, about the moment she realized she was in love with him. I didn't know what it was at first, she said. I thought it was just curiosity. You were famous, after all. Everyone was curious about you. But it wasn't just curiosity, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Pansy shook her head. No. It was something else. Something I couldn't explain. I watched you, Harry. I watched you for years. I saw your bravery and your kindness and your stubborn refusal to give up. And I fell in love with you. Slowly, quietly, without anyone ever knowing. Harry reached out and took her hand. I wish I had known, he said. I wish I had seen you. Really seen you. You couldn't have, Pansy said. I was hiding. I was so good at hiding that even I forgot who I was sometimes. You're not hiding anymore, Harry said. And I see you now. All of you. Pansy smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached her eyes. Thank you, she said. For being patient with me. For not giving up. I could never give up on you, Harry said. You're worth fighting for, Pansy. You always have been. The alliance they formed was unlike anything Pansy had ever experienced. It wasn't just a romance. It was a partnership, a collaboration, a team. They worked together to rebuild Hogwarts, to heal the wounds of the war, to create a future that was worth fighting for. They supported each other through the dark moments, celebrated each other's victories, and stood together against the challenges that still lay ahead. Pansy discovered strength she hadn't known she possessed. She was a natural leader, her Slytherin cunning and her years of political training making her an invaluable asset to the reconstruction efforts. She was a skilled negotiator, able to bridge the gaps between the different factions that were still struggling to come together. She was a fierce protector, willing to stand up for what was right even when it was unpopular. And Harry was there, every step of the way. I'm proud of you, he told her one evening. Do you know that? I'm so proud of everything you've done. Pansy felt a warmth spread through her chest. I couldn't have done it without you, she said. You gave me the courage to be myself. Harry shook his head. You had that courage all along, he said. You just needed someone to believe in you. Pansy leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank you for being that someone, she said. Thank you for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Harry pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Always, he said. I'll always believe in you. The reconstruction of Hogwarts was a monumental task, but it was also a healing one. The castle was slowly returning to its former glory, the damage from the battle being repaired by teams of skilled wizards and witches. The students were slowly returning, their faces filled with a cautious hope that hadn't been there before. Pansy threw herself into the work, using her skills and her connections to help the process along. She negotiated with the ministry, secured funding for the repairs, and helped to establish new programs that would ensure the castle's safety in the future. She was no longer just a student, she was a leader, a force for change, a symbol of the new world that was being built. And through it all, Harry was by her side. They were standing in the great hall one evening, watching the enchanted ceiling shift from twilight to night, when Harry turned to her with a serious expression on his face. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, he said. Something I've been thinking about for a while. Pansy's heart began to race. What is it? Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, a simple silver band with a small emerald at its center. I know it's not much, he said, his voice slightly nervous. But I wanted to give you something that would remind you of how much you mean to me. Something that would remind you that you're not alone anymore. Pansy stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. Harry, it's beautiful. Will you wear it? Harry asked. Will you let me be your partner, your ally, your friend? For as long as you'll have me. Pansy nodded, unable to speak. She held out her hand, and Harry slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, as though it had been made for her. Yes, she said finally, her voice thick with emotion. Yes, I'll wear it. I'll wear it forever. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I love you, Pansy. I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone. I love you too, Pansy said. I've loved you for so long that I can't remember what it felt like not to love you. They held each other, swaying gently to the music of the enchanted ceiling. The stars were shining overhead, and the castle was alive with the sound of rebuilding. Pansy looked at the ring on her finger, and she knew that everything had changed. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his ally, his love. And together, they would build a future that was worthy of everything they had fought for. The weeks passed, and Pansy's transformation continued. She was no longer the cold, calculating Slytherin who had hidden her feelings behind a mask of arrogance. She was open, honest, genuine. She laughed freely, smiled easily, and embraced the person she had always been meant to be. Harry was there for all of it. He was her anchor, her rock, her constant source of support. He loved her in a way that made her feel safe, cherished, valued. And she loved him in a way that made her want to be the best version of herself. But even as they grew closer, there were still challenges to overcome. The wizarding world was still healing, and there were those who resented Pansy's presence in Harry's life. The old prejudices were still there, the old divisions still raw. Some people couldn't see past her family name, couldn't believe that a Parkinson could be anything other than a Death Eater sympathizer. Pansy tried to ignore the whispers, the accusing glances, the subtle slights. But they hurt, more than she wanted to admit. They don't know you, Harry said one evening, after a particularly difficult encounter. They don't understand what you've been through, what you've sacrificed. But I do. And that's what matters. Pansy nodded, but the doubt lingered. What if they're right, she asked. What if I can't change? What if I'm always going to be the girl who watched from the shadows? Harry took her face in his hands, his eyes burning with intensity. You already have changed, he said. You're not that girl anymore. You're brave and strong and good, and I won't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not ever. Pansy looked into his eyes, and she believed him. He saw her, really saw her, in a way that no one else ever had. And that was enough. She leaned in and kissed him, pouring all of her love and gratitude into the gesture. I love you, she said. I love you so much. I love you too, Pansy, Harry said. Always. The autumn turned to winter, and the castle was covered in a blanket of snow. Pansy stood at the window of the room of requirement, watching the flakes drift down from the gray sky. The world was quiet, peaceful, still. Harry came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. What are you thinking about? He asked. The future, Pansy said. I'm thinking about the future. Scared? A little, she admitted. But also excited. For the first time in my life, I'm excited about what's to come. Harry pressed a kiss to her cheek. Me too, he said. Because whatever comes, we'll face it together. Pansy turned in his arms, looking up into his face. Promise me, she said. Promise me that we'll always be together. No matter what happens. Harry looked into her eyes, his expression serious. I promise, he said. I promise, Pansy. Forever. They kissed, a slow, tender kiss that tasted of hope and promise. And as they stood there, wrapped in each other, the snow falling softly outside the window, Pansy knew that she had finally found what she had been searching for all her life. She had found her place in the world. And it was right there, in Harry's arms. The unlikely alliance had become something far greater. It had become a love that would endure through all the trials that lay ahead. And Pansy was ready to face those trials, hand in hand with the boy she had loved since the very beginning. The war was over. The healing had begun. And the future was bright with promise. Chapter 10, The Price of Betrayal. The first snow of winter fell on Hogwarts like a benediction. Pansy stood at the window of the small tower room she had been given, watching the white flakes drift down from the gray sky. The castle was quiet, the chaos of reconstruction finally giving way to something resembling peace. The students had returned, the halls were filled with laughter again, and the darkness that had once seemed eternal was slowly receding. But Pansy couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It had been 3 weeks since the battle, 3 weeks since Voldemort's fall. She had thrown herself into the work of rebuilding, had helped to heal the wounded and repair the damage. She had stood by Harry's side, supported him through the worst of his grief, celebrated with him when the weight of the world was finally lifted from his shoulders. And yet, there was a shadow that followed her everywhere, a cold certainty that her happiness could not last. She knew what was coming. She had known it since the moment she had walked out of Parkinson Manor, since the moment she had chosen Harry over her family. The price of betrayal was steep, and she had always known that she would have to pay it. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning. Pansy was in the great hall, helping to set up for breakfast, when an owl swooped through the window and dropped a letter at her feet. She recognized the seal immediately, the Parkinson family crest, a serpent coiled around a rose, and her blood ran cold. She picked up the letter with trembling hands, her heart pounding in her chest. The other students were watching her, their eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. She could feel their gazes on her, could hear the whispers that followed her everywhere. Parkinson. The traitor. The one who betrayed her family for the boy who lived. She ignored them, tearing open the seal with shaking fingers. The letter was short, written in her mother's elegant handwriting. Pansy. I am writing to inform you that your father has been arrested by the Ministry of Magic for crimes against the wizarding world. He is currently awaiting trial in Azkaban. The Parkinson family is ruined. Our name, our reputation, our legacy, all of it is gone, asterisk. Asterisk. I know you think you have won. I know you believe that your betrayal was justified, that your love for the Potter boys somehow absolves you of everything you have done. But you are wrong. You have destroyed this family, Pansy. You have destroyed everything we built. And I will never forgive you, asterisk. Asterisk. Do not come home. You are no longer welcome here. You are no longer my daughter, asterisk. Do not contact me again. Your mother. Pansy read the letter 3 times, her eyes blurring with tears. She had known this was coming. She had prepared for it, accepted it, made her peace with it. But the reality of it was still devastating. Her family was gone. Her home was gone. Everything she had ever known was gone. She crumpled the letter in her fist and walked out of the great hall, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care. She just needed to get away, to find somewhere quiet where she could fall apart. She ended up in the room of requirement, the same room where she had first confessed her feelings to Harry. She collapsed onto the floor, her body shaking with sobs, and let the grief wash over her. She had been so focused on the future, on the life she was building with Harry, that she had forgotten to mourn the past. She had lost everything, her family, her home, her identity. And now, the weight of that loss was crushing her. She didn't know how long she lay there, crying into the cold stone floor. But eventually, she heard footsteps, and then Harry's voice, gentle and concerned. Pansy. What happened? I saw you leave the great hall, and I. He stopped when he saw her, his face going pale with worry. He crossed the room in an instant, kneeling beside her, gathering her into his arms. Pansy, what's wrong? Please, tell me what happened. She couldn't speak. She just held up the letter, her hand trembling, and let him read it. Harry's face changed as he read, the concern giving way to understanding, then to anger. He read the letter twice, then crumpled it in his fist. She's wrong, he said, his voice fierce. She's completely wrong, Pansy. You didn't destroy your family. They destroyed themselves. They chose hate and power over love, and they're paying the price. But that's not your fault. None of it is your fault. Pansy shook her head, tears streaming down her face. But they're my family, Harry. My mother, my father. They raised me, gave me everything I ever had. And I turned my back on them. I chose you over them. Yes, Harry said, his voice firm. You did. And that was the bravest thing anyone has ever done. You chose love over hate, hope over fear, the future over the past. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you. Pansy looked into his eyes, and she saw the truth there. He believed in her, believed in what she had done. And that belief was like a lifeline, pulling her back from the brink of despair. I don't have anyone else, she whispered. I don't have a family anymore. I don't have a home. Harry pulled her closer, his arms wrapped tight around her. You have me, he said. You have me, Pansy. And you have our friends, the ones who fought beside you, who saw who you really are. We're your family now. We're your home. Pansy felt the tears continue to fall, but they were different now. They were tears of release, of relief. She wasn't alone. She wasn't abandoned. She had Harry, and that was enough. I love you, she said. I love you so much. I love you too, Pansy, Harry said. And I'm never going to let you go. The days that followed were a struggle. Pansy tried to move forward, tried to focus on the future, but the weight of her family's rejection hung over her like a cloud. She found herself withdrawing, pulling away from Harry and the others, retreating into the solitude of her own thoughts. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping, stopped participating in the reconstruction efforts. She spent her days in her room, staring at the ceiling, her mind filled with a million regrets. Harry tried to reach her, tried to help her. He brought her food, sat with her in silence, held her when she cried. But nothing seemed to break through the wall she had built around herself. "I don't know what to do," he admitted to Ron and Hermione. "One evening. She's shutting me out. I can feel her slipping away, and I don't know how to stop it." "She's grieving," Hermione said, her voice gentle. "She's lost her family, her home, her entire identity. It's going to take time for her to heal." "But what if she never heals?" Harry asked, his voice raw with desperation. "What if I lose her?" Ron put a hand on his shoulder. "You won't lose her," he said. "She loves you, Harry. Everyone can see it. She just needs time." Harry nodded, but the doubt lingered. He had seen the way Pansy was slipping away, the way she was pulling back from the world. And he was terrified that he was going to lose her. The breaking point came a week later. Pansy was in her room, staring out the window at the falling snow, when she heard a knock on the door. She ignored it, assuming it was Harry with another tray of food she wouldn't eat. But the knocking persisted, and finally, she got up and opened the door. It wasn't Harry. It was a woman she didn't recognize, tall and thin, with sharp features and cold gray eyes. She was wearing the robes of a ministry official, and she held a scroll in her hand. "Pansy Parkinson?" the woman asked, her voice clipped and official. "Yes," Pansy said, her heart beginning to race. "I'm here to inform you that your father, Marcellus Parkinson, has been sentenced to life in Azkaban for his crimes against the wizarding world. Your mother, Camilla Parkinson, has been placed under house arrest pending her own trial. The Parkinson family estate has been seized by the ministry, and all of your family's assets have been frozen." Pansy stared at the woman, her mind reeling. I didn't. "I'm also here to inform you that your own status is under review," the woman continued. "Given your family's ties to the Death Eaters, the ministry has concerns about your loyalty. You will be required to undergo a series of hearings to determine whether you are fit to remain in the wizarding community." Pansy felt the world tilt beneath her feet. What does that mean?" "It means that your future is uncertain, Miss Parkinson. The ministry will be watching you closely. Any misstep, any hint of disloyalty, and you could find yourself facing the same fate as your father." The woman handed her a scroll and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Pansy stood in the doorway, her hands shaking, and read the words on the parchment. It was a summons. A summons to appear before the Wizengamot, to defend her loyalty, to prove that she was not a threat. She was going to be put on trial. Harry found her in the room of requirement, her body shaking with silent sobs. He gathered her into his arms, holding her tight. "I know," he said. "I know about the summons. Hermione told me. I'm going to help you, Pansy. I'm going to stand beside you, and I'm going to make sure that they see the truth." Pansy looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen. "What if they don't believe me? What if they think I'm just like my father?" "Then I'll make them believe," Harry said, his voice fierce. "I'll tell them everything you've done, everything you've sacrificed. I'll tell them about the messages, the warnings, the years you spent protecting me. I'll make them see that you're not your father. You're so much more than that." Pansy shook her head. "It won't be enough. They'll see my name, my family, and they'll judge me. They'll always judge me." Harry took her face in his hands, his eyes burning with intensity. "Then we'll fight," he said. "We'll fight together, like we've always fought. And we'll win, Pansy. I promise you. We'll win." Pansy looked into his eyes, and she saw the determination there, the unshakable belief that everything would be okay. And for the first time in weeks, she let herself believe it too. "Okay," she said. "Okay. We'll fight. Together." The trial was scheduled for the first week of February. Pansy spent the intervening Weeks in a state of barely controlled anxiety. She worked with Harry and Hermione to prepare her defense, gathering evidence of her loyalty and her contributions to the war effort. She wrote letters to the Order members who had fought beside her, asking them to testify on her behalf. She did everything she could to prove that she was not a threat. But the fear never went away. The night before the trial, Pansy couldn't sleep. She lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind filled with 1,000 terrible possibilities. She imagined the Wisengamot's cold stares, the accusations, the verdict that would destroy her future. She heard a soft knock on her door, and Harry slipped into the room. "I couldn't sleep either," he said, sitting down on the edge of her bed. "I thought you might need company." Pansy sat up, pulling her knees to her chest. "I'm so scared, Harry. I've never been so scared in my life." Harry reached out and took her hand. "I know. I'm scared too. But we're going to get through this. Together." "What if they don't believe me?" Pansy asked, her voice trembling. "What if they send me to Azkaban, like my father?" "They won't," Harry said, his voice firm. "They can't. You've done too much good, saved too many lives. They have to see that." Pansy shook her head. "They don't have to see anything. They can do whatever they want. They have the power, and I have nothing." Harry pulled her into his arms. "You have me," he said. "You have me, Pansy. And I won't let them take you away. I'll fight for you until my last breath." Pansy clung to him, her body shaking with sobs. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you so much." "I love you too," Harry said. "And I'm never going to let you go." They stayed like that for hours, wrapped in each other's arms, until the first light of dawn began to creep through the window. And when they finally stood up to face the day, Pansy felt a tiny spark of hope flicker in her chest. She could do this. She could face the Wisengamot, fight for her freedom, prove her loyalty. She had Harry by her side, and that was all she needed. The trial was held in the Ministry's courtroom, a cavernous space filled with the imposing figures of the Wisengamot. Pansy stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped in front of her, her heart pounding in her chest. Harry was beside her, his presence a steady comfort. He had testified on her behalf, his voice strong and unwavering, telling the Wisengamot everything she had done to help him. Hermione and Ron had testified too, along with several members of the Order. They had all spoken of her bravery, her sacrifice, her unwavering loyalty. But the Wisengamot's faces were impassive, their eyes cold. They had made up their minds long before the trial began. Pansy Parkinson, the chief warlock intoned, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You have been accused of consorting with Death Eaters, of sharing information with the enemy, of betraying the wizarding world. What do you have to say for yourself?" Pansy stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear that was coursing through her veins. "I have nothing to say except the truth," she said. "I was born into a family of Death Eaters. I was raised to believe in their cause. But I chose a different path. I chose love over hate. I chose Harry Potter over everything I had ever known. I betrayed my family to save him. I sacrificed everything I had to protect him. And I would do it again. I would do it 1,000 times." The Wisengamot murmured among themselves, their voices low and disapproving. The chief warlock raised a hand for silence. "And you expect us to believe that?" he asked. "You expect us to trust a Parkinson, a Death Eater's daughter, with the future of the wizarding world?" Harry stepped forward, his voice ringing through the chamber. "I trust her," he said. "I trust her with my life. With everything I have. And if you can't see the truth, then you're blind." The chief warlock's eyes narrowed. "This is highly irregular, Mr. Potter." "I don't care about regular," Harry said. "I care about justice. And justice means seeing the truth, not just the name." Pansy Parkinson has done more for the wizarding world than most of you will ever do. She risked everything to save me, to save us all. And if you can't see that, then you're not fit to judge anyone. The Wizengamot fell silent, their faces shifting with uncertainty. They had expected Harry to defend Pansy, but they hadn't expected his defense to be so fierce, so unwavering. The chief warlock cleared his throat. The Wizengamot will take this testimony into consideration. We will reconvene tomorrow to deliver our verdict. The trial was adjourned, and Pansy was led out of the courtroom by Harry, her body shaking with exhaustion. "I can't believe you did that," she whispered. "You stood up to the entire Wizengamot. For me." Harry squeezed her hand. "I told you," he said. "I'll always fight for you. No matter what." The verdict came the next morning. Pansy stood in the center of the courtroom, her hands clasped in front of her, her heart pounding in her chest. Harry was beside her, his presence a steady comfort. The chief warlock rose, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The Wizengamot has reached its verdict. Pansy Parkinson, you have been accused of consorting with Death Eaters and betraying the wizarding world. However, the evidence presented by your supporters has proven that your actions were driven by a desire to protect, not to harm. The Wizengamot has found you not guilty of the charges against you." Pansy felt the tears streaming down her face. She had won. She was free. But the chief warlock wasn't finished. "However," he continued, "your family ties remain a concern. The Wizengamot has decided that you will be placed on probation for a period of 2 years. You will be required to report to the ministry on a regular basis, and any further missteps will result in immediate imprisonment. Do you understand?" Pansy nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I understand." The chief warlock nodded. "Then this trial is concluded." Pansy collapsed into Harry's arms, sobbing with relief. She had won her freedom, but at a terrible cost. She was free, but she was also alone. Her family was gone, her name was tarnished, and her future was uncertain. But she had Harry. And that was all that mattered. They walked out of the ministry together, the cold February air washing over them. Pansy looked up at the gray sky, her heart filled with a strange mixture of grief and hope. "It's over," she said softly. "It's finally over." Harry wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. "It's just the beginning," he said. "The beginning of everything else." Pansy looked at him, and she felt a smile spread across her face. He was right. This wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. The price of betrayal had been steep. She had lost everything she had ever known. But she had also gained something far more precious, a future with the boy she loved. And that was worth everything. Chapter 11, The Secret Safe House. The cottage was hidden in a fold of the Scottish Highlands, invisible to Muggle and wizard alike, wrapped in layers of enchantment so ancient that even the most skilled Death Eater would have walked past it without a second glance. It had belonged to Harry's parents once, a secret refuge they had used during the First War, and Dumbledore had preserved it after their deaths, maintaining the wards and keeping it ready for the day it might be needed. Now, that day had come. Pansy stood in the doorway, her breath catching in her throat. The cottage was small, a single room with a sleeping loft above, a stone fireplace dominating one wall, and windows that looked out onto a garden that had long since gone wild. But it was warm, and it was safe, and it was theirs. "It's not much," Harry said, coming up behind her. "But it's private. No one knows about this place except the Order. We can stay here as long as we need to." Pansy turned to look at him, her eyes filling with tears. "It's perfect," she said. "It's absolutely perfect." Harry smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "I'm glad you like it. I know it's not what you're used to." "Harry, I grew up in a manor that was colder than this cottage will ever be," Pansy interrupted. "This is the warmest place I've ever been." She stepped inside, her fingers trailing along the worn wooden table, the rough stone walls. The cottage smelled of wood smoke and herbs, and there was a pot of something bubbling on the stove. It was humble, modest, and utterly beautiful. "This is going to be our home," she said softly, almost to herself. "Ours." Harry came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "For as long as you want it to be," he said. "We can stay here until the war is over. Until everything is over. And then we can find a place of our own, somewhere we can build a life together." Pansy leaned back against him, her heart swelling with love. "I don't need anything else," she said. "I don't need a manor or a fortune or a name. All I need is you." Harry pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "You have me," he said. "You'll always have me." The first weeks at the cottage were a period of adjustment. Pansy had spent her entire life surrounded by people, first at Parkinson Manor, then at Hogwarts, then with the Order. She had never been truly alone, never had the opportunity to simply exist without the weight of expectations pressing down on her. But here, in the quiet of the Scottish Highlands, she discovered a peace she had never known. She woke each morning to the sound of birdsong and the crackling of the fire. She cooked meals in the small kitchen, learning to prepare food with her own hands for the first time. She worked in the overgrown garden, pulling weeds and planting vegetables, her fingers sinking into the rich, dark soil. And every evening, she sat with Harry by the fire, talking about everything and nothing. "What do you want to do?" Harry asked one night, his voice soft. "After the war, I mean. What do you want your life to look like?" Pansy considered the question. She had never really thought about it before. Her future had always been determined by her family's expectations, by the war, by the constant struggle to survive. But now, for the first time, she had the freedom to choose. "I want to travel," she said finally. "I've never seen the world outside Britain. I want to see the pyramids in Egypt, the dragons in Romania, the magic that exists in other places." Harry nodded, a small smile on his face. "That sounds nice. I'd like to see those things too." Pansy turned to look at him. "You would?" "Of course," Harry said. "I've never really left Britain either. And I'd like to see it all with you." Pansy felt a warmth spread through her chest. "Together," she said. "We'll see it all together." But the peace of the cottage was not unbroken. Pansy still woke from nightmares, still screamed in the night, still reached for her wand at every unexpected sound. The war had scarred her in ways she was only beginning to understand, and the healing was slow. One night, she woke gasping, the image of her father's face still vivid in her mind. She was trembling, her body covered in sweat, her heart pounding so hard she could barely breathe. Harry was there in an instant, his arms wrapped around her, his voice soft and soothing. "It's okay," he said. "It's okay, Pansy. You're safe. You're here with me." Pansy clung to him, her body shaking with sobs. "I can't get the images out of my head," she said. "I keep seeing his face, the way he looked at me when he said he was going to kill me. I keep hearing his voice, telling me I was dead to him." Harry held her tighter. "He's gone," he said. "He can't hurt you anymore. No one can hurt you anymore." "I know," Pansy said, her voice muffled against his chest. "But it still hurts. It still feels like I'm losing something, even though I don't want it back." Harry was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You're allowed to grieve, Pansy. You're allowed to be sad about losing your family, even if they were terrible to you. That doesn't make you weak. That makes you human." Pansy looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed. "How do you always know what to say?" Harry smiled, a soft, sad smile. "I don't always know," he said. "But I know you. And I know that you're the strongest person I've ever met. You're going to get through this, Pansy. I promise." Pansy leaned into him, letting his warmth surround her. "I love you," she whispered. I love you so much. I love you too, Harry said. Always. The days passed, and slowly, the nightmares began to fade. Pansy started sleeping through the night, her body finally surrendering to the exhaustion that had been building for years. She started eating more, her cheeks filling out, the hollows beneath her eyes slowly disappearing. She started laughing again, the sound of it surprising her with its authenticity. And she started to believe that she might actually be okay. One afternoon, she was working in the garden when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned to see Harry standing in the doorway, a tentative smile on his face. "I have something for you," he said. "A surprise." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "A surprise?" Harry nodded, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out a small velvet box, and Pansy felt her heart stop. "Harry, we already," she started. "It's not that," Harry said quickly, his cheeks flushing. "It's something else. Something I've been working on for a while." He opened the box to reveal a silver locket, delicate and intricate, with a small emerald at its center. It was beautiful, and Pansy felt her breath catch in her throat. "It's a portkey," Harry explained. "Enchanted to take you anywhere you want to go. I thought you might want to use it to travel, after the war. To see those places you've always dreamed of seeing." Pansy stared at the locket, tears streaming down her face. "Harry, it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "I wanted to give you something that would remind you that you're free," he said. "That you can go anywhere, do anything. That the world is yours for the taking." Pansy took the locket from him, her fingers trembling. She opened it to find a small photograph inside, a picture of the two of them, taken in the garden, their faces bright with laughter. "I had it enchanted," Harry said. "So that no matter where you go, you'll always have a piece of home with you." Pansy threw her arms around him, burying her face in his neck. "I don't know what I did to deserve you," she whispered. "I don't know how I got so lucky." Harry held her tight. "You were brave," he said. "You were brave, and you were kind, and you never gave up. That's how you got lucky. That's how you got me." Pansy pulled back, looking into his eyes. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything in the world." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a slow, tender kiss that tasted of hope and promise. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much." The winter deepened, and the cottage became a cocoon of warmth and safety. Pansy and Harry spent their days in quiet companionship, working side by side, learning the rhythms of each other's lives. They read together, cooked together, talked about everything and nothing. They built a life in that small cottage, a life that was simple and beautiful and utterly their own. But even in the peace of the Highlands, the war was never far away. The Order sent regular updates, news of the resistance and the fight against Voldemort. Harry received letters from Ron and Hermione, from the Weasleys, from the other members of the Order. They were planning something big, something that would require Harry's involvement. Pansy knew that it was coming. She knew that the peace they had found was temporary, that eventually, they would have to return to the fight. But for now, she was content to live in the moment, to cherish every second of happiness she had with Harry. One evening, Harry came to her with a letter in his hand, his expression troubled. "There's something I need to tell you," he said. "Something I've been keeping from you." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" "The Order is planning an attack," Harry said. "A major offensive against Voldemort's forces. They want me to be there. They need me to be there." Pansy felt her blood run cold. "When?" "Next week," Harry said. "They're targeting one of Voldemort's strongholds. It's going to be dangerous, Pansy. I don't know if I'm going to make it back." Pansy crossed the room and took his face in her hands. "Don't say that," she said, her voice fierce. Don't you dare say that. You're going to come back to me. You promised. Harry's eyes glistened with emotion. I know I promised. But I can't make any guarantees, Pansy. This war is. I don't care about the war, Pansy interrupted. I care about you. And I'm not going to let you go without me. Harry's eyes widened. Pansy, you can't. Don't even try to stop me, Pansy said, her voice hard. I've spent years watching you from the shadows, protecting you from a distance. I'm done hiding. If you're going into danger, I'm going with you. Harry stared at her, his expression shifting from shock to admiration. You're really going to do this, aren't you? Pansy nodded, her chin lifted defiantly. I'm going to do this. I'm going to stand beside you, fight beside you, die beside you if I have to. I'm not going to let you face this alone. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I love you, he said. I love you so much. I love you too, Pansy said. And I'm never going to let you go. The night before the attack, they sat by the fire, the silence heavy between them. Pansy looked at Harry, her heart aching with love and fear. She had spent years protecting him, years watching over him from the shadows. And now, she was going to fight beside him, to face the darkness together. What are you thinking? Harry asked, his voice soft. Pansy smiled, a sad smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I'm thinking about how much has changed, she said. A year ago, I was hiding behind my Slytherin mask, pretending to be someone I wasn't. And now I'm here, with you, about to go into battle. It's surreal. Harry reached out and took her hand. You're not that girl anymore, he said. You're so much more than that. Pansy squeezed his hand. Neither are you, she said. You're not just the boy who lived anymore. You're my partner, my ally, my love. And I'm going to be right beside you until the very end. Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss full of promise and fear and hope. Together, he said. Whatever happens, we face it together. Pansy nodded, tears streaming down her face. Together, she repeated. Always. The morning of the attack dawned cold and grey. Pansy stood in the doorway of the cottage, watching Harry gather his things. He was moving slowly, deliberately, as though he was trying to memorize every detail of the cottage before he left. I'll be back, he said, his voice steady. I promise. Pansy crossed the room and took his hand. I know you will, she said. And I'll be right there with you. Harry smiled, a tired but genuine smile. Ready? Pansy nodded, her heart pounding with fear and determination. Ready. They walked out of the cottage together, hand in hand, and into the darkness. The secret safe house had been their refuge, their sanctuary, their home. But now, it was time to leave it behind. The war was calling, and they had to answer. Pansy looked back at the cottage one last time, the small stone building that had given her so much peace. She would miss it, would miss the quiet days and the peaceful nights. But she knew that she would be back. She knew that someday, when the war was over, she would return to this place. And she would bring Harry with her. Let's go, she said, her voice firm. Let's go end this. Together, they stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 12, Pansy's Greatest Risk. The Order's headquarters was a sprawling estate in the English countryside, hidden behind layers of enchantment so dense that even the most skilled Death Eater would have walked past it without a second glance. Pansy had been there once before, during the early days of the war, but now it felt different. Now, she was walking through its halls as a soldier, not a refugee. The meeting was held in the Great Hall, a cavernous room lined with portraits of fallen Order members. Pansy stood at the back, her back against the wall, watching as the resistance leaders gathered around a large oak table. Harry was at the center of it all, his face set with determination, his voice steady as he outlined the plan. "We've identified 3 of Voldemort's strongholds," he said, pointing to a map that floated above the table. "One in the north, one in the south, and one here, in the heart of London. They're heavily guarded, but we have intelligence that suggests they're vulnerable." "How vulnerable?" Kingsley Shacklebolt asked, his deep voice echoing through the hall. "Vulnerable enough," Harry said. "If we strike all 3 at once, we can divide their forces. They won't know which attack is the real one, which one to defend against." "It's a risky strategy," Hermione said, her brow furrowed with concern. "If they figure out what we're doing, they could wipe us out." "Which is why we need to be careful," Harry said. "We need to gather more intelligence. We need to know exactly what we're facing before we move." The meeting continued for hours. The discussion shifting from strategy to logistics to the countless details that would determine the success or failure of the mission. Pansy listened carefully, absorbing every piece of information, filing it away for future use. But there was something else on her mind, something that had been gnawing at her since they had arrived at the headquarters. She had overheard a conversation, 2 Death Eaters who had been captured and were being held in the dungeons. They had been talking about a meeting, a gathering of Voldemort's inner circle that was scheduled to take place in a few days. A meeting that Pansy could infiltrate. She waited until the meeting was over, until the other Order members had dispersed to their various tasks. Then she approached Harry, her heart pounding with fear and determination. "I need to tell you something," she said, her voice low. "Something I've been thinking about." Harry turned to her, his expression curious. "What is it?" "I heard a conversation," Pansy said. 2 Death Eaters in the dungeons. They were talking about a meeting, a gathering of Voldemort's inner circle. It's happening in 3 days, in a manor house in the north." Harry's eyes narrowed. "And you want to go to it?" "I want to infiltrate it," Pansy corrected. "I can get in, Harry. I know the passwords, the protocols, the way the Death Eaters operate. I can gather intelligence that we could never get any other way." Harry shook his head, his face pale. "No. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous." "It's dangerous for all of us," Pansy said. "But I'm the only one who can do this. I'm the only one who knows how the Death Eaters think, how they talk, how they move. I'm the only one who can blend in." "I don't care," Harry said, his voice fierce. "I'm not going to let you walk into a nest of Death Eaters alone. It's suicide." Pansy reached up and touched his face. "I've been protecting you for years, Harry. Now it's time for me to protect myself. I can do this. I have to. Do this." Harry stared at her, his green eyes burning with emotion. "I can't lose you," he said. "I can't. Not now, not when we're so close to the end." "You won't lose me," Pansy said. "I promise. I'll be careful. I'll be smart. And I'll come back to you." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "If anything happens to you," he said, his voice muffled against her hair, "I'll never forgive myself." "Nothing's going to happen to me," Pansy said. "I'm too stubborn to die." Harry laughed, a shaky, desperate sound. "That's true," he said. "You are the most stubborn person I've ever met." Pansy pulled back, looking into his eyes. "Let me do this," she said. "Let me prove that I'm more than just the girl who watched you from the shadows. Let me prove that I can fight beside you, not just from behind you." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded, his expression resigned. "Okay," he said. "Okay. But I'm going to be there, waiting for you. And if you don't come back, I'm going to tear apart the entire Death Eater network to find you." Pansy smiled, a soft, sad smile. "I know you will," she said. "And I love you for it." The preparation for the infiltration was intense. Pansy spent the next 2 days studying everything she could about the Death Eater's inner circle. She memorized their faces, their names, their family connections. She practiced the passwords and protocols, rehearsing them until they were second nature. She trained with the Order's best duelists, honing her combat skills, preparing for the worst. And she prepared herself mentally for what she was about to do. She was walking into the heart of enemy territory, surrounded by people who would kill her without hesitation if they discovered her true identity. She was wearing a glamour that would make her look like a different person, but the magic was fragile, and one slip could expose her. She was terrified. But she was also determined. The night before the mission, Harry came to her room. He was carrying a small box, his expression serious. "I have something for you," he said. "A gift. Something to keep you safe." Pansy opened the box to reveal a small silver brooch, shaped like a phoenix. It was beautiful, delicate, and she could feel the magic pulsing within it. "It's a portkey," Harry said. "If you ever need to get out, if you're ever in danger, just touch it and say my name. It will bring you straight to me." Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. "Harry, I can't." "You can," Harry said. "You can, and you will. I'm not going to lose you, Pansy. Not ever." Pansy pinned the brooch to her robes, her fingers trembling. "I love you," she said. "I love you so much." "I love you too," Harry said. "Come back to me. Promise me." Pansy nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I promise." The manor house was dark and imposing, its walls black with age and malevolence. Pansy approached it from the east, her glamour firmly in place, her heart pounding in her chest. She had memorized the passwords, rehearsed the protocols, prepared for every eventuality. But nothing could have prepared her for the reality of walking into a Death Eater stronghold. The great hall was filled with masked figures, their faces hidden behind silver masks, their voices a low murmur of hatred and ambition. Pansy moved among them, her head held high, her expression carefully neutral. She was just another Death Eater, just another follower of the Dark Lord. But inside, she was screaming. She saw Lucius Malfoy, his silver hair gleaming in the candlelight, his cold eyes surveying the room. She saw Bellatrix Lestrange, her mad cackle echoing through the hall, her wand raised in a constant threat. She saw the other inner circle members, the ones who had helped Voldemort rise to power. And she saw the Dark Lord himself. He was seated at the head of the table, his pale face twisted into a sneer, his red eyes glowing with malice. He was talking about the war, about the resistance, about the final victory that was within his grasp. "The Potter boy is still a threat," Voldemort said, his voice a cold hiss. "He has allies, supporters, fools who believe in his cause. But they are nothing. They are insects, to be crushed beneath our heels." The Death Eaters murmured their agreement, their voices filled with sycophantic approval. Pansy forced herself to nod along, to play the part of the loyal follower. But inside, she was making a vow. She would do whatever it took to stop Voldemort, to protect Harry, to end this war. She had to be brave. She had to be smart. She had to survive. The meeting continued for hours, and Pansy absorbed every word. She learned about the Death Eaters' plans, their strategies, their weaknesses. She learned about the strongholds they were protecting, the forces they were mustering, the attacks they were planning. She stored it all in her mind, filing it away for future use. But the most important piece of information came near the end of the meeting. "The Potter boy has a weakness," Voldemort said, his voice dripping with contempt. "He cares too much. He loves too deeply. And that love can be used against him." Lucius Malfoy leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What do you have in mind, my lord?" "There is a woman," Voldemort said. "A Slytherin. The daughter of the Parkinson family. She has been protecting the Potter boy, providing him with information, helping him evade our grasp. She is his weakness, his vulnerability. And if we can capture her, we can use her to lure him into a trap. Pansy felt her blood run cold. They were talking about her. They knew. They knew who she was and what she had done. Find her, Voldemort commanded. Capture her. Bring her to me. And when the Potter boy comes to rescue her, we will destroy him once and for all. The Death Eaters rose from their seats, their voices filled with enthusiasm. Pansy rose with them, her heart pounding with fear. She had to get out. She had to warn Harry. She slipped away from the group, moving through the corridors of the manor house, her heart racing. She could hear footsteps behind her, voices calling out, the sound of pursuit. She was being followed. She ran faster, her feet pounding against the stone floor. She turned corners, ducked through doorways, tried to lose her pursuers. But they were everywhere, their wands raised, their voices filled with anger. Stop, someone shouted. Stop, or we'll kill you. Pansy didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She had to get away, had to warn Harry. She reached a dead end, a stone wall that rose up before her. She spun around, her wand raised, facing her pursuers. They were there, a dozen of them, their masks gleaming in the darkness. They had her cornered, trapped, with nowhere to go. Surrender, one of them said, his voice cold and cruel. Surrender, and we'll make your death quick. Pansy raised her chin, her wand steady. I'd rather die fighting. She cast a spell, a blinding flash of light that sent her pursuers reeling. She ran, ducking through a side door, her heart pounding. She could hear the shouts behind her, the sound of spells being cast. She touched the brooch on her robes, her fingers trembling. Harry, she whispered. Harry, help me. The world spun, and she was gone. She landed on the floor of the Order headquarters, her body shaking with fear and exhaustion. Harry was there in an instant, his arms wrapped around her, his face pale with worry. Pansy. Pansy, are you okay? What happened? Pansy looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. They know, she said. Voldemort knows about me. He knows I've been protecting you. He's going to use me to trap you. Harry's face went white. What? He's planning to capture me, to use me as bait, Pansy said. He's going to lure you into a trap and destroy you. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I won't let that happen, he said. I won't. Let them touch you. They know about us, Pansy said, her voice muffled against his chest. They know about the messages, the warnings, everything. I'm not safe anymore, Harry. I'm not safe anywhere. Harry pulled back, looking into her eyes. Then we'll protect you, he said. We'll keep you hidden, keep you safe. Whatever it takes. Pansy shook her head. It's not enough. Voldemort won't stop. He'll keep hunting me, keep trying to use me against you. The only way to stop him is to fight. Harry stared at her, his expression shifting from fear to determination. Then we'll fight, he said. Together. Like we've always done. Pansy nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. Together, she repeated. Always. The days that followed were a blur of planning and preparation. Pansy shared everything she had learned at the Death Eater meeting, providing the Order with crucial intelligence about Voldemort's plans. The Resistance leaders were impressed by her courage, her skill, her unwavering commitment to the cause. You're a hero, Kingsley told her. What you did was incredibly brave. You risked everything to get us this information. Pansy shook her head. I just did what needed to be done. I wasn't going to let Harry die. Kingsley smiled, a warm, genuine smile. You love him, don't you? Pansy nodded, her cheeks flushing. More than anything. Then you're exactly where you're supposed to be, Kingsley said. Fighting beside the person you love, doing everything in your power to protect them. That's what makes a true hero. Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. She had never thought of herself as a hero, had never imagined that anyone would see her as anything other than a Slytherin, a Parkinson, a traitor. But now, surrounded by the people who had accepted her, she was beginning to believe. She was more than her family name. She was more than the girl who watched from the shadows. She was a fighter, a partner, a love. And she was going to help end this war. The night before the final offensive, Pansy and Harry stood on the balcony of the Order headquarters, looking out at the stars. "Are you scared?" Pansy asked, her voice soft. "Terrified," Harry admitted. "But also excited. For the first time in years, I feel like we might actually win." Pansy took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "We will win," she said. "I know we will. Because we have something Voldemort doesn't have." "What's that?" "Each other," Pansy said. "We have each other, and we have the people who love us. That's more powerful than any dark magic." Harry turned to look at her, his green eyes shining in the moonlight. "I love you," he said. "I never thought I would find someone like you. Someone who understands me, who accepts me, who fights beside me." Pansy smiled, a soft, tender smile. "I love you too," she said. "And I'm never going to leave your side." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss full of promise and hope and love. And as they stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, Pansy knew that everything was going to be okay. They had faced the darkness together, and they had won. Now, it was time to end it once and for all. Chapter 13, The Battle Begins. The morning of the final battle dawned gray and cold, the sky heavy with clouds that promised rain. Pansy stood at the window of her small room in the Order headquarters, watching the sun struggle to break through the gloom. She had barely slept, her mind too full of fear and anticipation to find rest. Today was the day. Today, they would march on Hogwarts. Today, they would face Voldemort and his forces in the battle that would decide the fate of the wizarding world. She had been preparing for this moment for 7 years. 7 years of watching, waiting, protecting. 7 years of loving Harry Potter from the shadows. And now, finally, she would stand beside him and fight. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Harry standing in the doorway, his face pale but determined. He was wearing his dragon-hide jacket, his wand tucked into his belt, and he looked every inch the warrior she knew him to be. "Ready?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear that lurked beneath the surface. Pansy crossed the room and took his hand. "Ready," she said. "Let's go end this." They walked through the headquarters together, hand in hand, the other Order members falling into step behind them. The atmosphere was charged with tension and determination, the air thick with the weight of what they were about to do. Kingsley Shacklebolt was waiting at the entrance, his face grave. "The forces are assembled," he said. "We're ready to move on your command." Harry nodded, his jaw clenched. "Let's go." The journey to Hogwarts was a blur of apparition and stealth. They appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the castle rising before them like a beacon of hope and resistance. The wards were still intact, the enchantment still holding, but Pansy could feel the darkness pressing against them, testing their strength. "They're already inside," she said, her voice low. "I can feel them." Harry nodded, his green eyes scanning the castle walls. "Then we go in and we flush them out. Everyone, stay together. Follow my lead." The group moved forward, their footsteps silent against the fallen leaves. Pansy stayed close to Harry, her wand raised, her senses on high alert. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of birds and animals absent. It was as though the very creatures of the forest knew what was coming. They emerged from the trees to find the castle gates open, the grounds littered with the bodies of fallen Death Eaters. The battle had already begun. "Go!" Harry shouted, and they charged forward, their spells blazing through the air. The battle was chaos, a blur of green and red light, of screams and explosions and the clash of magic against magic. Pansy fought alongside Harry, her spells flying in every direction, her body moving on instinct. She had trained for this, prepared for this, and now she was finally in the thick of it. She saw Ron take down a Death Eater with a well-aimed stunner. She saw Hermione create a shield around a group of students, protecting them from a hail of curses. She saw Neville Longbottom standing his ground, his face set with determination, his wand blazing with light. And she saw Harry, her Harry, fighting with a ferocity she had never seen before. He was a force of nature, unstoppable, unbreakable. He was fighting for his friends, for his family, for everything he believed in. She fought beside him, her spells complementing his, their movements perfectly synchronized. They were a team, a unit, and nothing could break them. The battle raged for hours. Pansy lost track of time, lost track of everything except the fight. She was exhausted, her body aching with fatigue, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't give up. She saw the Death Eaters retreating, falling back toward the castle. She saw the resistance forces pushing forward, driving them back. She saw hope flickering in the eyes of the defenders, the belief that they might actually win. And then she saw Harry fall. He was on the ground, his wand out of reach, a Death Eater standing over him with a wand pointed at his chest. Pansy screamed, a sound of pure terror, and ran toward him. "Get away from him," she shouted, casting a spell that sent the Death Eater flying backward. She knelt beside Harry, her hands shaking. "Harry! Harry, are you okay?" He coughed, his eyes fluttering open. "I'm fine," he said, his voice weak. "I'm fine. Just, winded." Pansy helped him to his feet, her heart pounding with relief. "We have to get you out of here. It's too dangerous." "No," Harry said, his voice firm. "I have to finish this. I have to face him. Harry. Pansy, please." He looked at her, his green eyes burning with intensity. "I have to do this. I have to end it. For good." Pansy stared at him, her heart aching. She wanted to argue, wanted to drag him out of the battle and keep him safe. But she knew that she couldn't. This was his destiny, his battle. And she had to let him fight it. "Promise me you'll come back," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Promise me you'll survive." Harry reached out and touched her face, his fingers warm against her cheek. "I promise," he said. "I'll come back to you. I'll always come back to you." He turned and walked toward the castle, his wand raised, his face set with determination. Pansy watched him go, her heart in her throat, and she prayed. Please, God. Please, Merlin. Please, anyone who's listening. Let him survive. Let him come back to me, The battle inside the castle was even more brutal than the one outside. Pansy fought alongside the other Order members, her spells blazing through the air. She saw Harry confront Voldemort in the Great Hall, saw their spells clash in a brilliant explosion of light. She saw the Dark Lord fall, his body crumpling to the ground, his reign of terror finally over. And then there was silence. The Great Hall was still, the echoes of the battle fading into nothing. Pansy stood in the middle of the chaos, her wand still raised, her body trembling with exhaustion. She looked around at the fallen, at the wounded, at the survivors. And she saw Harry. He was standing at the center of the hall, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock. Voldemort lay at his feet, motionless, his body already beginning to fade. Harry had won. He had done it. He had defeated the Dark Lord. Pansy ran to him, throwing her arms around him. She was crying, sobbing with relief and joy. "You did it," she said. "You did it, Harry. He's gone. It's over." Harry held her tight, his arms wrapped around her. "We did it," he said. "All of us. I couldn't have done it without you. Pansy pulled back, looking into his eyes. I love you, she said. I love you so much. Harry smiled. A tired but genuine smile. I love you too, Pansy. I love you too. They stood in the middle of the great hall, surrounded by the chaos of the aftermath, and they held each other. For the first time in years, the darkness had been defeated. For the first time in years, there was hope. Pansy looked up at the enchanted ceiling, where the stars were beginning to break through the clouds. The battle was over. The war was won. And she was finally free. The aftermath of the battle was a blur of recovery and mourning. Pansy threw herself into the work, helping to tend the wounded, to repair the damage, to mourn the fallen. She worked alongside Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the others, and for the first time, she felt like she truly belonged. The wizarding world was in chaos, but there was a sense of hope that had been absent for years. People were starting to rebuild, to look toward the future. And Pansy was determined to be part of that future. But even as she worked, there was something that was bothering her. Something that she couldn't quite shake. Harry had been distant lately. He was always busy, always working, always talking to someone. But when they were alone, there was a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. He seemed to be avoiding her, avoiding the conversations that they used to have. Pansy tried to ignore it at first, telling herself that he was just exhausted, that the weight of the war was still pressing down on him. But the feeling of unease grew, and she couldn't shake it. Finally, one evening, she cornered him in the room of requirement. Harry, we need to talk, she said, her voice firm. You've been avoiding me. I need to know why. Harry looked at her, his expression guarded. I haven't been avoiding you, he said. I've just been busy. Don't lie to me, Pansy said, and there was a sharp edge to her voice. I've known you for years, Harry. I know when something's wrong. And something's been wrong for weeks. Harry was silent. For a long moment. Then he sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. There's something I need to tell you, he said. Something I should have told you a long time ago. Pansy's heart began to race. What is it? I've been having these dreams, Harry said. Visions. Of the future. I've been seeing things, Pansy. Things I can't explain. Pansy felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of things? Things that don't make sense, Harry said. I see you, Pansy. I see us. Together, happy, building a life. But then I see something else. I see darkness, and fear, and loss. I see a future where everything we've fought for is destroyed. Pansy's heart seized with fear. What are you saying, Harry? Are you saying that we're not going to survive? I don't know, Harry said, his voice raw with emotion. I don't know what any of it means. But I know that I can't lose you, Pansy. I can't. And if there's any chance that my visions are real, I need to protect you. Pansy stepped forward, taking his face in her hands. Harry, listen to me. I've spent 7 years protecting you. I've risked everything to keep you safe. I'm not going to stop now. Whatever happens, we face it together. Harry looked into her eyes, and she saw the fear there, the vulnerability. Promise me, he said. Promise me that you'll always be by my side. Pansy smiled, a soft, tender smile. I promise, she said. Always. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I love you, he said. I love you so much. I love you too, Pansy said. And I'm never going to leave you. The days that followed were a period of healing. Pansy and Harry spent more time together, reconnecting after the chaos of the battle. They walked through the grounds of Hogwarts, hand in hand, talking about everything and nothing. They sat by the lake, watching the sun set over the water. They made plans for the future, plans that were filled with hope and promise. But even as they rebuilt their relationship, the shadows of the past lingered. Pansy still had nightmares, still woke screaming in the night. The war had left its mark on her, scars that would take years to heal. But Harry was there, holding her through the darkness, reminding her that she was safe. And slowly, tentatively, the nightmares began to fade. One evening, Harry took Pansy to the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle. The stars were out, a million points of light scattered across the velvet sky. "I wanted to show you something," Harry said, his voice soft. "Something I've been thinking about for a while." Pansy looked at him, her heart racing. "What is it?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, a simple gold band with a small diamond at its center. "I know it's not much," he said, his voice slightly nervous. "But I wanted to give you something that would remind you of how much you mean to me. Something that would remind you that you're not alone anymore." Pansy stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. "Harry, it's beautiful. Will you wear it?" Harry asked. "Will you let me be your partner, your ally, your friend? For as long as you'll have me?" Pansy nodded, unable to speak. She held out her hand, and Harry slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, as though it had been made for her. "Yes," she said finally, her voice thick with emotion. "Yes, I'll wear it. I'll wear it forever." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I love you, Pansy. I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone." "I love you too," Pansy said. "I've loved you for so long that I can't remember what it felt like not to love you." They held each other, swaying gently under the stars. The war was over, the darkness defeated. And they had each other, which was all that mattered. Pansy looked at the ring on her finger, and she knew that everything was going to be okay. The battle was won, and the future was bright. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his ally, his love. And together, they would build a future that was worthy of everything they had fought for. Chapter 14, The Choice in the Great Hall. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had witnessed many things in its 1,000-year history. It had seen feasts and celebrations, triumphs and tragedies, the rise of heroes and the fall of villains. But never in all its centuries had it seen anything quite like the scene that unfolded on that cold November morning. Pansy stood at the entrance, her hand clasped tightly in Harry's, her heart pounding so loudly she was certain everyone could hear it. The hall was packed with students, teachers, order members, and ministry officials. They had come to celebrate the victory, to honor the fallen, to mark the end of an era. But they had also come to judge. She could feel their eyes on her, hundreds of pairs of eyes, some curious, some suspicious, some openly hostile. She was the Slytherin, the Parkinson, the daughter of Death Eaters. She was the one who had betrayed her family, turned her back on everything she had been raised to believe. And now, she was standing beside the hero of the wizarding world, wearing his ring on her finger. She felt like a fraud. "Are you okay?" Harry whispered, his voice barely audible above the buzz of conversation. Pansy nodded, forcing a smile onto her face. "I'm fine. Just nervous." "You have nothing to be nervous about," Harry said. "You belong here. You earned your place." Pansy squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his presence. He believed in her, and that was enough. The ceremony began with a moment of silence for the fallen. Pansy closed her eyes, thinking of all those who had given their lives for the cause. She thought of Sirius Black, of Remus Lupin, of Fred Weasley. She thought of Tonks, of Colin Creevey, of all the others whose names would be carved into the memorial that was being built. In the courtyard. She had known some of them, fought beside some of them. They had accepted her, trusted her, believed in her. And now they were gone. The silence stretched on, heavy and profound. Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes, and she blinked them back. She had done enough crying. It was time to be strong. When the moment of silence ended, Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward to address the crowd. He spoke of the war, of the sacrifices that had been made, of the victory that had been won. He spoke of hope and healing, of the future that was being built. And then he spoke of her. "There is one person who deserves special recognition today," Kingsley said, his voice carrying through the hall. "A person who risked everything to help us win this war. A person who turned her back on her family, her name, her entire identity, to do what was right." Pansy felt her heart stop. She looked at Harry, her eyes wide with shock. He smiled encouragingly, nodding for her to go forward. "I'm talking, of course, about Pansy Parkinson," Kingsley continued. "Many of you know her as the daughter of Death Eaters, as a Slytherin who was raised to believe in blood purity and the Dark Lord's cause. But what you may not know is that Pansy has been protecting Harry Potter since her first year at Hogwarts. She has been sending him anonymous warnings, helping him evade traps, doing everything in her power to keep him safe. She betrayed her family, her friends, her entire world, to stand with us. And without her, I don't know if any of us would be here today." The hall erupted in murmurs, the whispers spreading like wildfire through the crowd. Pansy could feel the weight of their gazes, the judgment in their eyes. Some were looking at her with newfound respect, others with suspicion. A few, she noted with a sinking heart, were looking at her with outright hostility. She stepped forward, her legs trembling, and faced the crowd. "I don't deserve your praise," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I did what I had to do. What anyone would have done in my position." "That's not true," Harry said, stepping up beside her. "You did something extraordinary, Pansy. You chose love over hate, hope over fear. And you did it when no one was watching, when no one would ever know. That's the definition of true courage." Pansy looked at him, her eyes shining with tears. She wanted to say something, to tell him how much his words meant to her, but the words wouldn't come. The crowd was silent, watching the exchange. And then, slowly, a ripple of applause began to spread through the hall. At first, it was just a few people, scattered here and there. Then more joined in, their clapping growing louder, more enthusiastic. Soon, the entire hall was applauding, their cheers echoing off the stone walls. Pansy stood there, her hand clasped in Harry's, and let the sound wash over her. She had never felt so accepted, so validated, so seen. She had finally found her place in the world. The celebration continued long into the night. Pansy found herself surrounded by well-wishers, people who wanted to thank her, congratulate her, shake her hand. She accepted their praise graciously, but inside, she felt a strange sense of detachment. She had done what she had done because she loved Harry. She hadn't done it for recognition or praise. She had done it because she couldn't bear to see him hurt. But now that the war was over, she had to figure out who she was without the fight. She had to discover what kind of person she wanted to be. Harry found her standing alone on the balcony, looking out at the stars. He came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You've been quiet all night." Pansy leaned back against him, drawing comfort from his warmth. "I'm just thinking," she said. "About what comes next." "What do you mean?" "I mean, the war is over," Pansy said. "The fighting is done. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I've spent so long hiding, protecting, fighting. I don't know how to just live." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "We'll figure it out together. We'll find a way to build a life, Pansy. A real life, with normal things. A home, a garden, maybe some children. We'll have the future we always dreamed about." Pansy smiled, a soft, sad smile. "Do you really think we can have that? After everything we've been through?" "I don't just think it," Harry said. "I know it. Because we've earned it, Pansy. We've fought for it. And we're not going to let it go. Pansy turned in his arms, looking up into his face. I love you, she said. I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone. Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss that tasted of hope and promise. I love you too, he said. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much. The weeks that followed were a period of adjustment. Pansy and Harry moved into a small cottage in the countryside, not far from the secret safe house that had been their refuge during the war. It was modest, humble, but it was theirs. They filled it with books and plants and photographs, creating a home that was warm and welcoming. Pansy took a job at the ministry, working in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was meaningful. She was helping to rebuild the wizarding world, to create a future that was just and fair. Harry worked as an Auror, hunting down the remnants of Voldemort's forces and bringing them to justice. He was good at it, dedicated and determined, and Pansy was proud of him. But even as they built their new lives, the shadows of the past lingered. Pansy still had nightmares. She still woke screaming in the night, still reached for her wand at every unexpected sound. The war had left its mark on her, scars that would take years to heal. But Harry was there, holding her through the darkness, reminding her that she was safe. We're going to be okay, he would whisper. We're going to be okay. And slowly, tentatively, Pansy began to believe it. The first anniversary of Voldemort's defeat was a bittersweet occasion. Pansy and Harry attended a memorial service in the Great Hall, standing alongside the other survivors as they honored the fallen. The hall was filled with flowers and candles, the air thick with the scent of remembrance. Pansy thought about all those who had died, all those who had sacrificed everything for the cause. She thought about Fred, about Tonks, about Remus and Sirius. She thought about her father, who was still in Azkaban, and her mother, who was still under house arrest. She had lost so much. But she had also gained so much. You're thinking about them, aren't you? Harry asked, his voice soft. Pansy nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. I can't help it. They're everywhere I look. Harry took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. They're in a better place, he said. And they're proud of us, Pansy. I know they are. Pansy squeezed his hand, drawing strength from his presence. Thank you, she said. For being here. For always being here. Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. I'll always be here, he said. That's what I promised you. And I never break my promises. The memorial service ended, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Pansy and Harry lingered in the Great Hall, reluctant to leave the place that had been their home for so many years. I'm going to miss this place, Harry said, looking around at the familiar walls. It's been my home for so long. I don't know how to say goodbye. Pansy followed his gaze, her heart aching with nostalgia. It'll always be here, she said. And we'll always be able to come back. Harry nodded, but there was a sadness in his eyes that Pansy couldn't quite understand. What's wrong? She asked. Harry was silent for a moment. Then he said, I was thinking about all the people who aren't here. The ones we lost. I still miss them, you know. Every single day. Pansy reached out and touched his face, her fingers gentle against his cheek. I know, she said. I miss them too. But we can't let their deaths be in vain. We have to keep living, keep building, keep fighting for the world they believed in. Harry leaned into her touch, his eyes closing. You're right, he said. I know you're right. It's just hard sometimes. Grief is hard, Pansy said. It's supposed to be hard. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it together. Harry opened his eyes, and there was a new light in them. I love you, he said. I love you so much. Pansy smiled, a soft, tender smile. I love you too, she said. Always. The months passed, and slowly, the wounds of the past began to heal. Pansy and Harry built a life together, a life filled with laughter and love and hope. They traveled the world, visiting all the places they had dreamed of during the war. They stood on the pyramids in Egypt, walked through the ancient streets of Rome, watched the northern lights dance across the sky in Iceland. And everywhere they went, they found magic. Pansy's work at the ministry flourished. She was promoted to a senior position, her dedication and skill earning her the respect of her colleagues. She helped to draft new legislation, to establish protections for magical creatures, to create a more just and equitable society. She was no longer the girl who watched from the shadows. She was a leader, a changemaker, a force for good. But the greatest change came within herself. She had finally stopped running, stopped hiding, stopped pretending. She had embraced who she was, flaws and all, and she had found peace. One evening, as they sat on the porch of their cottage, watching the sun set over the mountains, Harry turned to her with a serious expression on his face. "There's something I want to ask you," he said. "Something I've been thinking about for a while." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, different from the one he had given her before. This one was more elaborate, a diamond set in a band of silver and gold. "Pansy," he said, his voice slightly nervous. "I know we've been through a lot together. More than most people ever go through in a lifetime. And I know we've already made promises to each other. But I want to make it official. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Pansy. Will you marry me?" Pansy stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. She had dreamed of this moment, hoped for it, wished for it. But she had never truly believed it would come. "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, Harry. I'll marry you. I'll marry you." Harry slipped the ring onto her finger, his hands trembling. Then he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I love you," he said. "I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone." "I love you too," Pansy said, her voice thick with emotion. "And I'm going to love you for the rest of my life." They held each other, the stars beginning to appear in the sky above them. The war was over, the darkness defeated, and they were finally free. Pansy looked at the ring on her finger, and she knew that everything was going to be okay. She had found her place in the world, and it was right there, in Harry's arms. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his love, his future. And together, they would build a life that was worthy of everything they had fought for. The choice in the Great Hall had been the turning point, the moment when she had finally been seen for who she really was. And now, she was ready to embrace the future that lay ahead. The past was behind her. The future was bright. And she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Chapter 15, The Last Secret. The cottage was quiet, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Pansy sat at the kitchen table, a cup of cold tea forgotten in front of her, her fingers tracing the edge of the ring that now adorned her hand. It had been 3 weeks since Harry's proposal, 3 weeks of blissful happiness that had felt almost surreal after so many years of darkness and fear. But even in her joy, there was something that troubled her. A secret she had kept buried for so long that she had almost convinced herself it didn't exist. But it did. And now, with the war over and the future stretching out before them, she knew she could no longer keep it hidden. The secret was about her mother. Camilla Parkinson had been placed under house arrest after the fall of Voldemort, confined to the crumbling remains of Parkinson Manor with only a few house elves for company. The ministry had seized most of the family's assets, and the Parkinson name was now synonymous with shame and defeat. Pansy had not spoken to her mother since the day she had been disowned, had not even visited her in the months since the war ended. But she had received letters. The first one had come a week after Voldemort's defeat, a brief, cold missive that demanded Pansy's help in securing her mother's release. Pansy had ignored it, tearing the parchment into pieces and throwing it into the fire. But the letters kept coming, each one more desperate than the last. Pansy, I know you think you have won. I know you believe that your betrayal was justified. But I am still your mother, and I am still a Parkinson. I will not let our family name be destroyed by your selfishness. You will help me, or you will face the consequences. Pansy, the ministry is threatening to seize the manor. They are going to take everything we have left, everything your father and I worked so hard to build. You are the only one who can stop them. You are the only one with the connections to save us. Please, I beg you. I am begging you. Pansy, I am dying. The stress of the trial, the humiliation, the loss of everything we had, it is killing me. If you have any love left in your heart for your mother, you will come to me. You will help me. You will save me. Pansy had read every letter, had felt the weight of her mother's desperation pressing down on her. She had been tempted, more than once, to give in. To go to the ministry and plead for her mother's release. To use her influence to save the family that had thrown her away. But she had resisted. Because she knew the truth. She knew that her mother was not the victim she pretended to be. She knew that Camilla Parkinson was a Death Eater, a woman who had willingly supported Voldemort's cause. She knew that her mother's suffering was the just consequence of her own choices. But there was another secret. A deeper secret. A secret that Pansy had never told anyone, not even Harry. The secret was about the locket. It had been hidden in the Parkinson family vault for generations, a relic passed down through the ages, its origins shrouded in mystery. Pansy had discovered it when she was 12, exploring the depths of the manor, searching for something that would help her understand her family's dark history. She had found it in a small box, wrapped in silk and protected by ancient enchantments. She had opened the box, and she had seen the locket. It was beautiful, intricate, with a serpent coiled around a rose, the Parkinson family crest. But there was something else about it, something that made her skin crawl. She had felt the darkness in it. The malevolence. The evil. She had known, even then, what it was. A Horcrux. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And her family had been hiding it for decades, protecting it from the Order, from the Ministry, from anyone who might want to destroy it. Pansy had kept the secret for years, terrified of what would happen if anyone found out. She had hidden the locket in a place where no one would ever find it, a place that only she knew. She had told no one, not even Harry. But now, with the war over and the future stretching out before them, she knew she could no longer keep the secret. She had to tell Harry. She had to trust him with the truth. The evening was cold, the first snow of winter beginning to fall. Pansy sat on the porch of the cottage, wrapped in a thick blanket, watching the flakes drift down from the gray sky. Harry came out to join her, 2 cups of hot chocolate in his hands. "You've been quiet all day," he said, sitting down beside her. "Is something wrong?" Pansy took the cup, her fingers wrapping around its warmth. "There's something I need to tell you," she said. "Something I've been keeping from you for a long time." Harry's expression grew serious. "What is it?" Pansy took a deep breath, gathering her courage. "It's about my family. About the Parkinson family vault. There's something hidden there, something I discovered when I was 12. Something that belongs to Voldemort." Harry set down his cup, his eyes fixed on her face. "What are you talking about?" "A Horcrux," Pansy said, the words finally tumbling out. "My family was hiding a Horcrux. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I found it years ago, and I kept it hidden. I didn't tell anyone because I was afraid, because I didn't know who to trust. But now I know that I have to destroy it. I have to end this once and for all." Harry stared at her, his face pale. "A Horcrux? Your family had a Horcrux?" Pansy nodded, tears streaming down her face. "It's in a vault in Gringotts. hidden behind layers of enchantments. Only a Parkinson can access it. I'm the only one who can get to it. Harry was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he reached out and took her hand. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, his voice soft. "Why didn't you trust me with this?" Pansy shook her head, the tears falling faster. "I was afraid. I was afraid of what you would think of me, of my family. I was afraid. You would hate me." "I could never hate you," Harry said, his voice fierce. "You're the bravest person I know, Pansy. You've risked everything for me, for the cause, for what's right. And now you're going to risk everything again, to destroy one of the darkest objects in existence. That's not something to be ashamed of. That's something to be proud of." Pansy looked at him, her eyes red-rimmed and swollen. "You're not angry?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not angry. I'm grateful. Because you trusted me enough to tell me the truth. And I'm going to help you destroy this Horcrux, Pansy. We're going to do it together." Pansy let out a sob of relief and threw her arms around him. "I love you," she said. "I love you so much." Harry held her tight, his arms wrapped around her. "I love you too," he said. "And we're going to get through this. Together." The journey to Gringotts was fraught with tension. Pansy and Harry traveled under glamours, their identities hidden from the goblins who guarded the bank. The vaults were deep underground, protected by ancient magic that could only be unlocked by a Parkinson. Pansy's heart pounded as she approached the entrance, her hand pressed against the cold stone. "You're sure about this?" Harry asked, his voice low. Pansy nodded, her jaw set with determination. "I've never been more sure of anything." She pressed her palm against the stone, and the vault door swung open, revealing a cavernous chamber filled with gold and jewels and ancient artifacts. And there, at the center of it all, was the locket. It sat on a pedestal, its serpent design gleaming in the dim light. Pansy felt the darkness radiating from it, the malevolence that had been haunting her for years. "It's there," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's been there all along." Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. "We need to destroy it. Do you know how?" Pansy nodded. "I've been researching. The only way to destroy a Horcrux is with a weapon that can cause irreparable damage. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. The sword of Gryffindor." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small vial filled with a shimmering liquid. "I've been carrying this with me for years. Basilisk venom, from the Chamber of Secrets. I've been waiting for the right moment to use it." Harry stared at the vial, his eyes wide with shock. "You've had that all this time?" "I couldn't tell you," Pansy said. "I couldn't tell anyone. But I knew that one day, I would need it. And now, that day has come." She walked toward the locket, her heart pounding. She could feel the darkness pulsing from it, could hear the whispers that seemed to emanate from its depths. It was trying to stop her, to convince her to turn back. "You are a Parkinson," the whispers said. *, you are one of us. You cannot destroy this. You cannot destroy your heritage, *. Pansy ignored them. She raised the vial, her hand steady, and she prepared to pour the venom onto the locket. But before she could, the locket began to glow. A light that was both beautiful and terrible filled the chamber, and Pansy felt herself being pulled toward it, her will slowly crumbling. "You cannot destroy me," the locket said, and it was Voldemort's voice, cold and cruel. "I am a part of you, Pansy. You cannot destroy me without destroying yourself." Pansy felt her grip on the vial weaken. She was losing herself, losing her will, losing everything she had fought for. And then Harry was there, his hand on her shoulder, his voice steady and strong. "Don't listen to it," he said. "It's lying. It's trying to manipulate you. You are stronger than it, Pansy. You are stronger than Voldemort. You can do this. Pansy looked at him, and she saw the faith in his eyes, the unwavering belief that she could overcome anything. She turned back to the locket, her hand steadying. "I am not my family," she said, her voice strong. "I am not a Death Eater. I am not a servant of darkness. I am Pansy Parkinson, and I choose love over hate. I choose hope over fear. I choose the light." She poured the venom onto the locket. The effect was immediate. The locket screamed, a piercing shriek that echoed through the chamber. The darkness that had been pulsing from it began to fade, replaced by a brilliant light that filled the entire vault. And then, with a final, shuddering gasp, the locket crumbled to dust. Pansy collapsed to her knees, her body shaking with exhaustion. She had done it. She had destroyed the Horcrux. She had finally ended the darkness that had haunted her family for generations. Harry knelt beside her, pulling her into his arms. "You did it," he said. "You did it, Pansy. It's over." Pansy clung to him, sobbing with relief. "It's over," she repeated. "It's finally over." They emerged from Gringotts into the cold winter air, the snow falling softly around them. Pansy looked up at the grey sky, and she felt a peace she had never known. "Thank you," she said, turning to Harry. "For being there. For believing in me. For never giving up." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "I'll always be there," he said. "That's what I promised you." Pansy reached up and touched his face, her fingers gentle against his cheek. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything in the world." "I love you too," Harry said. "And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much." They walked back to the cottage, hand in hand, the snow falling around them like a blessing. The last secret had been revealed, the last darkness had been vanquished. And now, they were finally free. The future was bright, and it was theirs. Chapter 16, Harry and Pansy against the darkness. The cottage was quiet in the weeks that followed, the winter deepening into a blanket of snow that covered the Scottish Highlands in white silence. Pansy and Harry had returned from Gringotts with a new understanding of each other, a bond that had been forged in the crucible of shared secrets and shared dangers. They had destroyed a Horcrux together, had faced the darkness together, and had emerged stronger for it. But even as they basked in the warmth of their victory, the specter of the past lingered. The Ministry was still investigating the Parkinson family's ties to Voldemort, and Pansy's mother, Camilla, was still under house arrest. The letters had stopped after Pansy had refused to respond to them, but the silence was more ominous than the words had been. It was as though her mother was waiting, biding her time, planning something. Pansy tried not to think about it. She tried to focus on the future, on the life she was building with Harry. But the weight of her mother's silence pressed down on her, a constant reminder of the secrets she still carried. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Harry turned to her with a serious expression on his face. "There's something I need to talk to you about," he said. "Something I've been thinking about for a while." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" "I've been in contact with the Order," Harry said. "There have been reports of Death Eater activity in the north. Small groups, scattered, disorganized. But they're still out there, Pansy. They're still dangerous." Pansy nodded, a chill running down her spine. She had known that the war wasn't truly over, that Voldemort's followers would continue to cause chaos even after his death. But she had hoped that they would have more time to heal before the next battle began. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I want to stop them," Harry said. "I want to hunt them down and bring them to justice. But I need your help, Pansy. I need your knowledge, your skills, your instincts." Pansy looked at him, and she saw the determination in his eyes, the unshakable commitment to doing what was right. He wasn't asking her to fight because he needed a soldier. He was asking her to fight because he needed a partner. "I'll help you," she said. "Of course I'll help you. We're partners, Harry." We face everything together. Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. I know, he said. That's why I asked. The next morning, they began their preparations. Pansy spent hours in the library, researching the Death Eater groups that had been identified in the north. She memorized their names, their faces, their locations. She studied their tactics, their strengths, their weaknesses. She prepared herself mentally for the battles that lay ahead. Harry trained with her, his skills as a duelist honed to perfection. They sparred together, their spells flashing in the cold winter air, their movements perfectly synchronized. They were a team, a unit, and nothing could break them. But even as they prepared for the fight, there was a shadow that hung over them. Pansy's mother, Camilla, had been released from house arrest and was rumored to be rallying the remaining Death Eater forces. She was a dangerous woman, intelligent and ruthless, and she had a personal vendetta against her daughter. She's going to come after me, Pansy said one night, her voice barely above a whisper. She's going to try to destroy everything I've built. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I won't let her hurt you, he said. I promise. Pansy nodded, but the fear lingered. She knew her mother better than anyone, knew the depths of her cruelty and her cunning. And she knew that Camilla Parkinson would not rest until she had achieved her revenge. The first attack came a week later. Pansy and Harry were in the cottage when the wards began to shimmer, the enchantments that protected them coming under attack. They grabbed their wands and ran outside, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. The Death Eaters were there, a dozen of them, their masks gleaming in the moonlight. And at their head was Camilla Parkinson, her face twisted with hatred, her wand raised. Pansy, she said, her voice cold and cruel. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mother, Pansy said, her voice steady despite the fear that was coursing through her veins. Please, don't do this. It doesn't have to end like this. Camilla laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You think you can talk your way out of this? You think I'm going to let you destroy everything I've built? I didn't destroy anything, Pansy said. You destroyed yourself. You chose hate over love, power over family. And now you're paying the price. Camilla's face contorted with rage. You were always a disappointment, she spat. A weak, pathetic disappointment. And now, I'm going to correct my mistake. She raised her wand, and the battle began. The fight was brutal, chaotic, terrifying. Pansy fought alongside Harry, her spells blazing through the air. She saw him take down 3 Death Eaters in quick succession, his movements fluid and powerful. She saw the other Order members arrive, their wands blazing with light. And she saw her mother, still standing, still fighting, her face twisted with hatred. You can't win, Camilla shouted, her voice carrying above the chaos. You can't defeat me, Pansy. I'm your mother. I know everything about you. You don't know anything about me, Pansy shouted back. You never did. Camilla lunged forward, her wand raised, a killing curse on her lips. But before she could cast it, Harry stepped between them, his wand raised, his face set with determination. You're not going to hurt her, he said, his voice cold and hard. Not while I'm here. Camilla laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. You think you can stop me, Potter? You think you're strong enough to defeat me? I don't think, Harry said. I know. He cast a spell, a brilliant flash of light that sent Camilla flying backward. She slammed into a tree, her wand clattering to the ground, her body crumpling into a heap. Pansy ran to her mother, her heart pounding. She knelt beside her, her hands shaking. Camilla looked up at her, her eyes filled with hate. You've won, she said, her voice weak. You finally won. I hope you're happy. Pansy stared at her mother, and she felt a strange sense of detachment. She didn't feel triumph or satisfaction. She only felt sadness. I'm not happy, she said. I'm just sad. Sad that it had to end like this. Camilla's eyes fluttered closed, and she was gone. The battle was over. The Death Eaters had been defeated, captured, or killed. Pansy stood in the middle of the chaos, her wand still raised, her body trembling with exhaustion. Harry came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice soft. Pansy nodded, but she wasn't okay. She had just watched her mother die, had just witnessed the final destruction of her family. She had lost everything she had ever known. But she had also gained so much. "I'm not okay," she said, her voice cracking. "But I will be. I will be." Harry held her tight, his warmth surrounding her. "I'm here," he said. "I'm always here." Pansy turned in his arms, looking into his eyes. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything in the world." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss that was both gentle and passionate. "I love you too," he said. "And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much." The weeks that followed were a period of healing. Pansy mourned her mother, even though she had been cruel and hateful. She mourned the loss of her family, the destruction of everything she had ever known. But she also celebrated the future, the life she was building with Harry. She and Harry continued their work, hunting down the remnants of Voldemort's forces and bringing them to justice. They were a formidable team, their partnership growing stronger with each passing day. And slowly, the darkness began to recede. One evening, as they sat on the porch of the cottage, watching the sun set over the mountains, Harry turned to her with a thoughtful expression on his face. "We've been through a lot together," he said. "More than most people ever go through in a lifetime." Pansy nodded, her hand resting on his. "We have. And we've come out stronger for it." Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "I was thinking," he said. "About the future. About what comes next." Pansy's heart began to race. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we've been fighting for so long," Harry said. "Fighting for the wizarding world, fighting for each other. And now, the war is finally over. We have the chance to build a life together. A real life." Pansy turned to face him, her eyes shining with tears. "What kind of life?" Harry reached out and took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. "A life filled with love and laughter and hope. A life where we can be happy, just the two of us. A life where we can finally rest." Pansy felt tears streaming down her face. "I want that," she said. "I want that more than anything." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss that tasted of hope and promise. "Then we'll have it," he said. "We'll have everything we ever wanted." Pansy wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight. "Together," she said. "We'll have it together." Harry held her close, and for the first time in a long time, Pansy felt truly at peace. The months passed, and slowly, the wounds of the past began to heal. Pansy and Harry built a life together, a life filled with simple joys and quiet moments. They traveled the world, visited all the places they had dreamed of. They worked for the ministry, helped to rebuild the wizarding world, fought for justice and equality. And they loved each other, with a depth and intensity that had only grown stronger over time. Pansy looked at the ring on her finger, and she knew that everything was going to be okay. She had found her place in the world, and it was right there, in Harry's arms. They had faced the darkness together, and they had won. They had emerged stronger, wiser, more determined. And now, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. Together. Always. Chapter 17, The Fall of Voldemort. The day was unseasonably warm for March, a hint of spring in the air that seemed almost mocking given the gravity of what was about to unfold. Pansy stood on the hill overlooking Hogwarts, her hand clasped tightly in Harry's, watching the castle gleam in the afternoon sun. It was strange to think that so much had happened within those ancient walls, so much joy and sorrow, so much triumph and tragedy. But today would be different. Today, they would finally put the last remnants of Voldemort's reign to rest. The intelligence had come from an unexpected source, a former Death Eater who had turned informant, seeking redemption for his crimes. He had provided the Order with the location of Voldemort's final hiding place, a cave in the Scottish Highlands that had been enchanted to be invisible to all but those who knew exactly where to look. It was there that Voldemort had been hiding since his defeat at Hogwarts, his body broken but his spirit still clinging to existence. He had been weakened, diminished, but he was not gone. And until he was truly destroyed, the wizarding world would never be safe. "We're ready," Kingsley said, appearing at Harry's side. "The team is assembled. We're just waiting for your command." Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. "We move at dusk. Everyone knows their positions." "Yes," Kingsley said. "We'll have them surrounded before they even know we're there." Harry turned to Pansy, his green eyes searching her face. "Are you sure you want to do this? You don't have to come. You can stay here, wait for us to finish." Pansy shook her head, her grip on his hand tightening. "I'm not letting you face him alone. We're partners, remember? We face everything together." Harry smiled, a tired but genuine smile. "I remember. I just needed to make sure." "I'm sure," Pansy said. "I've never been more sure of anything." The journey to the cave was long and treacherous. They traveled through the darkness, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of pine needles, their wands held at the ready. The Order members moved in perfect formation, their training evident in every step. Pansy stayed close to Harry, her senses on high alert. She could feel the dark magic emanating from the cave before they even reached it, a cold, malevolent presence that seemed to seep into her bones. "He's there," she whispered. "I can feel him." Harry nodded, his face pale but determined. "Stay close. And whatever happens, don't let him get into your head. He'll try to use your fears against you, your doubts, your insecurities. Don't let him." Pansy nodded, steeling herself for what was to come. The entrance to the cave was hidden behind a waterfall, the water shimmering with dark enchantments. Harry raised his wand and cast a spell, and the water parted, revealing a dark tunnel that led into the heart of the mountain. They stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The tunnel was narrow, the walls rough and jagged, and the darkness seemed to press in on them from all sides. Pansy could hear the whispers now, faint and insidious, trying to worm their way into her mind. "You're not strong enough," the whispers said. "You're not brave enough. You're going to fail, and Harry is going to die because of you, *. Pansy gritted her teeth and pushed the whispers away. She had faced worse things than this. She had faced her own family, her own fears, her own demons. She was not going to let Voldemort's magic break her. They emerged from the tunnel into a cavernous chamber, the walls lit by a faint, greenish glow. And there, at the center of it all, was Voldemort. He was a shadow of his former self, his body emaciated and weak, his skin stretched thin over his bones. But his eyes were still burning with that terrible red light, and his voice was still cold and cruel. "Harry Potter," he hissed, a thin smile curving his lips. "I knew you would come. I knew you couldn't resist the chance to finish me off." Harry stepped forward, his wand raised, his face set with determination. "This ends here, Voldemort. Tonight." Voldemort laughed, a weak, rasping sound. "You think you can defeat me, boy? You think you have the power to destroy me?" "I have something you don't have," Harry said. "Something you'll never understand." "And what is that?" Voldemort sneered. "Love," Harry said simply. "The one thing you've never been able to comprehend." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "You foolish, naive boy. Love is a weakness. A vulnerability. And I am going to exploit it to destroy you." He raised his wand, and the battle began. The fight was unlike anything Pansy had ever witnessed. Harry and Voldemort were locked in combat, their spells clashing with explosive force. The chamber shook with the power of their magic, the walls cracking and crumbling around them. Pansy watched in awe as Harry fought, his movements fluid and powerful, his determination unshakable. She wanted to help, to fight beside him, but she knew that this was his battle. This was the moment he had been preparing for his entire life. And she had to let him fight it. But that didn't mean she couldn't protect him. When a Death Eater lunged at Harry from the shadows, Pansy was there, her wand blazing with light. She sent the Death Eater flying backward, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening crunch. She fought alongside the other Order members, her spells flying in every direction. She took down 2 Death Eaters, then 3, then 4. She was a force of nature, unstoppable, unbreakable. And then she saw Harry fall. He was on the ground, his wand out of reach, Voldemort standing over him with a wand pointed at his chest. Pansy screamed, a sound of pure terror, and ran toward him. "Get away from him," she shouted, casting a spell that sent Voldemort staggering backward. She knelt beside Harry, her hands shaking. "Harry. Harry, are you okay?" He coughed, his eyes fluttering open. "I'm fine," he said, his voice weak. "I'm fine. Just, winded." Pansy helped him to his feet, her heart pounding with relief. "We have to finish this. Together." Harry nodded, his jaw set with determination. "Together." They turned to face Voldemort, their wands raised, their eyes blazing with determination. The Dark Lord was on his knees, his body trembling with exhaustion. He was beaten, broken, defeated. "This is it, Voldemort," Harry said, his voice cold and hard. "This is where it ends." Voldemort looked up at them, his red eyes flickering with fear. "You can't kill me," he hissed. "I'm immortal. I can't be destroyed." "You're wrong," Harry said. "You were wrong about so many things. And now, you're going to pay the price." He raised his wand, and the spell that had been building for years finally left his lips. It was a simple spell, a killing curse, but it was infused with all the power of Harry's love and sacrifice and determination. The green light struck Voldemort square in the chest, and he fell. For a moment, there was silence. Pansy stared at the crumpled body on the ground, her mind refusing to process what she had just witnessed. Then Harry turned to her, his face pale, his eyes wide with shock. "It's over," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's finally over." Pansy threw her arms around him, sobbing with relief and joy. "You did it," she said. "You did it, Harry. He's gone. It's finally over." Harry held her tight, his arms wrapped around her. "We did it," he said. "We did it together." They stood in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by the chaos of the aftermath, and they held each other. For the first time in years, the darkness had been defeated. For the first time in years, there was hope. The aftermath was a blur of relief and celebration. The Order members emerged from the cave, their faces filled with joy. The news spread like wildfire through the Wizarding world. Voldemort was dead. The war was over. They had won. Pansy and Harry returned to the cottage, their bodies exhausted but their hearts light. They sat on the porch, watching the sun rise over the mountains, and they talked about the future. "What happens now?" Pansy asked. "After everything, what happens now?" Harry reached out and took her hand. "We live," he said. "We build a life. We find happiness. That's what happens now." Pansy smiled, a soft, tender smile. "That sounds perfect." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a kiss that was both gentle and passionate. "I love you, Pansy. I love you more than anything in the world." "I love you too, Harry," Pansy said. "I've loved you since the day I saw you on the train. And I'm going to love you for the rest of my life." They sat together, watching the sun rise over the mountains, and they knew that everything was going to be okay. The weeks that followed were the happiest of Pansy's life. She and Harry traveled the world, visiting all the places they had dreamed of during the war. They stood on the pyramids in Egypt, walked through the ancient streets of Rome, watched the northern lights dance across the sky in Iceland. And everywhere they went, they found magic. Pansy's work at the ministry flourished. She was promoted to a senior position, her dedication and skill earning her the respect of her colleagues. She helped to draft new legislation, to establish protections for magical creatures, to create a more just and equitable society. She was no longer the girl who watched from the shadows. She was a leader, a changemaker, a force for good. But the greatest change came within herself. She had finally stopped running, stopped hiding, stopped pretending. She had embraced who she was, flaws and all, and she had found peace. One evening, as they sat on the porch of their cottage, watching the sun set over the mountains, Harry turned to her with a serious expression on his face. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you," he said. "Something I've been thinking about for a long time." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, a simple silver band with a single diamond at its center. "Pansy, I know we've been through a lot together," he said, his voice slightly nervous. "And I know we've already made promises to each other. But I want to make it official. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Pansy. Will you marry me?" Pansy stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. She had dreamed of this moment, hoped for it, wished for it. But she had never truly believed it would come. "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, Harry. I'll marry you. I'll marry you." Harry slipped the ring onto her finger, his hands trembling. Then he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I love you," he said. "I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone." "I love you too," Pansy said, her voice thick with emotion. "And I'm going to love you for the rest of my life." They held each other, the stars beginning to appear in the sky above them. The war was over, the darkness defeated, and they were finally free. Pansy looked at the ring on her finger, and she knew that everything was going to be okay. She had found her place in the world, and it was right there, in Harry's arms. The fall of Voldemort was the end of an era. But it was also the beginning of something new. A new world. A new life. A new love. And Pansy was ready to embrace it all. Chapter 18, The Girl Who Betrayed Everything. The morning of the hearing dawned gray and cold, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened rain. Pansy stood in front of the mirror in the small room she had been given at the ministry, adjusting the collar of her robes with trembling fingers. Her reflection stared back at her, pale and anxious, the dark circles under her eyes a testament to the sleepless night she had spent. The Wizengamot had summoned her again. This time, it was not to determine her guilt or innocence, but to decide her future. The ministry was considering her case for full pardon, a recognition of her contributions to the war effort and her role in Voldemort's defeat. But there were those who opposed it, those who believed that a Parkinson could never truly be redeemed. Harry had offered to come with her, but Pansy had refused. She needed to face this alone, to prove that she was strong enough to stand on her own. He had understood, though she had seen the worry in his eyes as she left. "I'll be fine," she had told him. "I've faced worse than a few stuffy old wizards." But now, standing in front of the mirror, she wasn't so sure. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She opened it to find Hermione Granger standing in the corridor, her expression serious. "They're ready for you," Hermione said. "I wanted to wish you luck. And to tell you that whatever happens, we're all behind you." Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. "Thank you, Hermione. That means more than you know." Hermione smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "You've earned this, Pansy. You've earned every bit of it. Pansy nodded, squaring her shoulders. Then let's go give them a show. The courtroom was packed, the galleries filled with spectators eager to witness the fate of the girl who had betrayed her family for the boy who lived. Pansy walked to the center of the room, her head held high, her eyes fixed on the Wizengamot. The chief warlock, a stern-faced wizard with a long gray beard, rose to address her. Pansy Parkinson, he intoned. You have been summoned here today to determine whether you are fit to receive a full pardon for your family's crimes against the wizarding world. The Wizengamot has reviewed the evidence of your contributions to the war effort and your role in Voldemort's defeat. However, there are those who question whether a Parkinson can truly be trusted. What do you have to say for yourself? Pansy stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear that was coursing through her veins. I have nothing to say except the truth, she said. I was born into a family of Death Eaters. I was raised to believe in their cause. But I chose a different path. I chose love over hate, hope over fear, the future over the past. I betrayed my family to save Harry Potter. I sacrificed everything I had to protect him. And I would do it again. I would do it 1,000 times. The chief warlock's eyes narrowed. And you expect us to believe that? You expect us to trust a Parkinson with the future of the wizarding world? I don't expect anything, Pansy said. I've learned that I can't control what other people think of me. But I can control my own actions. And I can promise you this, I will spend the rest of my life proving that I am not my family. I will fight for justice, for equality, for the values that I have come to believe in. And I will never, ever betray the trust that has been placed in me. The Wizengamot murmured among themselves, their voices low and disapproving. The chief warlock raised a hand for silence. And what about your family? He asked. Your mother is still alive, still under house arrest. What happens to her? Pansy felt a pang of grief, but she pushed it aside. My mother is responsible for her own choices, she said. I cannot save her from the consequences of those choices. But I can honor the memory of the people who believed in me, the people who gave me a second chance. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that their sacrifice was not in vain. The Wizengamot fell silent, their faces shifting with uncertainty. They had expected her to plead for mercy, to beg for forgiveness. But she had done neither. She had simply told the truth. The chief warlock cleared his throat. The Wizengamot will take this testimony into consideration. We will reconvene tomorrow to deliver our verdict. The hearing was adjourned, and Pansy was led out of the courtroom by Hermione, her body shaking with exhaustion. That was incredible, Hermione said, her voice filled with awe. You were incredible. Pansy shook her head. I just told the truth. That's all I've ever done. The next morning, Pansy returned to the courtroom, her heart pounding with fear. The galleries were even more crowded than before, the spectators eager to hear the verdict. The chief warlock rose, his voice echoing through the chamber. The Wizengamot has reached its verdict. Pansy Parkinson, you have been found worthy of a full pardon. Your contributions to the war effort and your role in Voldemort's defeat have been recognized, and you are hereby granted full citizenship and all the rights and privileges that accompany it. Pansy felt the tears streaming down her face. She had won. She was free. But the chief warlock wasn't finished. However, he continued, the Wizengamot also recognizes that there are those who will continue to question your loyalty. The path ahead will not be easy, Pansy Parkinson. There will be those who will never trust you, never accept you. You will have to prove yourself every single day. Do you understand? Pansy nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand. Then this hearing is concluded. Pansy collapsed into Harry's arms, sobbing with relief. She had won her freedom, but she knew that the fight was far from over. There would always be those who would judge her for her name, her family, her past. But she was ready to face them. She was no longer the girl who watched from the shadows. She was a fighter, a survivor, a symbol of hope. And she was ready to prove it. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Pansy threw herself into her work at the ministry, determined to prove that she deserved the trust that had been placed in her. She worked tirelessly, often late into the night, drafting legislation, building alliances, fighting for justice. She also spoke publicly about her experiences, sharing her story with anyone who would listen. She spoke about the dangers of prejudice, the importance of forgiveness, the power of love to overcome hate. She became a symbol of redemption, a proof that people could change, that even the darkest past could be overcome. But there were still those who hated her. There were still those who saw her as a traitor, a Death Eater's daughter who could never truly be trusted. She received hate mail, threats, accusations. She was shunned by some, vilified by others. But she didn't let it break her. She had faced worse things. She had faced her own family, her own fears, her own demons. And she had won. One evening, as she sat in her office at the ministry, a letter arrived by owl. She recognized the handwriting immediately. It was her mother's. Pansy. Asterisk, I know you think you have won. I know you believe that your betrayal was justified. But you are wrong. You have destroyed this family, Pansy. You have destroyed everything we built. And I will never forgive you, asterisk. Asterisk, do not contact me again. You are no longer my daughter, asterisk. Your mother. Pansy read the letter, and for a moment, she felt a pang of grief. Then she crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the fire. She was done with her mother. She was done with the past. She was ready to move forward. Harry was waiting for her when she returned to the cottage that evening. He could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the weight of the day pressing down on her. Are you okay? He asked, his voice soft. Pansy nodded, collapsing onto the sofa beside him. I'm fine. Just tired. Harry wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. You did something amazing today, he said. You stood up to the Wisengamot, you told your story, you proved that you're more than your family name. That takes courage. Pansy leaned into him, drawing comfort from his warmth. I couldn't have done it without you. She said. You believed in me when no one else did. Harry pressed a kiss to the top of her head. I'll always believe in you, he said. That's what I promised you. Pansy smiled, a soft, tender smile. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything in the world. I love you too, Harry said. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much. They sat together, the fire crackling in the hearth, the winter wind howling outside. And for the first time in a long time, Pansy felt truly at peace. The months passed, and slowly, the wounds of the past began to heal. Pansy continued her work at the ministry, her dedication and skill earning her the respect of her colleagues. She became a leading voice for reform, a champion of the oppressed, a beacon of hope for those who had been wronged by the system. Harry was by her side every step of the way, supporting her, encouraging her, loving her. They were partners in every sense of the word, a team that could overcome any obstacle. And slowly, the wizarding world began to accept her. The hate mail grew less frequent, the threats more rare. People began to see her for who she really was, not for the family she had been born into. She had become the girl who betrayed everything. But she had also become the girl who built something new. Something better. Something worth fighting for. The anniversary of Voldemort's defeat was a time of celebration and remembrance. Pansy stood in the great hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by the people who had fought beside her, who had believed in her, who had given her a second chance. The hall was filled with laughter and joy, the echoes of the past finally fading into the background. Harry came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. What are you thinking about? He asked. Pansy smiled, a soft, sad smile. I'm thinking about how much has changed, she said. A few years ago, I was hiding behind my Slytherin mask, pretending to be someone I wasn't. And now I'm here, surrounded by people who love me, who accept me for who I am. It's surreal. Harry pressed a kiss to her cheek. You deserve this, he said. You deserve all of it. Pansy turned in his arms, looking into his eyes. Thank you, she said. For everything. For believing in me, for standing by me, for loving me. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Harry smiled, a warm, genuine smile. I couldn't have done any of it without you, he said. You're my partner, my ally, my love. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much you mean to me. Pansy leaned in and kissed him, a kiss that was both gentle and passionate. I love you, she said. I love you more than anything in the world. I love you too, Harry said. Always. They stood together, surrounded by the light of hope and the promise of a bright future. The girl who had betrayed everything had finally found her place in the world. And it was exactly where she was meant to be. Chapter 19, A New Beginning. The summer sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the garden of the cottage. Pansy knelt in the soil, her hands covered in dirt, carefully tending to the rose bushes that lined the stone path. It was a simple task, mundane even, but it filled her with a peace she had never known in her younger years. Behind her, she could hear Harry humming softly as he worked on repairing the fence that had been damaged by the winter storms. It was a sound she had grown to love, a sound that meant home, meant safety, meant the future they were building together. It had been a year since Voldemort's fall. A year since the war had ended. A year since she had been granted her pardon and begun the long, slow process of rebuilding her life. And what a year it had been. She had thrown herself into her work at the ministry with a fervor that surprised even her. She had become a leading voice for reform, championing the rights of magical creatures. Advocating for the rehabilitation of former Death Eaters, fighting for a more just and equitable society. She had spoken at conferences, written articles, testified before the Wisengamot. She had become someone she was proud of. But the greatest change had come within herself. She had finally stopped running from her past, stopped hiding from who she was. She had embraced her flaws, her mistakes, her regrets. And she had found peace. Pansy. Lunch is ready. Harry's voice drifted across the garden, warm and inviting. Pansy smiled, brushing the dirt from her hands, and made her way toward the cottage. The kitchen was warm and cozy, filled with the smell of fresh bread and soup. Harry was at the stove, stirring a pot with a concentration that made her heart swell with love. He had learned to cook over the past year, determined to be a proper partner in their life together. He was still far from a master chef, but his efforts were always appreciated. You didn't have to do all this, Pansy said, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Harry turned, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I wanted to. You've been working so hard lately. You deserve a break. Pansy smiled, leaning into his warmth. I love you, you know that. I know, Harry said, his voice soft. And I love you too. They ate lunch together, chatting about their plans for the afternoon. Pansy had been thinking about expanding the garden, adding a small vegetable patch that would supply them with fresh produce throughout the summer. Harry had been considering taking up a new hobby, maybe learning to play the piano, which he had always wanted to do but had never had the time. It was a simple life, a quiet life. But it was theirs. The afternoon passed in a blur of pleasant activity. Pansy worked in the garden, Harry repaired the fence, and they took a break in the middle of the afternoon to walk to the nearby village for ice cream. It was a beautiful day, the sun warm on their faces, the birds singing in the trees. Pansy felt a sense of contentment that she had never known before. She was happy. Truly, deeply happy. I was thinking, Harry said as they walked, his hand clasped tightly in hers. About the future. About what comes next. Pansy looked at him, her heart beginning to race. What do you mean? I mean, we've been living in this cottage for a while now, Harry said. And I love it. I love everything about it. But I was thinking, maybe it's time to find a place of our own. Somewhere we can really settle down. Pansy felt a warmth spread through her chest. You want to buy a house? Harry nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I was thinking we could look for something in the country. A place with a big garden, a place where we can grow old together. Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. That sounds perfect, she said. That sounds absolutely perfect. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. I want to build a life with you, Pansy. A real life. A life filled with love and laughter and hope. And I want to start that life now. Pansy threw her arms around him, holding him tight. I want that too, she said. More than anything. The search for a house took several months. They looked at dozens of properties, from sprawling estates to tiny cottages. Some were too large, some too small, some too expensive. But finally, they found it, a beautiful stone cottage in the Cotswolds, surrounded by rolling hills and wildflower meadows. It was perfect. The cottage had 3 bedrooms, a large kitchen, a cozy living room with a stone fireplace. The garden was overgrown, but Pansy could already see the potential, a vegetable patch, a rose garden, a small pond for the ducks that nested nearby. This is it, she said, standing in the middle of the garden, her eyes shining with tears. This is our home. Harry came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. It's perfect, he said. Absolutely perfect. They moved in at the beginning of autumn, the leaves turning gold and red, the air crisp and cool. It was a new beginning, a fresh start. And Pansy was ready for it. The first year in their new home was filled with challenges and triumphs. Pansy continued her work at the ministry, commuting to London several times a week. Harry took on a role as a consultant, helping the Aura department with their most difficult cases. They were busy, often exhausted, but they were happy. They hosted their first Christmas together, inviting Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys for a celebration that lasted 3 days. The cottage was filled with laughter and love, the fire crackling in the hearth, the smell of roasted turkey filling the air. We should do this every year, Ginny said, raising her glass in a toast. A tradition. Pansy looked around the room at the people she had come to love, at the life she had built, and she felt a warmth spread through her chest. I'd like that, she said. I'd like that very much. Harry caught her eye across the room, and he smiled, a warm, genuine smile that made her heart swell with love. She had come so far from the girl who watched from the shadows. She had built a new life, a new identity, a new family. And she was proud of who she had become. The spring brought new challenges. Pansy was offered a promotion at the ministry, a position that would put her in charge of a major reform initiative. It was an honor, a recognition of her hard work and dedication. But it would also mean more responsibility, more stress, more time away from home. She discussed it with Harry over dinner, her voice hesitant. I don't know if I should take it, she said. It's going to be a lot of work. I don't want it to come between us. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. Take it, he said. You've earned this, Pansy. You've worked so hard for so long. You deserve to succeed. Pansy felt tears prick at her eyes. But what about us? What about our life? Together? Our life together is going to be fine, Harry said. We've faced worse things than a busy work schedule. We'll figure it out. We always do. Pansy squeezed his hand, her heart filled with gratitude. I love you, she said. I love you so much. I love you too, Harry said. And I'm going to be here for you, no matter what. She took the promotion, and it was everything she had hoped for. She worked tirelessly, her efforts earning her the respect of her colleagues and the admiration of the wizarding community. She was a force for change, a leader, a symbol of what could be achieved through determination and hard work. And through it all, Harry was by her side, supporting her, encouraging her, loving her. The summer brought a new adventure, a trip to visit the Burrow, the Weasley family home. Pansy had been nervous about the visit, worried that she would be judged for her past. But the Weasleys had welcomed her with open arms, their warmth and kindness melting away her fears. "Don't be silly," Molly Weasley had said, pulling her into a tight hug. "You're one of us now. You've always been one of us." Pansy had felt tears prick at her eyes. She had never had a mother figure like Molly, had never known what it felt like to be embraced so unconditionally. "Thank you," she had whispered. "Thank you for everything." Molly had smiled, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "You deserve it, dear. You deserve all of it." The evening was filled with laughter and stories. The Weasley family was loud and chaotic, their conversations overlapping, their arguments good-natured. Pansy found herself swept up in the warmth of it all, laughing at Fred and George's antics, chatting with Ginny about the latest Quidditch matches, helping Molly in the kitchen. Harry was at her side, his hand never leaving hers. He was happy, she could see it in his eyes. And that made her happy too. "What are you thinking about?" Harry asked, pulling her aside during a lull in the conversation. Pansy smiled, her heart full. "I'm thinking about how lucky I am," she said. "How lucky I am to have you, to have this, to have a family that loves me." Harry leaned in and kissed her, a soft, tender kiss. "I'm the lucky one," he said. "I'm the one who gets to spend the rest of my life with you." Pansy wrapped her arms around him, holding him tight. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything in the world." "I love you too," Harry said. "Always." The new beginning had been everything Pansy had hoped for. She had built a life filled with love and laughter and purpose. She had found her place in the world, a place where she was accepted, valued, cherished. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his partner, his ally, his love. And together, they were building a future that was worthy of everything they had fought for. The past was behind her. The future was bright. And she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Chapter 20, The Love She Never Expected to Have. The autumn sun cast a golden glow over the cottage, painting the stone walls in shades of amber and honey. Pansy stood at the kitchen window, a cup of tea warming her hands, watching the leaves drift down from the old oak tree in the garden. It was a perfect day, the kind of day that made her believe that everything in the world was exactly as it should be. Behind her, she could hear Harry moving about the cottage, the familiar sounds of his presence filling her with a warmth that had nothing to do with the tea. He was humming again, that tuneless little melody that she had come to love, and she smiled to herself. 7 years. 7 years since she had first seen him on the Hogwarts Express, a scrawny boy with messy hair and patched glasses and a scar that marked him as something extraordinary. 7 years since she had fallen in love with him from the shadows, watching him from a distance, protecting him without him ever knowing. And now, he was hers. Truly, completely, irrevocably hers. "Pansy. Are you coming?" Harry's voice drifted from the living room, and she turned, her smile widening. "I'm coming. Just enjoying the view." He appeared in the doorway, his green eyes warm with affection. "The view will still be here later. I have something I want to show you." Pansy set down her tea and crossed the room, taking his outstretched hand. "What is it?" "You'll see," he said, his voice mysterious. "Close your eyes." She obeyed, letting him lead her through the cottage. She could feel the warmth of his hand in hers, the steadiness of his presence, and she trusted him completely. After everything they had been through, she knew that he would never lead her astray. "Okay," he said, his voice soft. "Open your eyes." Pansy opened her eyes and gasped. They were standing in the garden, the one she had been tending for months, the one that had become her sanctuary. But it had been transformed. Fairy lights twinkled in the branches of the oak tree, casting a soft, magical glow over the space. Lanterns hung from the eaves of the cottage, their flames flickering gently in the evening air. And in the center of the garden, surrounded by roses and wildflowers, was a small table set for two. "Harry," she breathed, her eyes filling with tears. "What is all this?" Harry smiled, a nervous, hopeful smile. "I wanted to do something special," he said. "Something to celebrate us. To celebrate everything we've been through, everything we've overcome." Pansy turned to look at him, her heart swelling with love. "You did all this for me?" "Of course I did," Harry said. "You deserve it, Pansy. You deserve everything." He led her to the table, pulling out her chair, and she sat down, her eyes still shining with tears. The food was simple but beautiful: fresh bread, a salad from her own garden, a bottle of wine that he must have been saving for a special occasion. But it wasn't the food that mattered. It was the thought, the effort, the love that had gone into it. "I don't know what to say," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. This is the most beautiful thing anyone has ever done for me." Harry reached across the table and took her hand. "You don't have to say anything. Just, be happy. That's all I want. For you to be happy." Pansy squeezed his hand, her heart so full it felt like it might burst. "I am happy," she said. "I'm the happiest I've ever been." They ate dinner under the stars, the fairy lights twinkling around them, the night air cool and sweet. They talked about everything and nothing, their plans for the future, the memories they had made, the dreams they still held. It was a perfect evening, the kind that Pansy had never dared to imagine for herself. After dinner, Harry led her to the old oak tree, where a blanket had been spread on the grass. They lay down together, looking up at the stars, and Pansy felt a peace settle over her that she had never known before. "I used to dream about this," she said, her voice soft. "When I was a girl, lying in my bed at Parkinson Manor, I used to dream about a life like this. A life filled with love and laughter and hope. I never thought it would come true." Harry turned to look at her, his green eyes shining in the starlight. "And now? Now that it's come true?" Pansy smiled, a wide, genuine smile. "Now I know that dreams really do come true. You just have to be brave enough to believe in them." Harry leaned over and kissed her, a slow, tender kiss that tasted of wine and promise. "I love you, Pansy," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone." Pansy reached up and touched his face, her fingers tracing the lines of his jaw. "I love you too, Harry. I've loved you since the day I saw you on the train. I just didn't know it then." Harry smiled, a soft, sad smile. "I wish I had known," he said. "I wish I had seen you, really seen you, from the very beginning." Pansy shook her head. "We weren't ready then. We had to grow, to change, to become the people we were meant to be. And now, we're exactly where we're supposed to be." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I don't deserve you," he said, his voice muffled against her hair. "I don't deserve someone as brave and kind and beautiful as you." Pansy laughed, a warm, genuine laugh. "You deserve everything, Harry Potter. You deserve all the love and happiness in the world. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life giving it to you." The weeks that followed were the happiest of Pansy's life. She and Harry continued to build their life together, their love growing deeper with each passing day. They worked hard, played hard, and cherished every moment they had together. They hosted dinner parties, traveled to new places, and made plans for the future. Pansy's work at the ministry continued to flourish. She had become a respected leader, a voice for change, a symbol of what could be achieved through determination and hard work. She was proud of what she had accomplished, but she was even prouder of the person she had become. And through it all, Harry was by her side, supporting her, encouraging her, loving her. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Harry turned to her with a serious expression on his face. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you," he said. "Something I've been thinking about for a long time." Pansy's heart began to race. "What is it?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a ring, a beautiful sapphire set in a band of silver and gold. "I know we've already made promises to each other," he said, his voice slightly nervous. "But I want to make it official. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Pansy. I want to marry you. I want to build a family with you. I want to grow old with you. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Pansy stared at the ring, her eyes filling with tears. She had dreamed of this moment, hoped for it, wished for it. But she had never truly believed it would come. "Yes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, Harry. I'll marry you. I'll marry you." Harry slipped the ring onto her finger, his hands trembling. Then he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I love you," he said. "I love you more than I ever thought I could love anyone." "I love you too," Pansy said, her voice thick with emotion. "I've loved you since the day I saw you on the train. And I'm going to love you for the rest of my life." The wedding was a small, intimate affair, held in the garden of their cottage on a perfect summer's day. Pansy wore a simple white dress, her hair adorned with wildflowers, and she walked down the aisle to the sound of music played by friends. Harry was waiting for her at the altar, his eyes shining with tears. He took her hand, his grip warm and steady, and they spoke their vows to each other. "I promise to love you, to cherish you, to stand by you through all the trials and triumphs of our lives," Harry said, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. "I promise to be your partner, your ally, your friend. I promise to always believe in you, always support you, always love you. You are my heart, Pansy. And I will never, ever let you go." Pansy smiled, tears streaming down her face. "I promise to love you, to cherish you, to stand by you through all the trials and triumphs of our lives," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "I promise to be your partner, your ally, your friend. I promise to always believe in you, always support you, always love you. You are my soulmate, Harry. And I will never, ever let you go." They exchanged rings, their hands trembling, and the officiant pronounced them husband and wife. Harry leaned in and kissed her, a long, passionate kiss that sealed their love forever. The reception was a celebration of love and friendship. The garden was filled with laughter and music, the guests dancing under the fairy lights that twinkled in the trees. Pansy and Harry danced together, their bodies swaying to the music, their eyes locked on each other. "I can't believe this is real," Pansy whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "I can't believe we're here, together, after everything we've been through." Harry pulled her closer, his arms wrapped around her. "It's real," he said. "It's the most real thing I've ever known. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you never forget it." Pansy leaned her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "I love you," she said. "I love you more than anything in the world." "I love you too," Harry said. "Always." The years that followed were filled with joy and love. Pansy and Harry built a life together, a life that was everything they had ever dreamed of. They traveled the world, visited all the places they had talked about during the war. They worked hard, played hard, and cherished every moment they had together. They welcomed 2 children into their family, a boy and a girl, who filled their lives with laughter and chaos and endless love. Pansy watched Harry become a father, his patience and kindness making him a natural parent. And she loved him even more for it. She continued her work at the ministry, rising to become one of the most respected leaders in the wizarding world. She fought for justice, for equality, for a better future. And she never forgot the lessons she had learned during the war. But the greatest joy of her life was the love she shared with Harry. It was a love that had been born in the shadows, nurtured in secret, and finally brought into the light. It was a love that had survived war and loss and betrayal. And it was a love that would endure forever. One evening, many years later, Pansy sat on the porch of the cottage, watching the sun set over the hills. Harry came out to join her, his hand finding hers, their fingers intertwining. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, his voice soft. Pansy smiled, a serene, contented smile. "I'm thinking about how lucky I am," she said. "How lucky I am to have you, to have our children, to have this life." Harry squeezed her hand. "I'm the lucky one," he said. "I'm the one who got to love you." Pansy turned to look at him, her eyes shining with tears. "Do you remember the first time you saw me?" she asked. "On the train, all those years ago." Harry smiled, a warm, nostalgic smile. "I remember. You were standing behind Draco, looking at me with this intensity. I didn't know what to make of you." Pansy laughed, a soft, melodic sound. "I was already in love with you," she said. "I just didn't know it yet." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I wish I had known," he said. "I wish I had seen you, really seen you, from the very beginning." Pansy looked up at him, her eyes filled with love. "We had to grow," she said. "We had to become the people we were meant to be. And now, we're exactly where we're supposed to be." Harry leaned down and kissed her, a kiss that was as tender and passionate as their very first. "I love you, Pansy," he said. "I've loved you since the day I discovered who you really were. And I'm going to love you for the rest of my life." Pansy smiled, her heart overflowing with joy. "I love you too, Harry. Always." They sat together, watching the sun set over the hills, their hands intertwined, their hearts full of love. The shadows of the past had finally faded, replaced by the light of a bright and beautiful future. And Pansy knew, with absolute certainty, that she had found the love she never expected to have. A love that had been hidden for so long, but had finally been brought into the light. A love that would endure forever. She was no longer the girl who watched Harry Potter from the shadows. She was his wife, his partner, his soulmate. And together, they had built a life that was everything they had ever dreamed of. The end was just the beginning. And Pansy was ready for whatever came next. Thank you.